Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting time, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. holding on to this, holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you
Good evening, everybody, and welcome into the NECC League of Legends playoffs. Fish and Beautiful Crow here for a titanic showdown in our upper bracket finals of the Legends Division. Crow, it is Ole Miss and Maryville. Should be an absolute banger.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is so dope, appropriately for them meeting in this space, because this is basically the run back, right? In the regular season, the only team Maryville lost to, I believe, is this Ole Miss squad. So they're looking to get that win back. They're looking to, get a little bit of revenge on the mind, so to speak, as we're going to go through these lineups, starting first with Maryville here.
And we've got Abyss Watcher in the top lane, Amazo in that jungle, GFGH, also known as Get Back in the mid. We've got NECC Angle, I believe Scary Jerry down there as well, and Zyko. Maryville, they're going to troll us a little bit here, Crow. They're going to have some different names, so we'll try and keep you guys up to date. You might be like, who's that? And then when we give you their real name, you'll be like, oh, okay, I know who that is. We'll try and make sure you guys know who's switching names. Basically mid-game at this point, it feels like.
Honestly, yeah, they're acting like Prince, going to go through a different name every other month or so in their life cycle. We got you guys, though. We'll try to keep it as, normal as possible. But these games are going to be pretty spicy, as we are going to have to quick look here at Ole Miss's roster coming up. Not just yet, but hey, it's cool. We have a graphic for it. I promise there's a graphic for it. But it's going to be dope. I'm actually really excited to get into this. Yes, it's a best of 3 for sure. Awesome, cool. But that means they're going to be playing that much harder because the stakes are that much higher.
And it's really, if you follow Collegiate League of Legends at the highest level, a rare place to be, because we're coming in, as you said, Crow, Maryville is the underdog. I don't know how many times that sentence has been mentioned in the Collegiate League of Legends space. They are the underdog? Like this rarefied air. I don't know how to feel right now. Is this real life? Like, I'm going to pinch myself. I think I might be dreaming.
Well, if you're dreaming, I hope it's not any nightmare fuel coming your way. It's just, yes, they are the underdog in that sense, right? But at the same time, I didn't really get a chance to watch back on the VOD, but I don't know, if it was just the fact that on that day, Ole Miss was just stronger, or if that is indicative of the entire season, right? Because this is the first seed and I believe third seed. So, the strength of the ladder there through this NECC fall bracket is pretty close toward that top end, and Ole Miss is actually they're really great. 7-0 for a record in your regular season. That's great. That's real great. Maryville at that 6-1, like you said, only losing to Ole Miss, but I do think power-wise, pound for pound, they're very much equally matched. It's just about who's showing up on the day.
Oh, yeah. I use the word underdog very loosely. I think, as you kind of alluded to it, the difference in these teams is very, very minor. Maybe Ole Miss, or maybe Maryville has fallen off just a little bit. Ole Miss has been one of those teams. You look across other Collegiate League of Legends appearances, they've been doing really, really well. I know when we had our fall showdown here, they were coming out on top of the NECC. So there's a lot of things that Ole Miss is doing really well. Maybe there's just a new power to the space. We'll have to see. Again, game 1 of these teams is just around the corner. And the other thing, it's a little bit different, Crow, for our Legends division. This is double elimination, right? So whoever loses today, they're not out. They drop down to that lower bracket. So you don't have to panic if you're a fan of the team that loses today. You've got another chance at the run back of the run back coming up next week.
Yo, if it leads to that, all roads lead to the run back, and grand finals is just Ole Miss and Maryville. You heard it here first. Prediction Nostradamus, we're going for it. But it's just absolute insanity if it gets to that point. But we will look here at Ole Miss's lineup today. In the top lane, holding it down is Shogo. Got Icelandic hero in the jungle, Uncle Sam, your Uncle Sam in mid lane. Collimer on bot, and Icarus rocking in support.
An Ole Miss lineup that has gone through some changes. I know Icarus coming in just recently into the fold, going to be put in different places. Seen him top lane, now you see him down in that support role. Very, very interesting, but it is our upper bracket finals, and it looks like we are finally ready to go here for that game 1 draft. Maryville and Ole Miss. Cannot wait to see what gets banned. Cannot wait to see what teams are taken off the table. And of course, we're going to start with Maryville. Take away that rel. Just so powerful. Such a great flex pick. An amazing first ban, I think.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Take off the rel. The girl's still strong. My daughter is still strong. Love me some rel. Jungle or support, whichever you want to have it, just really has been wreaking havoc since the rework. Before the rework had fallen off a little bit, but since that rework, just definitely such a powerful pick. We've seen it all across the board. Pro play, collegiate, tier 3, everywhere. So taking it off the table, going to go ahead and also get rid of the Maokai. They don't want that lockdown. And that Belveth ban, I don't know if that's an exact target ban, but getting that off the table, pretty nice.
Yeah, Maryville seems like they have a very clear strategy in mind. Probably getting rid of those tanky junglers. I know you said Rel flexes, but it feels like when you go Rel Maokai, you know exactly what Icelandic hero wanted to play. It was that tank initiator. I really like that. There's that Xayah ban, really, and I mean, powerhouse 80 carry for how knows how long. Feels like you have to pick her, and if you don't pick her, then you have to ban the Rakan. So I think for Ole Miss, that's a great ban. And the Orianna, the final one, solid dominate mid lane at Worlds, it makes sense. I think Maryville doing everything just by the book.
Yeah, gonna try and get back off of a stable pick such as that. I mean, holding it in regard though, like taking off the Orianna, handshaking that, answering with the Nico back is pretty interesting as we're gonna see an insta lock of the Jarvan. Okay, so we know Amazo, want to do some carry jungling, want to get some really intense gameplay going. Grabbing that Jarvan is a great first step.
Yeah, I think the Jarvan is just a very solid pick. I think it's something else that Icelandic Hero can also play as well. Then there's the Ahri answer. So interesting that they're going to blind their mid here for Ole Miss, I guess. Your Uncle Sam just says, look, I'm your uncle for a reason. Like, it doesn't matter what you pick. I'm going to beat you. So interesting there. We're just throwing all of it at the table. And there's that Wukong. Very similar to the Jarvan and what he could do. The dash in, you have the knock up. So I think Icelandic Hero probably said Jarvan or Wukong, I'll take whatever's available.
Absolutely. And then there's like the odd chance that they could decide to flex the Jarvan anyway. If they choose to do so, can do a decent job in a solo lane. Is they're going to, early pick the Callista here for Angle. Go ahead and grab that up. I mean, that's really a great, solid bot lane pick to have on this Maryville lineup. There's, I was going to ask, like, what do you pair it with? Or are you still going Enchanter supports here? That's going to be really nice. Get the Renata. So honestly, that's a very strong 2v2. Like, I'm excited to see how they're going to play that one out.
I think the only thing that's interesting for me is that Maryville didn't want to take a mid laner, right? Like, you now open up 2 more bans that Ole Miss can say, okay, what does Uncle Sam not want to play against? I feel like you missed an opportunity there. There's that Ornn to lock in, just such a solid top laner. He brings everything to the table, the ornaments, it's going to be something where Shogo, don't die, just farm up, get us your ornaments, get us to that late game. Very, very solid pick.
Yeah, and there you are talking about it, taking off some more mid laners. Going to go ahead and knock away that Silas, which would honestly have been a great answer here. Myriad of good ultimates to steal away from Ole Miss here, but he's going bye-bye. In response, though, getting rid of the Varus, who's just been a pain everywhere. So they're knocking off all these power picks. Are Maryville just going down the line, taking it off the list, off the top, going to go in and get rid of that. And in kind, answering with the Gwen from Ole Miss. Okay, so yeah, just once again targeting those solo lanes that they didn't opt to choose early on in pick phase 1. Totally okay with that. I mean, Maryville clearly has something up cooking that they want to grab. Is okay, yeah, take out the Ashe. I know y'all like T1, but at the same time, both Varus and Ashe have been prominent picks in, ironically enough, bot and support. So go ahead and just axe both of them.
Yeah, I would expect probably this just seems like a Kaisa angle for Colomer. I feel like that's like the best AD carry. Maybe he's got something deeper in the pool that I don't know about. That just feels like...
I mean, hey!
You never know. Kaisa feels like the most obvious choice. I'm with you, though, on the Ole Miss bans. It feels like, what are the powerful solo laners? Let's absolutely just take care of them.
Oh!
And it's actually been the Aphelios. So, I was wrong, but it's still a very solid pick. Probably right behind that Kaisa in terms of power of what was left on the board. So I think it's a solid one.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so with the solo laners remaining for Maryville, I really, this, I don't want to say insta-lock here, but like Rumble exists. Rumble got through every single ban here. Abyss Watcher, I mean, hey, if you're up for it, my guy, go ahead and grab it. But it's actually, he says I'm going to throw it in a grand challenge. And we're getting the Fiora in the top lane. That's a scary lot of AD here, so... assumedly, they're going to have some sort of high-powered mage going in that mid lane just to offset that as, okay, look, I'm going to talk about high-damage mid laner magic. Azir's your man.
Yeah, I mean, honestly kind of a little upsetting that we just didn't get the Orianna Azir that we just watched in Worlds.
Hey, no, that's why we took it away. They took it away.
They're like, we don't want to see that. We're going to take these Azir. I really like this Maryville team. There's that Thresh lock-in.
Okay.
Another staple of Ole Miss. Their support so absolutely dominant on those champions. I will say, though, I really like this Maryville lineup. If the Fiora can take over that Ornn matchup, because that top lane has kind of been recently where Ole Miss has kind of played that, like, hey, let's just not feed and go like, oh. Maybe you're down 30 CS, we're okay. if Fiora can get a couple of kills, Ole Miss is in some trouble.
I mean, yeah, and it's a really good setup because you do have that Jarvan there to, you know, keep Ornn in place, bully Ornn. At the same time, Ornn is annoying. So we can give that there as we do get into the game here. Immediately onto the Rift. Semifinal matchup here, upper finals. Loser drops down to the bottom bracket, and I'm excited to get into this fish.
Yeah, again, if you just are joining us, this is Ole Miss at the top of the Legends season. I'm not joking. They actually did beat Maryville, a almost unheard of statement in Collegiate League of Legends, because it really feels like, you know, it's death taxes and Maryville being one of the best Collegiate League of Legends teams. But maybe they can change that. We get some early poking on to Rhino. Now they're going to change over to Shogo.
Ooh.
First to burn that heal as well, just to get that movement speed. So an early good trade here for Maryville, just below that mid lane.
Okay, yeah, really liking the aggression coming out from Maryville here early on. Forcing Shogo to burn the heal. It's not Colimer, it's Shogo. We should have known, right? But we'll go ahead and get that heal out of the way. So that's a big boon going into this lane, knowing how aggressive Angle and Zyko can play on this Kalista Renata.
I think the big thing for me is if we watch this top side of the map, it's Icarus on that Ornn. If you've been following Ole Miss, that's kind of been his go-to, that Ornn Malphite player. And again, it's kind of been that standard, like, keep yourself alive, Icarus, as long as you can stay even or just a little bit behind. That's when the lane's been well. So I think that's why Abyss Watcher said, let me get that Fiora. Let me try and win that 1v1. Though we do have both junglers starting top side, so this might be a top lane island for both these players. And if they play solo queue, they're used to that. They don't even know other players exist in the top lane until after 14 minutes.
It's an island, boy. Gonna go ahead and leave them up there. But yeah, I mean, Icarus opting towards these bigger, tankier champions, just being old, reliable, big throw rock in some form or fashion. It has worked out for Ole Miss. Clearly, it's worked out for them. So they just need to, you know, keep that up, solidify as, okay, watching for the parry. But no, he's gonna get bullied here early on as Rhino.
That's set to Ignite, gonna land onto Zyko. Unfortunately, Shogo being pushed off by the spears. Rend potentially available, going to be used here by Angle, but not quite enough damage. A little bit on a different page there, Crow. Felt like maybe if Thresh goes in on Angle, that's a kill, instead trying to burn down the support.
Absolutely, yeah. The decision to split target focus kind of bit Ole Miss there, as we did get the Ignite from Rhino, but you look at Angle and Zyko, neither of them were worried at all. No subs burned on either of them. They dropped below 50% HP. They're like, whatever, we got this. We can counterattack anyway. And they're just going to keep on pushing. And Maryville, they're just looking great right now.
Well, here comes Icelandic Hero. This could be the difference flash from Zyko. Is the Descent is going to get in range. There's the crushing blow, but it doesn't quite land. The affiliate Q and the flash attack from Rhino. Going to get taken down by the Flag and Drag, so it's a 1-for-1. Shogo trying to run away, looking to turn on Angle, but Icelandic Hero goes down. This could be a triple kill bot side for Maryville. Flash from both, but the Q from Angle picks up a double kill, and it's a nightmare for Ole Miss.
Yeah, remember how I said they weren't worried about it? A 1-for-2 at the end of that. I mean, just coming up aces for Maryville, getting that get back, you know, like, I just really was wondering, I mean, how hard they were going to commit for those kills. Rhino wanted a full commit, but Shogo was unable to, you know, back out in time, might have stayed a little bit too long, and that wound up costing them.
Yeah, that's kind of been the difference in all of those trades. We do see maybe Icelandic Hero at least revealed, not going to get invaded. Is Shogo's never been able to be with Rhino. As you said, Crow, they've never been on the same page of when Rhino goes in, Shogo's either backing up or being really gunned down by Angle. So it's going to be interesting to see if Ole Miss can get on the page. Because also, that only kill for Ole Miss went onto their support, which is the absolute worst thing that could have happened when you already lose 3 kills bot side. Yeah,
that's the big elephant in the room right now. Ole Miss only kill onto their support Rhino. I mean, what if and when, you know, Shogo and Rhino sync up, do the fusion dance, whatever have you, then that's when it does get scary, right? That's when you are dealing with the immaculate amount of CC that Thresh provides as we get an invade here.
Icelandic gonna get caught out. Rhino is coming. Dash over the wall. There's the Lantern to safety. And the Ignite gonna be burned there, but nothing else lost. So at least Ole Miss doesn't lose anything more than they already have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, pulled the Ignite out of Zyko here. Icelandic Hero is going to be feeling good about that. He's looking to, you know, alleviate some of the pressure that's been put on this bot lane, right? Shogo and Rhino have not had the best 2v2. That's been stated as top lane. Oh, Abyss? He's good. He's chilling. Okay.
Finally, some pressure on him, because the other thing, Crow, if you look across the map, no lanes, unfortunately, doing well for Ole Miss, right? It's 20 CS on the top side of the map. It's 10 CS in the middle of the map. There's not a lane right now where Ole Miss can go, all right, Icelandic, go to mid, go to top. Every single lane is down gold right now, and that is a massive problem.
Absolutely. I mean, now, you know, like, now you'd say, like, this is the time where I need Icelandic Hero to come be the superhero, bolster up some of these lanes, you know, we know top lane for Icarus is going to be boring, right? We don't expect him to be up. We don't expect him to be in the lead, but in mid lane, it's more of the same story. Ari versus Azir, you're going to get poked out significantly as this bot lane notices it's so much focus and it's a party.
Oh, here comes Amazo as well as Zyko is low. They just have to lantern Icelandic Hero to safety, and that is... Amazo has done a great job of basically wherever Icelandic Hero is, he is going to be there. This could be a problem for Icarus. The grand challenge is going to be issued. Icarus forced to flash away. Couple more vitals to hit, but unfortunately the tower there to save him. Flash away, and Icarus stays alive for now.
Okay, interestingly enough, I just now noticed, Best Watcher taking Ghost Teleport instead of Flash Teleport, so he just wants that stickiness to stay on their man, but Icarus able to survive in that instance. Immediately burst to TP after first by Bramblevest. Oh wow, that's some damage right there in the bot lane.
Damage onto Shogo. There's the Flay just trying to get him to safety. The handshake to bring Rhino back.
Oof.
Angle just pushing forward, keeping those spears in. I mean, what else would it be in the top lane, right, for Icarus, right? It's the Fiora counter, but I don't know how well it's going to work. We do see, by the way, Jarvan in that top side tri-bush, maybe looking for a dive. Icelandic Hero's there as well, but Icelandic Hero is very low. This dive, I think you just have to give up the towers. You can see on the mini-map, they are at least going in, but it doesn't look like there's any defense going on. Yeah, they're just basically getting free plates bot side.
Yeah, free gold. Gonna have them back off here. Not gonna try and overstay. No way for them to work with. But this to borrow a phrase, ruthless aggression coming out from Maryville and Angle and Zyko. I mean, it's kind of textbook, right? We know them to be very strong with how they like to play, and they're just not allowing Ole Miss to breathe at any instance. They are challenging them every single time, and Amazo is just there when he needs to be, right? Like, he's free to roam, explore parts of the map because he knows his bot lane is going to be ahead, even if it is, you know, ever so slightly in the gold department. And the kills as well, is they're just going to keep pushing on the tower as much as they want to. Looks like they're going to go for more, though.
So level 6 for Angle. Fate's Call going to be used. Knock up with the Ignite onto Shogo. The Ignite going to come out. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes, it is. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. Both supports picking up the kill thanks to Ignite. And Angle has to get out. So nothing really gained on either side there, despite, you know, a great little dive from Maryville.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ole Miss, they queued it wrong. It's actually support Aphelios and 80 carry Thresh. Doing massive damage with the Ignite. No way. Is just stopping the back. I'm assuming, yeah, just gonna stop the back. Hey, the longer it takes for them to try to reset, the better it is for your team.
This Watcher really just kind of generating pressure. And I will say, it feels like Amazo did all of the homework, all of the VOD review, because it feels like he knows where Icelandic Hero is going to go before Icelandic Hero knows where he's going to go. And almost every time we see this Wukong ganking, Amazo's coming into the picture looking for the game. Yeah,
absolutely. He's been doing a really good job of tracking them and shadowing them, but at the same time still having enough freedom to be up an odd 20 CS. So, like, it's really a testament to the strength of Maryville at the moment. Is Shogo's pushing up. Yo, you're without a paddle, buddy. Don't want to try that too much, but all across the map, Maryville is really in control of this game number 1.
Okay, gold lead up again. Upper bracket finals here in our Legends division. Ole Miss the 1 seed, Maryville the 3 seed. Maryville looking for revenge on their only loss so far in the NECC season, a 2-0 sweep by Ole Miss in a best of 3. And right now, they're definitely not getting swept this game. I mean, I'm not counting Ole Miss out yet, but this feels like there's no way this is 2-0 for Ole Miss the way this first 10 minutes have gone. There's already a dragon in Maryville's pocket, another one spawning in a minute 40. They have the Rift Herald as well. I mean, Amazo is just putting on an absolute jungle clinic right now. He's looking for more top. He's looking for more bottom side as well.
Just taking camps right in Icelandic Hero's face because he knows he can't do anything about it. This bot lane focus is so insane. Just so much heat happening down there. It's a nuclear incident in its own right.
Oh, Icarus.
Oh no.
Grand challenge going to be issued. Are they going to be able to pop all the vitals as the Abyss Watcher dashes for the last one? Needs one more auto, but he can't. The tower's going to pick up the kill. Icarus with the supreme outplay that I think Ole Miss needed to stay in this game.
Yo, that definitely is a little bit of a confidence booster. He didn't even burn his flash, nor I don't think he used the ultimate either. Yeah, Call of the Forge God was not used in that exchange. Icarus coming up huge. Okay, definitely what Ole Miss needed, but they're going to need a lot more because Maryville's going on the offensive.
I've seen this before. Fate's Call this time used defensively just to get Zyko out. Amazo there, Icelandic Hero there. But look at the level gap. It's a level 8 Jarvan and a level 6 Wukong.
Oof. Yeah. Not the best of times in the Ole Miss camp, but yeah, they're just going to take that defensive way out and back off from here. I mean, they don't want to take the fight. At the end of the day, like the knock-up from Wukong, plus, you know, the Moonlight from Aphelios could have spelled a really bad situation. What a great charm from Uncle Sam!
Comes the call of the Forge God, the flag and drag. The Uncle Sam's be very careful. The Emperor's Divide with the great knockback to get Icarus away. Icelandic Hero running up, but forced to turn around. And despite Icarus being there, it's still going to be just that one kill in the mid lane for Maryville.
Yeah, Get Back was able to get out, burning that flash at an opportune time to stay out of reach of Icarus, who was trying, you know, to be the hero, get that kill after Uncle Sam could not finish it up. Unfortunate for them is the TP's going to be called here. Is once again, man, I think I should have brought a cake or some party hats or something because bot lane, they got a bounce house or something because everybody is here.
Uncle Sam, they just didn't want the dragon to reset. Icelandic had already got it down about 2,000, so this will be a chance. You're just going to drop that Rift Herald. Should be able to pick up that first tower. And, oh, just short. We'll get back, be able to get in range. As we are going to get a Hextech Soul for the first game. So the Hextech gates across the map. And it's a little bit more mobility for everybody to get down to bot side, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. Going to take the gates to the city, wherever you want to go. Icarus having fun. Going full defensive, full armor-resistant build. As there's more scrapping happening.
Flash Cyclone gonna come out here.
Whoa.
They want to get a kill. Angle gonna flash over the wall with the Ignite. Can they find something on the Zyko? Cyclone 2 does get the knockup, but do they have enough damage to kill the support under the tower? The answer is no. Handshake gonna bring Shogo back in range, and they blow everything, and they can't find anything but some cannon minions.
Oh, that is a big feels bad man moment for Ole Miss right there. Fortunately unable to secure both of the kills on the bot lane. Both members dropping significantly low to where you think, oh yeah, that's an easy cleanup. Unfortunately, it was not there. That's just how far behind they are. As Icelandic Hero has to make a run for it. Everyone on Ole Miss has to make a run for it just at the presence of Amazo.
You had red-white on Aphelios. You didn't have Angle there who would back. It almost felt like maybe they should go in. They don't know they're backing on a ward, though. No! The Cataclysm comes out, and they are trapped in there with the Mazo. Shogo, the first one to fall. Rhino takes the Ignite and a spear to the face. Wow. And they got caught window shopping.
Yeah, they did. Caught with the pants down, window shopping, looking for some Cyber Monday deals long past. big Amazo with the spear to clear it all up, getting himself a double is 7. Oh my goodness, 27 to 21k. Maryville, I said they wanted revenge, and this is the perfect way to start that off. Ole Miss need to bunker down and hold tight. You know, maybe just go for these sideways, get these clears going, play the objective game for a hot moment, because they are definitely not in the driver's seat at this current juncture.
No, I don't even know if they're in the car at this point, where how far behind they are. I mean, they've lost 2 towers now, as we did miss.
Maybe a sidecar, who knows?
They're walking at this point. They missed the bus. They're walking. They've down 2 towers. They're probably going to be down a 3rd one here, as I do believe Get Back on that Azir should be able to pick this one up. Maybe a chance here. Angle all alone. Did not realize Shogo had company. But the spears are doing so much damage. They finally get the shutdown, but Abyss Washer. There's that ghost. Is they going to be able to get in range? And here comes Zyko as well. Grand Challenge going to be issue 1 vital, 2 vital. Good night. Is the TP enough for Icarus? No, it doesn't look like it. Call the Forge God. They do get the root. The knock up into the hostile takeover. Psycho gonna flash away. But the charm lands perfectly into a death sentence, and it's a kill. Plus a tower with the objective bounties. And Ole Miss finally made it to the bus station in time to start this chase.
Man, you keep talking about these bus things like Shogo wasn't late. Okay. Gotta be on purpose, as Abyss Watcher has some unfinished business with Icarus. They're gonna go toe-to-toe with each other for a moment, but that was a great shot in the arm for Ole Miss to get some gold back in their pockets. But they're still a good bit down. The Abyss Watcher's gonna solo bolo on Icarus after that return. But yeah, that was definitely a step in the right direction, right? Being able to collapse on the hubris, maybe the overzealousness of Maryville at the moment. Angle by themselves. I mean, yeah, he has Blade of the Rune King. Ooh, yeah, cool, fancy, a lot of damage, lots of spears, whatever. But getting run out by the whole squad, bro, you're not that guy. You're not that big yet. So Ole Miss doing a due diligence, capitalizing on that, getting some gold in their pocket, trying to shrink this gold lead that they are massively behind by. It's a good step.
I mean, and they finally got a kill onto Shogo, right? He picks up the kill onto Angle. I believe it was a 450 gold shutdown as well. That's everything you needed, and you're still down about 6,000.
Still down 6 here, yeah. Hey, I said it was a step. They got a lot more to go.
Every journey begins with a step, no matter how small. Unfortunately, Icelandic Hero looking very small compared to Amazo. Level 11 to level 9. The jungler for Ole Miss Crow is the same level as the bot lane for Maryville.
That's just how much work he has been putting in. It's arm day and back day, apparently, for Amazo. He's just doing everything he can to ensure that his team is getting this victory. And now Dragon coming up here in about 15 seconds. Yes, Ole Miss has the jocked position. They're in the area. But MU has the inside track, right? They don't need to contest this if they don't want to. They're fine with giving up a Hex Tech Drake. You see Abyss Watcher in the top lane going for, getting that tower, as they're actually going to drop Rift mid. So now there's a split on 2 solo lanes.
Yeah, Ole Miss kind of overcommitted to the Dragon, as you pointed out, Crow, and now they're caught off. There's no one there to stop the Herald. There's no one there to stop Abyss Watcher. Icarus finally did back, but this Herald's easily going to take out the mid-tier 2. Probably gets a charge onto the mid-tier 3 if Maryville wants to protect it. We did see Uncle Sam did end up channeling the back as well. Now, Icelandic Hero soloing the Dragon, but he has to be very quick because here comes the rest of Maryville. It might be a smite battle. Emperor's Divide not going to land, and it's a great steal. Great use of the Warrior Trickster. They fell for the clone. He does go down, but he secures the Dragon.
Okay, yeah. Hashtag worth in his own right. Let's see if Shogo can get out. Oh, no, he stopped the back. I don't think he's going to get out in time. Well,
Rhino,
there's a lantern. Rhino saving his life. But for how long?
Nice charm onto Amazo there. They might be able to do it. Cataclysm is going to go on to Shogo. Not able to kill him, though. It does take 1 for 1 there. We did see Rhino go down as well, so it's a double kill for Get Back. But they do at least get a shutdown and finally take Amazo off the map. But Icarus might join him in the gray screen graveyard because Abyss Watcher is just up there making a mess.
That's just the gold lead coming into effect right there, right? They're up in CS, up in items. It's just, he's good. Yeah, he's good. He's an escape artist, He's doing whatever he can. But it's just, that's the big difference here. Maybe if Ole Miss had, half an item completed or even a full item completed, that fight goes their way. But at the current state and current setting of the games, they're just that far behind to where the situation is just not good for them.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what Ole Miss could do here because right now it just feels like maybe an off game for them, right? The plays have been completely off. The Dragon play there where they kind of overcommit to Dragon, end up losing their tier 2 mid. That tier 2 top is a couple attacks away from Abyss Watcher. And then as I look across the game here, Crow, I don't figure out who counters this Fiora in the next 5 minutes in a sideline. Is it three of them?
Yeah, like, I mean, you want your tank, you want Icarus to be able to go toe to toe, right? You want to be able to absorb as much damage as possible. It's just he's not getting that. Abyss Watcher is 10 away from Flame Horizoning Icarus right now. That's the point of the game where Maryville is at compared to where Ole Miss is. You know, you have people completing their second items looking for their third, whereas other squad, they're only just now getting to that second item. It's dire straits for Ole Miss, but surprisingly, they're not 100% out of this yet. A one good team fight could completely turn this match on its head.
And the other good news for Ole Miss, of course, is they do have a lot of that passive gold from the ornaments still to come in, right? Not a single ornament is done. The problem is, as we just talked about, Icarus can't go into a solo lane where Abyss Watcher is present, so him being able to farm XP is going to be very limited to probably just trying to sustain the push from Azir. Of course, that he's itemized for armor, so those ornaments are not as close as I think Ole Miss needs them to be. I'd say they're still about 5-6 minutes out from going on to anyone else, but this could be a chance. Emperor's Divide going to be knocked away. Icarus with the call of the Forge God. They're trying to get a knock. If they do get one shut down, Teleport is going to come in here from the Ahri. Great Fate's call from Angle to at least get Zyko to safety. There is a fantastic hostile takeover that stalks Uncle Sam for picking up the kill, and Angle finds it. At the end of the day, it's just simply a 1-for-1 for the mid laners. Shogo looking for the kill. Rhino with the last death sentence misses. And Ole Miss can find nothing but one. And here comes Abyss Watcher and Angle. This fight might not be done yet for Maryville. Flag and drag. They want to jump onto Shogo immediately. Going to be knocked up in the air. Shogo trying to create some distance. There's that Moonlight Vigil, but Abyss Watcher with the ghost. Sticky as all could be, Crow. Looking for one more. Do we have a quad for the Fiora? Icarus taken out by Angle, and it's an ace for Maryville.
It's oh my gosh, I felt like I was watching a scene from one of my solo queue games, man. Unfortunately, just the overchase was real. The hunger is real for Ole Miss to try to get gold back into their pockets. Yes, they got the shutdown on get back. You should have gotten out right there. That should have been it, end of story, but unfortunately, they wanted to try and push the Angle, push everything they could, pump the nitrous as much as they could, and it cost them in everything. They got the ace, they lost the Baron. Now, like, that window where they could have come back is completely shut at this point. 10k gold lead for Maryville comparatively. Now you're just looking down the barrel of a full armory across the board for Maryville.
Yeah, Ole Miss is in that mode of we need mistake after mistake after mistake from Maryville, maybe. And again, because just, I mean, now is it 3 members? Is it 4 members? Is it 5 members that we need to stop Abyss Watcher now at 5-1-2 on this Fiora, 202 CS, starting to stack that Ravenous Hydra up as well? I mean, there's just so many areas that Ole Miss is not going to be able to find a relief from as Rhino going to get dived here, and despite the best efforts, will simply be taken out by the Fiora.
Yep. Burned the ultimate, but I don't think they're worried about that cooldown at all. A very important member on Ole Miss's team as they walked right into a charm. They could potentially turn this on to a Mazo, but no, they just do not have the damage. It's just not there for them at this point. Trying to walk it down. Great use of the ultimate, but he's managed to get the Ornhorn off. All the same, Maryville are just cleaning this all up. 20-7. Still with that 10k gold lead, 11k at the moment. They're trying to wrap up this game number 1. It's definitely go next.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at this point, it's just how well does Maryville want to push into the base? Do they want to look for kills? Do they want to look to end the game? They have Baron. They're pulling off sort of a convoluted 1-3-1 right now. And now we're going to roam back up to that mid Abyss Watcher. Kind of struggling with what he wants to do. Going to dash over the wall. Uncle Sam forced to flash away. Cataclysm going to finish him off. Cyclone there for Isolated Hero. Going to Warrior Trickster away, but still get caught. Psycho goes down through the bailout. But Angle is on a rampage, and that's all you need if you're Maryville. Rhino just trying to buy some time, distract the enemies as long as possible. Mid inhibitor is going to fall. And Maryville feels like they are on the cusp. They are just, honestly, held back by the minion waves right now, Crow, for finishing this game.
Yeah, just, waiting for the minions to play catch-up in this juncture. No biggie at all. Yeah, they're going to walk it in, take the towers, easy as can be. And just sheer dominance coming out from Maryville. Showing Ole Miss that that last time we met, baby, that ain't us for real.
25-8. Nearly 20K goal difference, and really it felt like Maryville's game from minute 4 on that bottom side. The moment that 3-1 trade happened, Crow, it was basically a telltale sign for how the rest of the game went for both teams.
I mean, sort of, kind of, yeah. It was just a lot of, almost for Ole Miss. Maryville, just, return to form, I guess you could say, the dominance that we automatically associate with this lineup, with this squad, with this program. So, I mean, hey, they're up 1. They just need 1 more to punch their ticket on forward to the next round. Ole Miss, the think cap's got to be on. They definitely have some planning they got to do.
Not only the think cap, I think just like, the change-up cap, right? It felt like Amazo knew where Icelandic here was going to be. It was almost like he had it prepared. Okay, at 6 minutes, he's going to go bot. At 7 minutes, he's going to go dragon. At 8 minutes, he's going to go back bot. Icelandic just needs to say, all right, whatever game plan we had, scrap it. Let's try something else. But we'll give him time to think. We'll give everybody time to reflect. Fish and Crow, we'll be right back after this break. It's game 2 of our upper bracket finals. Ole Miss and Maryville. Who comes out on top? Find out after this.
Passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just that. Up all I'm thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life? This love could be deeper, just sinking. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you mess with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
Welcome back into the NECC League of Legends playoffs. We've got just 2 weeks left at Fish and Beautiful Crow here with an amazing series. Upper bracket finals in our Legends division. Ole Miss and Maryville and Crow. We tried to hype this up. Maryville's the underdog. Who knows where the series is going to go? And Maryville came in and just said, nah, we playing. We're still the best of the best. And they absolutely rolled Ole Miss.
Man, I'm telling you, it really just... Week 5 was not indicative of anything, you know. It was just... Who's better on the day, blase. I mean, apparently Maryville decided to wake up and eat their Wheaties and drink their protein shakes, get ready to rock and roll, and made the mighty Ole Miss look like a bunch of turtle doves in the face of some real apex predators. It was just sheer dominance across all lanes. That's the thing, right? It wasn't just like, one player did great, one player, carried hard or whatever. It was literally through all lanes. So bot lanes, especially, bot lane and jungle, I would say, most standout performances from game number 1, but it's just the fact that they weren't sweating at all in any single lane.
Yeah, I mean, there was the reason that jungle and bot lane stood out is because that's where the jungle was, because you didn't need to go anywhere else, right? Mid lane was constantly, it felt like Get Back just had pressure. It felt like Uncle Sam was just moments away from dying. And top lane, Abyss Watcher just kind of, really probably could have had more kills if you wanted to play greedy. He just played it safe. And I think you and I talked about it before the break. It really all boils down to the jungle matchup here between Amazo and Icelandic Hero. Amazo absolutely dominated. I think had like a 2-level lead from level 6, which is absolutely unheard of in the jungle. And at that point, there was just no recovery for Ole Miss. They got to find a way to stop Amazo.
Yeah, absolutely. Get that man on a leash, put a muzzle on him, put him in the kennel, do whatever you can, because if not, he's just going to run rampant. And like you talked about it as well, the fact that it felt like he knew where Icelandic Hero was going to be at every turn, right? How they knew where the jungler was going to be and was able to show up and get counter hits accordingly, preventing Ole Miss from getting any momentum in their favor. And that is one of the biggest things you're going to have to watch for going into this game number 2. But I personally don't think Ole Miss is just out yet. I may be drinking the Kool-Aid, to be like, oh, it's okay, it's their 0-1 power spike, it's whatever, they're going to bounce back from here. But it's 100% they're going to have to show us that coming into game number 2.
Yeah, and I think there are a lot of small mistakes that Ole Miss made that weren't due to Maryville, right? We talked about it a lot in the bot lane. It felt like Shogo and Rhino weren't on the same page. There were several times they could have picked up a kill, but Shogo's trying to land a death sentence on Zyko, or Shogo's trying to burn down Angle while Rhino's landing a death sentence on a Zyko. It just felt like they didn't have that chemistry that we're used to seeing from Ole Miss. You fix that, I think a lot of your problems on the bot side go away. Maybe those ganks are successful. Maybe Amaso comes in too late. Shogo has a couple kills. He can scale up. So I think you're totally right. I would not say this series is over. I do not think game 2 is going to be as much of a stomp from Maryville if they end up pulling it out. But only time will tell. I'm excited to see what the draft is going to bring us. And hey, maybe this is just the Ole Miss strat. We had another series, our Samsung SSD fall open, where Ole Miss kind of had the same thing play out, right? Upper finals, kind of got stomped, dropped down to lowers, came back, absolutely ran the gauntlet in the grand final. So, maybe, there's a plan.
Maybe so. I mean, hey, it's that chance, right? Absolutely, as we're trying to get word on how soon we're getting into game for draft here. It's just, on one hand, you have the beast of Maryville. They're, returning to form. Why do we ever doubt them? They're kings of collegiate, all that. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, Ole Miss, you can never sleep on them because they're going to bounce back hard. As we are getting into that draft now here. Upper bracket finals. Game 1 went to Maryville. Potentially game set match here. Or is this Ole Miss's bite back as once again the Rel keep that girl off the table?
Interesting that Ole Miss opted for red side again, because it didn't feel like, of course, the power of red side is that R5 counter. It didn't feel like it was all that great in the first one, and I think letting Maryville potentially maybe ban the same way and then pick Jarvan is kind of a concern, is right now, at least, it's just going to be the same thing. It's Belveth from Ole Miss maybe feeling they have to answer with more targeted bans while Maryville just gets to ban whatever's OP. So, interesting. They wanted to go red side. Maybe that R5 going to be used a little bit stronger from Ole Miss this time.
Absolutely. And then also comparatively in game number 1, the very, very early mid lane showing from Ole Miss, I don't think that really worked out that well for them in the end. Yes, Uncle Sam was there, didn't really, do terribly, but they just didn't do a lot either. So maybe not showing the mid lane so early would be a thing, but it does look like Maryville going to keep them the same 3 bans that they did in game number 1, prevent those, staple power picks from getting on the table. It's going to opt to go ahead and take those down. Now we get to the brass tacks. What are we opening up here for Maryville? Honestly, they could just go with the same comp. I say that as the Azir gets banned away.
I wanted the Jarvan. I'm going to be honest. I wanted the Jarvan.
Yeah.
Because I think this is just a Jarvan lock for Maryville, right? There's I don't see any reason why you don't just say we run it back.
Absolutely, yeah. That's, first pick Azir, first pick Jarvan, whatever you want to do. I 100%. I just feel like Amazo will be fine on whatever carry jungler they want to pick as well. Take it out they do not want this man to get on the Bel'Veth, so they're keeping away the Bel'Veth. Jarvan, first pick again, could be good. Very strong clear, very strong, just in general. Maybe they want to match that aggression. Icelandic Hero does this time around. It's very much okay, he's gonna go ahead, go for it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, So I'm just gonna go ahead and grab that.
Yeah, and I honestly I wouldn't be shocked, and I wouldn't hate if Icelandic Hero just says I'll run it back as well. I don't think the Wukong was awful. This is actually interesting, right? This is something that Ole Miss banned last time. They banned the Nico.
Right.
Now they're gonna lock it in. So interesting if that was maybe something they felt was a little bit stronger in the meta. So, look, we don't want to take it with the Nico. Now we're gonna take it. And they're going to bring in the Rakan, which is interesting. Why not just go Xayah Rakan here? Very, very interesting that you wanted to show that Nico early once again. Most likely your mid laner just R1 it. Why not?
Well, I mean, Rakan can still be very strong regardless of his partner. It's just, you do always want to go for that lovers duo. The added, bonus on the W, extended range on the E, etc. That's always great to have, but by their lonesome, they are still good, even when apart, as you should be. But it's actually going to allow Maryville to lock in the Xayah Nautilus. All right, now I'm sad for Icarus because it's, oh man. Okay.
There is that Ornn, most likely expected. It's kind of been the top lane staple for Ole Miss. The other thing, if you really want to get like 5D chess angle, is what if they lock in the Rakan to force angle onto the Xayah, saying maybe we don't want to give. You have to kind of pick Xayah if Rakan's been locked in. Maybe that's the angle where it's like we're happy with the Rakan X lane that we're going to see. Let's force them to take Xayah, get them off the Kalista, get them off whatever else they wanted to play. So if you want to play 5D chess, maybe that's what Ole Miss is doing here. But we'll have to see. Again, the fact they keep picking mid laner first really bothers me, Crow. We've taken
they're brave. They're brave. They're going for it. They're like, whatever, throwing down the gauntlet, throwing down the challenge. I mean, Nico, very solid to be able to be first picked, Like, that's the thing. There's a lot of options, a lot of tools to make basically anything happen, multiple build paths as well. So, getting that for Uncle Sam early, not mad at that at all. So, with that being said, though, this Nautilus pick from Maryville is actually very, very scary because we saw it last game, even though they were on Renata, that they will not hesitate to, dip out, go to a different lane, and assist how they need to, right? Yes, straight up can win the 2v2, for sure. But once it gets to that point where they're able to break away and just go wherever have you, going up against a Jarvan Nautilus jungle support duo is absolutely terrifying.
And I mean that also kind of bodes well with if Ole Miss sticks to the same gameplay, then it'll be Jarvan Nautilus duo in the bot lane. So no, I think you're totally right. I like that. We actually get a Nocturne pick from Icelandic Hero. I thought we'd see the Wukong, but I think this is what you need, right? You need the ability for Icelandic Hero to appear where Abyss Watcher cannot immediately appear behind him, and that's what the Nocturne ult does.
Yeah, absolutely. That's, one of the biggest things you can ask for, right? Like we talked about how in game number 1, the Wukong just wasn't getting enough done. And half of that is very much due to, the fight's not going Ole Miss's way as they should have. But also giving this, like you said, the global ability to just appear into a lane, plus the paranoia, all that stuff. The darkness is really nice, but they're actually going to answer back with the Fiora Ari. okay. Get back in the mid lane saying, all right, bro, let me show you how it's done here. I'm a fan of it. This is, once again, very strong solo laners. betting on themselves.
Mhm.
They don't need the jungler's intervention, but Abyss. Amezo is going to show up there in Abyss Watcher's lane, in Get Back's lane whenever they need to. But this is a lot more close quarters for Maryville. Yeah, they have the decent wave clear with the Zaya once she gets to that level, and then also the Ahri. But the Misfortune Rakan bot lane from Ole Miss is going to be quite scary if and only if Icelandic Hero can push that ahead.
Yeah, I think the Misfortune lock-in is a very interesting one, as you said. I think it'd be very strong. The problem is, if that Cataclysm lands onto Misfortune and the Flash is down,
She's done.
done. There is no escapability. And that's, I think, why they banned the Ezreal, they banned the Kai'Sa, they picked the Xayah, so you can't have any of those ADCs with that ability to escape the wall.
Yep.
That is my only concern here as we get into game number 2. Again, this is the NECC Legends Upper Bracket Finals. The winner moves on to our grand finals that we'll have next week. The loser will drop down to those lower bracket finals and have one more shot. Maybe sneak back in. Maryville took game 1. Who's going to take game 2? Fish, Beautiful Crow, and everybody else gets ready to see exactly how these next 20 or 30 minutes are going to play out on the Rift.
Yes, a meeting of the sky and the sea coming to watch these landlubbers do what they want across the Rift. I'm excited to be here in the chair with you, my boy. So you're getting into game number 2. Ole Miss, are they awake now? Are they ready to play some League of Legends? Or is this Maryville's closing the door, getting that revenge for that Week 5 loss? That also was a 2-0. Keep that in mind. So they would love to right that ship.
What a way to answer the 2-0 with the 2-0 of your own. I will say, I mean, a better early game, right, for Ole Miss at least. I mean, last time they took a ton of random poke. They just kind of felt lost in that first kind of early scouting period. This time, nobody has to worry. Everybody's full health. Very curious to see how this bot lane goes. This is where all the action was last time, is an earlier loot is going to land onto Rhino. Just a couple of trades, and I think will Shogo and Rhino be on the same page in terms of target focus is the biggest question, Grow.
Oh, they absolutely have to be. In this case, that was one of the biggest boons for them in game number 1. Hopingly, the break was beneficial to them to discuss that, refocus, realign their chakras, whatnot, to get into this, because they should be able to bully out, Zyko on this Nautilus, unless, they go ahead and get that hook. This early trade's going on.
I mean, it's the early ignite blown by Zyko. As we see, Angle's going to get one as well. Cleanse going to be used. Rhino going to be getting that heal from Shogo as well, as they're just trading out damage back and forth in the bottom lane. Once again, both junglers started on top side. They're going to be here at any moment. These junglers, so you can see maybe even Icelandic Hero looking in that direction pre-blue buff, but ends up deciding with the forced backs that he'll end up just going over to those jungle camps instead.
Once again, the target selection not on the same page for Ole Miss there early on. I mean, yeah, want to get Zyko off of Shogo as soon as possible, but also prevent Angle from, doing more damage out. Going to bully him out. But, I mean, both supports burning their ignites and that, and both AD carries burning their defensive spells, cleanse and heal respectively. So all of them do have flash still available, surprisingly so. Expecting something to erupt once they see each other again in a bot lane.
And a couple of different build pass bot lane, and both ADCs kind of forced to, Angle forced to take an early back, Shogo just pushing out the wave and answering. We get boots for the Xayah and a long sword for the Misfortune. So I'm curious if that little bit of bonus movement speed will maybe be enough for Angle, who escaped so many potential ganks bot side in game number 1, to maybe continue being that escape artist, or if that extra AD maybe finishes off those low health targets that Ole Miss kept missing out on in game 1.
Right, absolutely. It's just another thing to watch out for here. I mean, Angle's on the Xayah, not the Kalista this time around, so no hop, skip, jumping around for them in that sense. But new pair of boots never hurt too many people. Looking at Rhino now. Has to be on point with those Rakan W's, Ooh, what a dodge coming out.
Didn't quite land into the double root. First from the auto attack, then from the feathers. Now Rhino gonna get hit by the dredge line into a follow-up route, forced to flash away. This is a worst case scenario for Ole Miss, because now Rhino, no health pots, no biscuits. The sustain not going to be there.
Yeah, because Rakan Q was essentially useless in this situation here. That was just so sad. I mean, Shogo literally walked like what 2 pixels into Rhino, so the priority stuck on the Rhino with the dredge line there, causing him to get pulled in. I mean, sure, yeah, you don't want the AD carry to get pulled in at that moment, but Flash, low nonetheless, is Angle and Zyko just do not want to let up on this bot lane. They know they could get away with being aggressive just because of how game 1 went, because of how previous encounter went in this matchup. They're like, yo, we can totally run this back, even if it is different champions. We're gonna make it work. Currently working pretty well.
Interesting that Angle and Zyko end up opting to take another follow-up back. They had pushed a Rhino out of lane. Shogo had to stay to CS. So now that Cole gets picked up by Angle, sort of equaling that AD gain from the longsword. So now has the boots. Cole, Shogo, low on mana from the Misfortune sort of W spam across, or E spam on the minion waves and to get some poke. And here we go. Both junglers coming down. Amazo, the first one to be there. The dredge line's going to ignite. They ignite into the flag and drag knock up, and Shogo just simply could not play their character. First blood, gonna go over to Zyko and Maryville.
Rhino left his buddy hanging, unfortunately. Opted to try to, get Amazo away, but you can't do that up against the mighty force of a Nautilus against a very low mobility AD carry. Like, it's just not gonna happen. You get autoed, you're stuck. You get queued, you're stuck. Only level 4, doesn't have the depth charge yet. Can capitalize on that? Icelandic Hero just had to show up and watch his homies die.
Really, I mean, felt like Ole Miss maybe needed to play the classic Nocturne, wait till level 6, it'll enable a gank from, again, from further away. And now Icelandic Hero, very awkward spot. Amazo not going to opt for the flag and drag as the bot lane is there. Get back and Uncle Sam in a bit of a mid lane duel as well. And once again, it's a party in the bot side river. No kills going to come out this time. This probably is just a free chem tech for Maryville. If Amazo wants to start it, they have all of the pressure.
I feel like they want to start it. Yeah, I feel like they want to start it either as a bait or a hard commit, because they can win the fight coming into this as the dredge line once again lands on Icelandic Hero.
Nice spell shield there from Icelandic Hero, stopping it, but you have the River Scuttle, so you have that free ward in front of the dragon, meaning Ole Miss simply cannot do this without being seen on vision, and unfortunately don't have enough of an edge in any of those lanes to be able to start that up. And I think the biggest problem right now is Icelandic Hero is not 6. He actually is going to opt for the dragon. Amazo backs. This might be free. It is a Chemtech dragon, nothing too crazy, but you're denying the level 6 spike that your Nocturne desperately needs to get those ganks going.
Yeah, and they keep leaving Shogo alone. You cannot do that. Got the flash
coming in.
Yeah,
this is going to be a spy battle.
Oh no.
1100 health. Amazo walks past for now. Uncle Sam get back on the other side.
Pop
Blossom going to go out into the bullet time. Meanwhile, Icelandic Hero has turned on the dragon. He's able to smite it. The double kill for Nico as well. And Ole Miss somehow baits in Maryville to their death. Get back has the Spirit Rush. He gets away, but that felt like a throw for Maryville. They had that in the bag, and they lost 2 in a dragon.
Just really awkward positioning there coming out from Maryville, lending itself to the chaos that Ole Miss was able to capitalize on. And yeah, you're right. They should not have gotten out like that. I mean, Shogo running up to join the rest of the team, but getting a really, really, really beneficial bullet time. Uncle Sam roaming down to the perfect time to get a flash ulti in there, netting himself 2 kills there. And for the, I mean, yeah, they're still down. It's only about, what, 0.3k? Okay, cool, but Ole Miss definitely feeling a lot better in this game number 2. Comparatively to this time in game number 1, big difference.
I think the other interesting thing is, like, Amazo just kind of walked past the dragon. He's just kind of like, you'll deal with that knockdown. I don't really care about the dragon. Whatever.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. I mean, it gotta happen. Whatever. Target priority, right? You gotta get the bodies.
I mean, look, I understand it because Icelandic really couldn't leave the dragon, otherwise it would have leashed. So it was kind of like, all right, this guy's preoccupied. But a very interesting fight, but as you said, works out in Ole Miss's favor. Unfortunately, the gold, they're still down. It is growing just a little bit now to about 600, 500. I think a lot of that, I mean, you can see the reason. The CS there briefly inverted, 83 to 38 for Abyss Watcher to Icarus. This is, again, the Ole Miss game plan. I don't think they wanted him to be down 50 CS, but stay alive, Icarus. The less, farm is not worth nearly as much gold as
He's
kills
doing
in
what
the
he
short
can.
run.
He is doing everything he can at the moment, and
1,000 gold.
Icelandic Hero, he's not really gonna opt in to pay too much attention to the top part of top lane. Maybe looking around for Herald and whatnot, but they can't even play for that, as Amazo's already there. Is once again under tower. Icarus, that's when he decides to fight.
We are going to Pop Blossom is going to come out. Air Rush going to be used there, so Icelandic Hero, again, not able to find a gank, and that RH is so safe, and we've for once turned our attention away from bot lane. I mean, outside that dragon kill, we haven't seen any shenanigans in the last 2 minutes, so full time going to come out, just doing a lot of great chip damage onto Angle. Perfect use of it by Shogo.
Yeah, just wants to chip him out, push him away from tower as much as possible, dissuade them from trying to make any sort of offensive counterattacks. I mean, it's not the longest of cooldowns, in all honesty. Even at this juncture of the game, right? Like, he just uses the dragon fight, and here he goes, popping it again. But yeah, just gonna try and play for plates here in this juncture. Get what they can. As Zyko's been pretty on point with those hooks. Even though they haven't really always led to something crazy, the man's been landing them.
And the other thing about that bullet time, not only is the short cooldown, I mean, you can't afford to stand still against a Jarvan and a Nautilus in a team fight. So the faster Shogo gets about, the better. We might get a bit of a dive here. You do see Icelandic Hero is there. Meanwhile, Rhino just kind of got caught out. Featherstorm going to be used there. There is that paranoia. They want the dive onto Angle. They're able to find it. The heal comes out, but here Icelandic Hero turns around, probably realized he was caught anyway, and didn't want to give Amazo the assist gold. So smart little micro play there to deny a little bit of extra gold.
A little bit of extra gold, yeah. And surprisingly, Rhino actually lived to the ignite from... Okay, hey, you take those. All right, cool. Ole Miss gonna grab a 1-for-1. They're trying... I don't want to say they're trying to be, matching that aggression that Maryville has been throwing their way, but they're at least keeping a decent pace. So...
And they've kind of gotten lucky. Ole Miss has, at least on the kills for Maryville, right? You have 2 on the Nautilus, 0 on the Xayah. Kind of what we actually saw from Ole Miss last game, where the AD carry just not able to secure those kills. That's just a little bit extra gold being denied because, I mean, this lane is always going to be sort of that ticking time bomb if you're Ole Miss, right? Like, Abyss Watcher is going to get to the point where he is unstoppable in a side lane, and it's nearing that right now with the 50 CS lead. As we saw, minutes ago, it's already 1,000 gold difference between the two. And here comes Get Back and Amazo. I'm sorry, Icarus. It is not your day to live today. This is going to be a tower dive. Can he survive? Teleport going to come out from the NECC, but it's not even going to matter. Abyss Watcher survives for the teleport, finishes channeling.
Can't even get off any time to shoot out Call the Forge God. That actually going to turn the tide of a lot of things, but this was not going to happen. It takes a village to take down the big demigod, I suppose, but hey.
Icelandic Hero diving in on Amazo. There's that flag and drag, of course, and Get Back, I think, was waiting for them to push a little bit further in, but Ole Miss calls back the cavalry. Nothing too scary. There is an Infernal Dragon up, so it will not be an Infernal Soul, unfortunately, for Ole Miss, but still a relatively good dragon if they can secure it. Rhino, nice little dodge there, getting a little nifty with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Battle dancing around as much as he can. But yeah, I mean, Ole Miss want to get as much as they can off of this. And plates. His Uncle Sam's actually here too.
Icarus walked down with Icelandic Hero to the dragons. Yeah, this is a full dragon committal. Plates falling, and honestly, you gotta be happy if you're Ole Miss. I think Abyss Watcher maybe gets 2 at the most because the Riptail is bot side. Meanwhile, though, Earl Dragon's gonna go down. Here comes the teleport. Abyss Watcher on his way. Cataclysm onto both Rhino and Shogo. Bullet time going to come out. Great use of the Feather Storm to get that iframe. Zyko alive, and this is where it all comes apart. The Grand Challenge picks up 1. Uncle Sam and Icarus, the only ones left alive, and Abyss Watcher is ghosted up and ready to run down the poor Nico. The Shape Splitter gonna come out, but Abyss Watcher guesses correctly. The Fragment Drag over! It's another kill for the Fiora, and it's a nightmare time once again for Ole Miss.
They got the dragon, but at what cost? Oh no. The little threads that they were holding on to. We talk about how this is a closer game so far at this point for Ole Miss than game number 1, but that play right there, 4 for, I want to say, yeah, it was 4 for none
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the balloon is ballooning at this point, I will say.
The time bomb has gone off, right? The Fiora time bomb is now here. 2-0-2, has the mythic item completed, has a level lead up top lane on Icarus, and now it's just... We've seen this story before. It's deja vu if you watch game number 1. Abyss Watcher is simply, this time with the help of Zyko, going to murder our poor ornament friend once again.
Yeah, and I talked about it as well. As soon as they are able to break out of that lane, Zyko will be everywhere on this map.
Yep.
Showing up top lane, walking down to mid, just doing whatever they can. And Ole Miss, yes, Dragon priority is good, but fight priority is more important in some of these fights. Y'all should not be going for these chances at all. As the first turret will drop. First bricks falling the way for Maryville, as a little bit expected. Those Ole Miss have a lot of work if they want to get any semblance of getting back in this game.
And, bro, maybe the most punishing of all of that, they dragon stacked for a Cloud Soul. That's,
oh, man.
That's maybe the worst story of it all, is it is going to be a Cloud Dragon spawning on the map. It will, in fact, be a Cloud Soul that Ole Miss is unfortunately halfway towards.
Oh, man, and I was going to say, you can put all the eggs in the Shogo basket, make sure he does something, but that one Q just kind of tickled Get back.
Uh-oh. Grand challenge time. Icarus.
He's going to do it.
Yeah, you have been challenged, Icarus, and there was... Oh, he lived! Okay. Okay, I thought he was dead for sure. He's going to have to back, and there's, unfortunately, on the minimap, no red circles anywhere close. That's a free... At least minion wave crashing the tower as the dredge line is going to land. Here comes the paranoia. Great feather storm to immune it. Bullet time going to go out as well, but they flash away.
Shogo?
Angle with an absolute clinic, and meanwhile, Icelandic Hero going to go down. They do pick up one, but it's the sport. And here comes the Cataclysm. Shogo with the great flash, but it does not matter. Mazu going to flash after him. And they're already down 2 in the mid lane. One more flag and drag. Rhino barely lives. Like a 2-for-1, and Maryville's starting to pile on.
Yeah, that was cute from Ole Miss to try to go for that, you know. I mean, fighting under the tower, but unfortunately, Shogo was taking the tower. Unfortunately, like, so that 100% rotted any game plan that they had there, you know, to take mid and rotate out somewhere else. And once again, Maryville are going to capitalize that. They're going to punish you. They're going to, every single time you make a mistake, they're going to jump you whenever they can. They are not afraid of adding more bodies to a fight. You want a 1v1, it turns into 2v1 immediately. So on and so forth. Ole Miss just do not have the answers. The composition is not geared for answering this much aggression.
And I know we're only 17 minutes in. I don't want to say that this series is over, but I mean, give us the game plan, Crow. What does Ole Miss need to do to prevent this from basically spiraling into what we saw 15 minutes ago with a 17k gold stomping in game 1?
Oh man, that's a really, really good question. I mean, at this point, right, like, so we saw at the first Dragon fight, the initial Dragon fight that, you know, gave Ole Miss something to be proud of in this game. Getting that Wombo combo, right? Getting that Nico Pop Blossom and that Misfortune Bullet time. And now they also have the added ability of, you know, Rhino's quickness on Rakan. They have to be able to stack these ultimates in a, you know, cohesive manner. Layer that CC accordingly. Get a good team fight. They might need back-to-back aces at this point, but, you know, getting Maryville off the map as often as possible so that they can claim what they need is 100% in the Ole Miss wheelhouse right now, as everybody's piling on that dragon.
Could be sole point for Ole Miss if they are able to pick it up.
TP?
We do see teleport coming in. Abyss Watcher doesn't have it, so this is your best chance if you're Ole Miss. It's a 5v4 for about 15 seconds. Call the Forge God does get the knock up onto Angle. They pick up the dragon, but here comes Get Back on the other side. Spirit Rush right into Shogo. The Cataclysm to follow. Bullet Time to come out. The knock up stops, and Shogo's still somehow alive. Finally goes down. Here comes the Pop Blossom trying to pick up a kill, but here comes the Fiora on the backside of the map that nobody was ready for. They get the shutdown, but it does not matter. Here is Fiora, and it might be game over for Ole Miss as they get the dragon, but cannot win the fight.
They picked the time, they picked the place, they brought their own weapons, but unfortunately Ole Miss brought some knives to a gunfight, and Maryville University fired back with all the cannons, completely routing them at the dragon, getting multiple kills, even more, padding these stats. It's only a 7K gold lead, but bro, it feels even bigger than that. Fish, I said Ole Miss needed to win these fights to get them back into the game. That was their biggest bet at this point, and they completely blew it.
And the worst part is they did it over a cloud dragon, Crow. If this is mountain, if this is ocean, if this is infernal by some miracle, that feels like a worth trade. Because now, okay, we're one more away from Soul. Maybe we get a crazy steal. Maybe we get our way, we get Soul. That's over Cloud Soul. Like, that's the worst part of all of this, is that Ole Miss's only hope was ruined by our gods at the RNG department saying, you get a cloud dragon.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's really it at the end of the day, right?
This is infernal. I think I have so much more hope if this is just infernal. Like,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if it was mountain, you know, get them more durable, because like allowing them to take a few more hits, getting that shield is really, really nice when you're going up against this much upfront damage. But unfortunately, not the case. We're cursed with the cloud. Yay, cooldowns, I guess, cool. But you see how much damage they can potentially do. Shogo staying alive in that fight for as long as he did was actually incredible. He was able to pump out a lot of damage. If he had another item there, completely different story. I do believe that that bullet time, plus, you know, Rhino with the perfect time knockup, would have allowed him to stay alive and actually would have turned the complexion of the fight. But that's just talking in superlatives, you know, that's talking hypotheticals. That isn't the actual case of the game at present, as we are looking at the gold values right now. It's just, oh my god. He's up, Abyss Watch is up 4K over Icarus right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're 20 CS back. We're within a back-to-back Flame Horizon situation here, unfortunately, for Icarus. And that's the other thing, right? I mean, even with all those, you know, potential. Okay, if he has another item, the bullet time kills him also. Who kills Abyss Watcher? Right now, we know who's gonna kill Rhino. Oh, never mind, I spoke too soon, but unfortunately, the teleport from Nico means they have to at least commit to save him. The paranoia used to at least force everybody to reset. Abyss Watcher joins as well. And somehow at 22 minutes, the tier 1 mid is still standing nice and tall for Ole Miss.
Hey, they've been protected it the best they can. I mean, you see the side lane tear, that is Abyss Watcher. Oh, wow, they're trying to go for it. Oh, man.
All the Forge God comes out. They actually are going to be able to pick up a nice little kill here onto Psycho. The problem is in the two side lanes. Ole Miss is playing ARAM. Maryville, realizing there's more than one lane, has not only picked up a tier 2 bot, but a tier 2 top as well. And Get Back at least looking for more. Interestingly enough, Abyss could have kept pushing because not a single person committed to the bottom side of the map and this Fiora. They do want to find a way onto Get Back. Root is going to land. Icarus and Icelandic Hero coming up here as well. One more charge of that Spirit Rush should potentially get this Ari to safety. And we are going to see a teleport is going to be used here by Icarus to at least slow down Fiora's Icelandic, saying, you know what, I'm going all in. Unspeakable Horror is going to be able to land the fear, but now Amazo is here, and all of a sudden it's a 1v2. Icelandic Hero maybe been demoted to Icelandic Citizen.
At that point, he's Icelandic Minion, deciding to greedily chase all the way through the top lane. He barely had any mana to speak of, and that does allow Maryville to grab that bottom tower. Yeah, Icarus teleported down, but he just teleported to show his face, and they're going to take some more structures, take some more kills. Jungler's still down for 14 seconds. We're 9K up. Bro, yeah, Baron is the call.
Even Rhino realizing there's probably no hope here for the Miracle Steel, just going to simply back it up. And on the bright side, Dragon's up in 20 seconds. It'd be a soul for Ole Miss. That's where the bright side ends.
That's something, all right. Yeah, I mean, it is a start, but you know that Maryville knows, so of course, they're gonna be there, and there's gonna be another fight. And if this game ends off of a Dragon Soul fight, I would not be surprised here, Fish.
At least go down fighting what you love, right? Fighting for what you love for Ole Miss. It's the only thing they have going for them right now with the 3 dragons. Fortunately, even if they got Soul, it might even be worse for them because it would mean Elders potentially on the map as grand challenge is issued here by Abyss Watcher. Call the Forge God. Icarus just doesn't even want to look at the poor Ram. He's just going to walk away.
Yeah, as Amazing's actually going to go ahead and solo this dragon. Wait, I thought he was going to ult? Okay, just to get sight. I'm assuming just to get sight. But, yeah, preventing that Dragon Soul, yay, I guess. But there just wasn't really anything Ole Miss could do to try and contest that.
The best news for Ole Miss right now is that mid lane isn't very pushed. You're not able to pull off that 1-3-1. They are kind of able to roam down, look for a pick onto Abyss Watcher, who right now has at least 2 levels on every single member of the Ole Miss team right now. At level 15 on that Fiora, you see Get Back on the top side of the map on that Ahri. Going to be able to take out that top inhibitor turret. The structures slowly and surely just crumbling for Ole Miss in front of their eyes, and it feels like game 1 all over again. Grand challenge going to go on to Uncle Sam. One more attack, finish him off from Amazo. Look at the amount of damage Abyss Watcher is doing. Just a third of people's health with those lunges. There's that bullet time for Shoko. Depth charge going to come out right into the charm. His Get Back was more than ready for it. It's a double kill for Angle. It's GG and it's Maryville on to the NECC Legends Grand Finals once they finish up these remaining towers.
Hey, they said, look, week 5 was cute. We'll give you that. But when it comes to playoffs, we are kings of the Rift. Maryville answering back in kind with a 2-0 of their own. The run back is complete. The revenge tour is there. See you guys at grand finals because y'all absolutely smashed it and absolutely deserve it.
2-0 for Maryville, and as Crow said, grand finals awaits for Ole Miss. It is double elimination. They go down to our lower finals. They'll get their chance to maybe earn redemption, I believe, next Tuesdays. There's still some lower bracket games to go, but I mean, that was, as you said, that was a declaration for Maryville of, hey, week 5 happened. It ain't going to happen again because this series, as much as we hyped it up, and as much as I don't want to tear down Ole Miss, this series, Crow, was not close.
It wasn't. It was not. It's, I guess you could say somebody rang the Maryville squad and said, hey, bro, they talking mess about you on the Riff. And they answered back with, say less. And they showed us why here tonight. The news of Maryville's demise has been extremely exaggerated, as we did just see here, 2-0 on the night. But also, like you had talked about, lower bracket run is still available for Ole Miss throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yep.
Hey, they could do it. They could potentially get it. And then we get Maryville, Ole Miss round 3.
Who says no? I guess besides everyone else still in the bracket, right?
Right. Absolutely. There's still a bit of a climb to get through for sure. But, you know, underdog's gonna underdog.
It's hard to say who the underdog is in this series, right? Because you have Ole Miss as the number 1 seed, hadn't lost a game until today, and of course it's Maryville. But we'll have to see. As we said, Maryville on to our grand finals. We will see them, and hopefully everybody else, next week for that. Meanwhile, Ole Miss drops down to our lower bracket finals. But we have more games coming up. It's all said and done for myself and Beautiful Crow, but Orbital and RMC are sticking in the Legends side of things. We've got a lower bracket showdown between Fisher College and St. Clair Saints. Maybe somebody trying to get towards Ole Miss. We'll have to see. We'll take a break. We've got more NECC League of Legends playoff action coming up right after this.
When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what he said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe. lit up, feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. Hand on the wheel, got my pistons pumping, all 800 horses running. Oh, baby. 125 in the middle of the night, got my engine thundering. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know crazy. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red light on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen,
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real highs. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me.
me deeper, just
Sinking, will you love me?
can't scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Can't scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost. ghost inside my head.
down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. Thought too long about the mistakes. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm, oh, I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's
feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby.
Fall into you.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits and all the drive that I have. Well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew I was missing and everything that I dread. Well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. You catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the NECC as we are in full swing for the playoffs. We are still sticking with the Legends division, of course, for League of Legends, and of course, we got an even better series than the previous. We are looking at the lower quarterfinals here, hopefully going to be very, very exciting, and with a brand new set of casters. My name is Orbital. With me is, of course, Random Minion Caster, the best caster to ever wander off the Rift, and we are set to go with Fisher Esports going up against St. Clair Saints. RMC, are you ready?
Yes, Orbital, I cannot be readier. We just went from the upper winners finals where two teams were battling for supremacy and a ticket to the grand finals Now, we're in the lower bracket quarterfinals, and down here, it's a struggle for life. Lose, and you're out. It's double elim, but both these teams have been eliminated once already.
And for that matter, I mean, they are hoping to have a good time. So let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters coming out here today. First off, it is going to be Fisher. They are going to be coming in here looking to get a little bit of a sweep, hopefully. But that is going to be a very, very tall task to ask for. I believe we got Topo, Devil to Gray, Radar, Rallic, as well as Sword Blue. A roster that, of course, we've seen time and time again. But, you know, hope that they can bring things out for St. Clair Saints, a squad that has won already a few titles under their belt. We got Ricky LaFleur, or Public Enemy #1, Maddie, as well as Bakery Boy, and then a Rock Boom, who is going by testing, and then of course Boschetti in that bot lane.
Yeah, a lot of name changes. So just this week, I believe Riot did the whole name change thing where suddenly everybody's like Riot ID. So the names on the Rift might be a little bit confusing when we get on. We'll have to take a look and try and figure out who's who. St. Clair Saints, as you can see the rundown there, that's kind of who we can expect. We've kind of told you who it is, so if you hear us calling them by their other names like Ricky LaFleur, Rock Boom, or Boschetti, well, be understanding, because Ryan has just messed things up tonight.
We appreciate your understanding in this matter. Thank you.
Indeed. But overall, the teams. Let's talk a little bit about Fisher and St. Clair Saints, because this matchup is particularly interesting. Both these programs have kind of gone from 0 to 100 in the last 2 years. They've been absolutely popping off and developing a ton of new talent. So coming in tonight in this quarterfinals, it's doubly interesting to me to see these two teams match up. Who has managed to develop their rosters better throughout not just the 2 years of the program or however many years they've really ramped up, but even just within this season alone. Both teams did meet back in week 2. And in week 2, St. Clair took the series 2-0, but St. Clair's got quite a few players, and I think they've swapped out some of their players tonight compared to the regular season roster. I think Akashi was playing mid instead of Bakery Boy at that time. So that switch up in the mid lane might have some repercussions for this series.
And the thing is we've seen, even with the previous Legends matchup that we just saw a couple of minutes ago, anything can really happen. It doesn't really matter about what happened in the regular season. It doesn't matter how you matched up before. It is all about right now. And I love the fact that you pointed that out. And taking a look at the side of Fisher, this might be their chance, right? You take a look at them. They got beat, as you said, 0-2. If there is ever a moment to try and pinch someone, maybe it is in that mid lane. I mean, we're taking a look at Bakery Boy's champion pool, very aggressive setup. And if you're looking on the other side, Radar, it was one of those matchups that we were sitting there like, oh man, Radar needs to go ahead and step up with the rest of the team. This might be that chance if you can kind of abuse that mid lane matchup, get some good matchups, take down those aggressive early game champions, you might have a winning composition.
Especially Radar, I think when we last saw him on stream, a lot of focus on that Syndra specifically. And without the Syndra, Radar didn't feel quite as impactful. And when I think of Bakery Boy has a champion, Ocean. He's constantly whipping out new and different champions as well. So very, very different ends of the spectrums for how both these mid laners like to play. I'm very curious to see how Bakery Boy wants to answer Radar, especially if we see St. Clair take red side. Will they give that counter pick to the mid lane, or will it be given to something like the top lane? Because in the top lane, it's interesting too. Topo for Fisher has been that bedrock in the top lane. He does not move. And on the other side, Ricky LaFleur is known to be a very lane dominant player. So what happens when the immovable object meets the unstoppable force?
We may get a very boring top lane. That's one way to do it. Or we see a landslide. It's one or the other, right? Now, let's take a look at another lane that you specifically were very interested in, looking at that bottom lane for these teams, because taking a look for St. Clair, it was specifically Rock Boom and Boschetti that you were like, hey, they have a very nice synergistic setup for the squad. And taking a look on the other side for Rallic and Sword Blue, it's a test of the ages.
A little bit. So Boschetti changed his name to Pathbot or Lose. I mean, Boschetti is telling everybody, look down here, look into this bot lane. Boschetti, a good support. But Rockboom's the one who really caught my eye. I've been watching Rockboom since last year when he was on the AoE developmental rosters. This guy is mechanically amazing. And this last year, he's really scaled up on this St. Clair roster. They've given him wings, whether it be lane dominance or a scaling team fighting carry. He can play them all. And as you mentioned, you look over to Rallic and Sword Blue. Solid bot lane, Sword Blue's great at roaming, really good at finding those hooks to help out all the other lanes to kick off team fights. Rallic, on the other hand, he's got a bit of a struggle because Rallic's not an AD carry in the first place. Rallic's actually more of a mid laner. So a bit of a swap up into that bot lane. His champion pool might be a little bit more abusable. And Well, when you're matching up an up and coming hot shot AD carry into somebody who's role swapped into it, maybe Fisher might need to pass bot or lose, as Boschetti said.
And for that matter, we are looking at Devil DeGray, formerly Skittles, on the Fisher squad. That is going to be having that sort of impact. When you talk about roaming, when you talk about collapsing on that bot lane, it is pretty much always going to start with that jungle pathing. And Devil DeGray, last time we saw them, was able to make an impact for better or worse. Let's put it that way. In this setup, though, you're up against Maddie, who is looking like a very scary player with a interesting signature that they may or may not have been spamming in solo queue.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of Maddie. If you're talking to me about signature picks, I will never forget his Lilia play where he sniped Herald from like half a map away. But it's not the Lilia that he's been playing too much recently. In fact, actually, Devil DeGray's been playing more Lilia, I think, than Maddie has been in recent days. It's about the Briar. Or when I'm going to be honest, I have yet to cast a Briar game. I've seen her in solo queue. I've seen her here. I have not gotten to cast a Briar game yet. She is very high risk, high reward, especially at this level where teams can coordinate to shut her down. So I'm kind of fingers crossed, hoping that maybe Maddie picks that one up, but we'll have to see if Fisher even lets that through in the first place.
Of course, that does come down to this draft for game number 1, best of 3 series to see who moves on to face off against Winthrop. Of all teams, we were able to take a look at the bracket. That is who your opponent is next. So for these developing organizations, we should say, they have another tall task if they win here. To start, though, it will be Fisher on that blue side with St. Clair Saints on that red, and immediately the Varus taken off the board. That will not go into Rock Boom's hands, which I can agree with.
Yeah, it's really scary, and you can kind of even flex that into mid lane. I think I've seen Bakery Boy actually pull it off in the mid lane in the past, though it's not terribly meta. And St. Clair did their homework. Rollick doesn't play a Son of Seraphine in solo queue, but the last time we saw Fisher play the Seraphine was the cornerstone of their composition. So now with that off the board, I'm very worried for what Rollick can pull out. There are still other options. You can still pick something like a Syndra, flex it to the bot lane. Rollick might be comfortable with that. I know he's got a bit of a pocket Nico, though. Nico on the bot lane feels a little bit risky. You need very specific setup for that.
I mean, they're not even looking at that Nico or Syndra, right? On the side of St. Clair, they're just saying, look, there are some other AP champions that we're worried about. And this is starting to feel a bit more targeted. Normally, we see those meta bans thrown out, which granted, the Seraphine and Ziggs can be considered meta. But the Darius, the Maokai meta, but Darius is just like, hey, listen, Ricky, we ain't giving you that one. I'm sorry. We're just not letting that one through. You got to have that one sat down. So this does leave open a lot of options for those first picks.
Yeah, and I think for Fisher, if they're blue side and you're looking for a first pick, I'm looking at something like J4 for Devil DeGray, something where you can gank aggressively with, where you can take over an early game. Because beyond that, I'm not sure anything is necessarily first pick worthy for them. There's lots of support picks that you can pick up right now. And sure enough, there we go. J4, love to see it. And then you can kind of respond to what St. Clair end up drafting for themselves as well. Like I said, I'm expecting solo lanes to get the last pick. So probably maybe like bot lane for them. I think Rock Boom can afford to blind aggressive bot lane picks. The Rel Hover is a flex pick. Both Maddie and Boschetti play it.
Yes, and leaning into that pocket, it is a nice way to kind of diverge away from that J4. It can answer quite well if you're jumping in, and it has that same kind of impact. Maybe not so far range, but it is nice. Now, taking away this Syndra, we were talking about the fact that, hey, for Radar and Rallic, this is a champion that they both can flex, but more for Rallic. Hey, we just took that one away. You now have 3 less champions that you can play down there. Go to the 4th, the Orianna. This one synergizes so well with that J4 and such an easy engage as well.
Yeah, and the Syndra takeaway from Radar as well, who was looking so good on that champion. So it's 2 for 1. Now, the Orianna for Radar, not something he's playing as much in solo queue, but just a really good compositional pick, and already picking an early Ashe up as well. So for Raulik, even if you fall behind a little bit on that Ashe, you've got great utility, you've got great setup, and the team fighting from Fisher is already looking very, very nice.
Of course, it is look a little bit immobile, and because of that, you go ahead and lock in that Olaf. You can get past the CC if you can get over the wall, by the way. That could be very dangerous for that Ashe, for that Orianna. I love this call out, and the fact that you now get to ban against it as well gives so much power to St. Clair already. That Renekton, those early game bulliers, take it away. Don't allow that Olaf to fall behind, because that is your insurance pretty much to find these backline champions in Fisher.
And as for Fisher now, they have to look to ban out bot lane or maybe jungle. And I don't think it's worth banning out Maddie's jungle unless it's a specific pick, something like the Briar that you don't want to play against. So I guess you're targeting Rock Boom, but even if you want to ban Rock Boom, he's got a pretty big champion pool too. If you're banning laning phase champions like the Tristana, you've got to ban out things like the Draven, like the Callista as well. You don't have enough bans to deal with everything that Rock Boom can pull out.
You gotta go ahead and pick one and take the lesser of two evils in the hopes at least. And there it is. Once again, another safe ADC taken off the table there. Rock Boom gonna be maybe going for the more aggressive pick. With these bans locked in though, we now finally get to see where that rel is going. If you are going to pick up any champion here, it would either, I think, be that jungle or that support, depending on where the rel goes. So much time though to go ahead and select. And I mean, you have your pick of the litter if you so wish. For the side of Fisher, you're just praying it's not another hard engage, and it's going to be that Callista. Okay, I like it.
Yep, and they hold the flex as well, Orbital. So now we still don't know where the rel is going to go. It's kind of hard for Fisher to pinch out. Whatever support they pick here needs to be able to go into this rel Callista bot lane. If not, Ashe might struggle, especially if you can kind of get onto this Ashe whatsoever. Callista will be able to run you down. And the other thing that Fisher is still lacking right now is that top lane pickup. And because the Rumble, because the Renekton were taken away, those are the more aggressive picks Topo has. If he wants to win a lane, he's falling down to things like Ilawi at this point. If not, I'm expecting his signature tank style play.
And surprisingly enough, it is going to be a tossover to that Renata Glass. Just last series, we did see the absolute authority that was this Renata Glass and Callista. And then an answer on the top side of that Trundle. This one surprises me a little bit. I'm not exactly sold on it, but I can understand kind of the theory behind.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very risky pick because the Trundle into Olaf, the pillar is great, right? And again, terrain is one of the few counters you have to Ragnarok. The problem is the actual dueling gets dangerous because Olaf is kind of happy to sit in the subjugate if need be, especially if he gets a hit. Once he starts winning that fight, Trundle's done and dusted. He's going to struggle so much. Bot lane overall, last pick that came in was the Blitzcrank. We've got the Ballista combo for St. Clair's bot lane, and I love the reaction into Renata. Renata, great defensive support, especially into the likes of a Callista, who, you know, kind of struggles a little bit, and then you end up stacking spears in your allies. So the usual sort of engage supports like Nautilus, like Leona, would struggle into Renata, who can knock you back. Blitzcrank, on the other hand, that engage, if it hooks, you can't handshake Blitzcrank away. If you try and do that, you're being handshook. Your handshake, you're still pulled into him. As long as that hook lands, that's probably a kill or at least a summoner force in the bot side.
Well, of course, you don't want to have that happen, so we'll go ahead and see the split in the early game because as soon as there is a Blitzcrank, a Thresh, a Nautilus, or anything of the sort, you do not want to be anywhere close. The immediate walk away by Fisher straight towards that top side, maybe trying to bait for Ricky LaFleur. Unfortunately, Ricky LaFleur is down on this bot side, so both teams on completely opposite sides, just getting vision for each other.
I like the aggressive answer, though, that's coming through from the side of Fisher, because if you see a Blitzcrank on this side, you 5-stack, and you might as well start aggressively invading. You might not necessarily lose that level 1, and the fact they went top as well is, as you mentioned, if they can catch Ricky LaFleur, if you can set that Olaf behind, that's great. You can see that both Ricky LaFleur and Topo, in a way, kind of picked for lane. Neither of them are running teleport. You've got an Ignite on Topo's side, so he wants to win the lane, and he wants to win it early to make sure the Olaf stat stick doesn't start to overwhelm him.
I would just like to point out a fun fact that not many people know, but anyone that plays Sejuani or Olaf or even Rammus, I think, know, is the fact that if you do grab someone with that subjugate or subjugate there with the Trundle, you'll actually put them into negative armor and magic resist, I'm pretty sure. That is something that will happen, especially with Sejuani's passive. So I think that happens with Public Enemy, with Ricky LaFleur, if they ult, right? So that is, I'm very excited to see if that actually happens.
Yeah, and we might have to wait a while because the entire game just froze up for a second there. No, you jinxed it by talking about Sejuani.
I did. Hit. I was like, man, oh.
Yeah, we just got hit by a Sejuani out there. There we go. CC's over. Important to note, Sword Blue didn't catch the ward. So Boschetti sees all of this. You can delay it. There's the ball.
And not just that, you pull it at about 1,000, so there's not even a chance for Devil Grey to find it. And because of that, you get invade powers on the other side. This is such a power play. And I think anyone that's played against Blitzcrank knows that this is happening, if you understand. But again, just a little bit of a shortfall by Fisher means that tempo advantage, and I know people get tired of hearing it, but tempo advantage goes the way of SCC.
I don't even call it little. That's massive because Swordblue and Rowling were a little bit late to lane as well, trying to hold that leash. I believe Red had a full reset. So Devil Grey is significantly further behind. Even if you want to counter invade, there's a pretty good chance that Maddie will be covering his bot side just as fast, not to mention you don't have prio in either lane.
Oh, not just that. This is pretty much a kill as Sword Blue
instantly.
flashed in place. Oh, that hurts to watch as a first blood.
To be fair, Sword Blue, you're stuck in that minion wave. It's actually really hard to get proper distance. The flash is going to kind of push you. Ricky Lifter taking a beating. Ignite has not been used by Topo.
Oh, and that's a good burn. Again, wins on either side of the map, but a bigger one down there for the bot side, and things are panning out like we thought. Maddie, though, as you said, watching that flash go down on the top side, see something happening, but Devil to Grey about to answer, so this could be messy. Topo takes an axe to the back of the head, level 3 against level 2 and level 3, and that's gonna be a jump in. One more attack can take a good stun, but that will be Ricky Lafleur to go down, and now a blocking as well. Maddie needs to get over the wall. Yes, you are full health, but you cannot fight 2v1. Well fought by Topo and Devil to Grey. Uh-oh. You stood too close, Topo! Topo, no! I was unsure why you walked that way. I was given the benefit of the doubt, but it is not going to work now. Bakery Boy as well as Radar in the mid lane, trading HP bars, but still, SCC getting a very nice consolation prize. Sword Blue, I don't think that's going to happen.
Get spotted on the ward just in the entrance to the jungle there. Well, I was going to make a comment about immovable object, unstoppable force, and all that in the top lane, but turns out Maddie is the unstoppable force. Bakery Boy getting collapsed on multiple directions right now.
And I like this early aggression over and over again from all the lanes pretty much. Sword Blue even getting a tether underneath, and with no ults, it's not really going to matter, but everywhere trying to gain an advantage for either team. Both Fisher and St. Clair realize this early game is vital to their success.
And let's talk about the response from Fisher a little bit as well, because it's not just the kill that happened in that top lane. It's not just first blood for Topo. It bought Devil to Grey space and time to get back into the game. Because Maddie got pushed back, Devil to Grey got to kind of clear that top side away from Maddie a little bit. So helps a lot. Devil to Grey back for the regank. Ricky has no sums.
And this is how you do it, right? We always talk about how do you deal with some of these lane matchups? How do you make it work? However, Topo, thankfully, the knockup comes through. That extra auto attack would have taken it. Topo receiving a second kill, and not just that, wave state. Look at that, a freeze under the tower.
Not even close. I mean, Topo had changed. Topo knew exactly what he was able to do. And Maddie trying to answer into the bot lane. Watch that hook a little bit here.
Doesn't even need it. This is standard, but a good flash away. Relic able to delay for just a time. However, that sustain will only last for just a bit longer. Under the tower, though, a little bit of a jump in from Bakery Boy just for a bit of moral support. Singular kill from the tower dive.
And it might not be over. Sword Blue, again, watch that hook. That hook lands outside turret range. Sword Blue could get burst down as well. And playing with fire and a massive minion wave stacked up. Safe.
This is we're very quickly watching both teams identify which lanes they want to focus on and which lanes are going to have like a 2 to 3k lead by the end of this early game, right? Like top side Topo, he's gaining some advantage. I mean, Devil to Grey's even getting it on it, right? Welcome to the camp zone. You better be ready to pitch a tent bot side as well. That is going to be Muschetti grabbing a kill for themselves.
Wow, you weren't kidding when you said both teams identified which lanes they wanted to play to. The difference, although, is bot side is doing this unassisted. Rockboom and Muschetti are dominating the 2v2 right now. They don't need Maddie there. The dive from Maddie was great, but that's just one gank. Whereas in this top side, every time Ricky Lafleur has died, pretty much, it's been with the assistance of Devil de Grey. So Maddie getting a bit of a lead, should hit that level 6, whereas has about a level, maybe a level and a bit advantage over Devil de Grey. And I want to see what Maddie can do with the jungle lead.
Right now, it's trying to focus around this dragon, right? This dragon is quite important, I think, for both sides, getting that first little jump. But the information and power rests on the side of SCC. Because of that, you now get to pull off a gank like this. Radar literally saw Maddie on a ward, but because you're already engaged, there is no chance. Bakery Boy gets there first as well. Now, it is Muschetti to say, I want a chance, but you walked up just a bit too far. Hook lands onto the Ash, but Ralik says, I got my team with me. Just a couple auto attacks and the flurry of arrows. All of a sudden, Bakery Boy in a bad spot, no mana to help, but in comes Rockboom. They baited, they waited, and now they take it. One more auto attack should do it. A spear in the back, and then a QE. The Ren works. In comes the Olaf, getting some revenge on the back end, and look at that. It is a wipe from the Orianna to the J4, 4 dead overall.
Fisher had the right idea collapsing. It was just a little bit too late, and they were not tracking Rockboom. Rockboom, the one who's fed. Rockboom, who was 3-0-1 coming into that fight. Unfortunately for Ricky, Ricky doesn't get a kill, does lose a bit of minions, but hey, he's still coming back into it. And now that they've secured a significant lead bot, now they've got a bit of an edge in the mid lane and in the jungle. I'm expecting to see some resources sent up to Ricky here, because Ricky, he's not on attack. He'd love to be able to get some gold, some damage into his build.
If they do, that's going to be so scary, because remember, that would also offset all the pressure that Fisher put up topside as well. So it's just, there's so much to think about as Rollick is about to eat a very dangerous spot. Yes, only level 4, good knock up there, no hook to follow through, but Rollick, you can't hold here. And keep in mind, Swordblue has roam for a good chunk of the time. You can see in the discrepancy in the CS, Swordblue has kind of given up on that bot side.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I mean, Rollick's given up on that bot side. Rollick just popped right into the mid lane, and I don't blame him. And that's actually the right call, especially when you're playing up against a Blitzcrank. That narrow corridor in the bot lane, if you try and walk straight back into lane, you've got to play dodgeball the entire way. But the pathing Rollick took just took him out the danger zone right away. The moment the volley came down as well, if Boschetti doesn't flash, he doesn't get in range for the hook. Now, the cost is minions. A couple of minions, but it does add up. And even worse, if another wave stacks, well, we've seen Boschetti go for these hooks and land these hooks right outside turret range before.
And it leans directly into what we said, right? Rockboom and Boschetti are going to be the mainstay players, and as long as they're coordinated in the spot side, they can't really do damage to the rest of the lanes. However, already 3 plates taken without Herald. By the way, without Herald power, and with these hooks is so dangerous. Another setup of the spears, great damage on the Swordblue. And look at that Ren, Swordblue taken so low. This is the power of this Kalista that was picked up and almost uncontested, if you will, just in time for Maddie to start looking bot side as well. Hook is up, wave is prepped, and no TP to say, oh, Maddie! Face plants it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Boschetti says, I don't care, I'll sacrifice my life. Gets 1, flashing out, and a little bit of a draw with the Magnet Storm means 2 for 1 for the side of St. Clair Saints.
If I could have named like path bot or lose, Boschetti was just like, okay, you path bot, no matter what, we get the kill. Even if we die, it's okay. It's fine. Rollick picks up the kill. We don't care, because our Kalista testing is so incredibly far ahead. And once you get that, you can fall back onto Dragon. Although we've hardly talked about objectives. The Dragon's been up for almost 5 minutes now, but it hasn't mattered. It's been all about the kills. And for Fisher, it still is all about the kills in this top side.
Oh my gosh, I mean, you can see the gold. They don't even care. They're just like, listen, bigger gold means better. But right now, that doesn't always stand true, as that's a 1-for-1 with that grass. That will be the Cataclysm to ensure a 1-for-1 trade between top and jungle, and Dragon going the way of St. Clair Saints. So for all the pressure that is still going in the top side, I think that's a dub for St. Clair.
Yeah, St. Clair will be happy with that. The fact that Ricky was able to trade back the 1-for-1 is massive. Now, I don't actually know if that was the optimal play, because Ricky was starting to go down so much gold. I think his death was worth less gold. Now it's been reset. But at least for Ricky, it'll be nice for him to actually get some gold under his belt, even if the laning isn't great for him, even if Topo gets another kill and is even further ahead. We've seen Ricky already gank mid once. This Olaf will still have a lot of impact in these team fights. And for Devil de Grey, with this Cataclysm, it actually gets really tough for him, because he's got to make a choice. Do I go for the super fed AD carry who's ripping my team apart and let the Olaf destroy my backline? Or do I lock down Ricky Lafleur and watch as Rockboon just hops around everywhere, uncontested, killing everyone?
Little technical question. Does the Cataclysm actually stop Kalista's hopping? Can Kalista actually hop out of the Cataclysm?
Yes, she can. But
so it may not even be worth. Like, you hold the Kalista and you're like, I stopped you. No, you didn't. You also can't stop him in a 2v2. Hostile Taker does minimally anything, as that will only delay the inevitable. Swordblue can't stay here anymore. Oh no.
Yeah, that ball lane's rough. On the bright side, it's about to fall, but Maddie might get a kill first. Can they stop it?
Oh. We don't even want to watch. Like, I'm just sitting here like, I can't watch this bot lane. It feels so bad for Swordblue.
Yeah, it froze, you know, because the game could not compute, so Blue should have been dead. It's they're trying to show what happened there. Oh, jeez. While that was happening, though, I do believe top side, the turret was going down, or did actually go down to Topo as well. So as much as we're focusing on Rockboom and the massive lead that him and Boschetti are grabbing in that bot side, let's not forget Topo is still pushing on that top side, still having a massive impact. And the same way we're talking about unleashing Rockboom, Topo should be unleashed onto the rest of the map soon. Now, Trundle, the team fight doesn't strike me as quite as impactful as the Kalista, but I'm open to being proved wrong. Topo, as a player, often has great impact in team fights.
I hope so as well, because we do really need to lean into it. We saw the gold for a little bit, and we're seeing these CS leads and gold leads. They are spiraling out of control. Let's say it for what it is. Right now, Topo does have about a 1.5, now should have expanded to about 2.5 lead against their opponent, but that bot side is way worse, right? And if you compare the two, you look at a Kalista versus an Ola or Trundle. Which one do you actually want? Like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'm taking Kalista all day long.
Likewise, and the biggest problem too is like a lot of times with the top laners, they have means and ways of threatening the AD carry. Trundle kind of doesn't have that same threat. Like, sure, you can raise a pillar and that will slow down Kalista. She won't be quite as mobile, but look at what he has to run through to actually reach that Kalista. There's a Blitzcrank, and we often think about the hook, but the Power Fist as well can knock you up on your way in. You've got the Syndra, who can knock you back, and most importantly, Maddie on this rel. Maddie's done a great job ganking so far in the early game, but you don't pick the rel just for the ganks. A lot of rel's power is in those team fights, the CC you can put down, the Magnet Storm that can keep everybody off your AD carry, and that's why I was harping on Devil de Grey as diving that backline, because I think he's the only one who can easily access that backline, and if you can't one-shot that Kalista, well, you've got problems.
And you're also hoping to have a chain come out with Radar on that Orianna, who, let's talk about that mid lane as well. We haven't gotten the chance because, again, it is a standard matchup. We see Orianna versus Syndra all the time. However, there has been explosive pressure put into that mid lane. We've seen the likes of Fisher try and put 4 in there, try and push down, allow the Orianna a little bit more space, and at the same time, it has flubbed to a decent degree. That was where we saw the 4 for 0. How do you alleviate that pressure? Is it in Fisher's best interest to try and get Radar back, or is it better to just let Bakery Boy kind of take a bit more control and just try and play for mid to late?
So what's interesting to me for the mid lane a little bit was I had heard that the last time these two teams had played back in the regular season, Radar struggled against Akashi in the lane specifically. This game, I think Radar's done a pretty good job holding against Bakery Boy. As you mentioned, Orbital, is when the ganks came through that things started to falter a little bit. At least in the 1v1, Radar was doing fine. So with the Orianna, I almost want to see them play to it because Radar isn't that far behind. You can still accelerate him. And more importantly, Rowlick and Sword Blue are. And not to mention, you picked an Ashe. Ashe that falls behind is still fine. She's got utility. You don't need to try and force a losing lane to win. So I'd love to see Topo, Devil de Grey, Radar kind of form a 3-man skirmish unit. We are starting to get to the mid game where we're seeing bigger fights generally, but you can still try and force plays around, say, like the Herald in the 3v3 situation. Unfortunately, we still don't have word, folks, on what happened to the game. We are still waiting for the feed to resume at this point. Should we hear anything, we'll let you know, or hopefully the game just spontaneously fixes itself.
We hope the Riot Gods may grace us with a chance to continue playing this series, because I'm excited, right? In the Legends Division, as we said, these are teams that we are specifically watching to watch develop into that into the spring season as well. These are teams that we are hoping to see continue to grow, and this is just that first stepping stone. As we said, there have been players that have time to develop or not, and maybe they get that chance. Of course, it is a long rest of the evening and into the night, so let's go ahead, throw it to a break. Everyone stretch your legs, get a little bit of water, get a couple snacks, and we will hopefully be right back with a continuation of this game number 1 between St. Clair's Saints as well as Fisher. Don't go anywhere.
You're officially perfect for me. So wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just night. Up all night thinking, and
And welcome back, everyone, as we do try and get things underway. We appreciate your patience because, of course, we love trying to spectate some of these games. It can get a little finicky, but as you can see, the time jump has jumped forward, and there has been a mess. So let's try and calculate how it went down. Topside has gotten out of control with Topo 6-3-0. In the mid lane, we're seeing 2-0-4 for Bakery Boy. Jungle, Maddie has taken control in 3-0-7, and then bot side, of course, that is Rockboom at 5-1-3. Tower is now following left, right, and center. 3, though, were taken by Fisher's side, so at least they got that in mind. That was the top side that lost 2. So everything kind of evening out as gold is pretty much the same.
Yeah, and that's a huge bounce back from Fisher, because last we were looking, SEC was starting to pull away from it, and I'm looking at some kills onto Rowlick as well. So it looks like Fisher managed to get a skirmish, is getting Rowlick a little back into it. Now, Dragon's coming up in about 2 minutes. Baron, about 2 as well. So for both these teams, the laning phase should be coming to an end. I just realized top lane inner went down orbital, so Topo got a massive push. This reframes things quite a lot, because now Fisher's on the front foot. They have more map pressure, especially on these side lanes.
And it looks like the Herald was actually dropped out there, because if you take a look at the minimap, you actually see the topside tower, you can see there, actually took a decent chunk. So the fact that they invested so much there, as you said, gives a little bit of validity, because that has to draw 2 people. We see Fisher on the bot side getting more as well. Now on the top side, we see this fight here, but it's top versus support. I'm not liking this. Even Maddie's trying to get on the action, but they need their true damage. In comes Rockboom, and finally they get a bit more help. That will be the shred, but they lose a tower in the bot lane, and now a fight from Fisher to take this bot lane inhibitor tower as well.
And look at the resources committed. St. Clair have to send almost everybody up into that top lane, so Fisher is getting a free push down here. Bakery is trying to wave clear best he can. Arrow came out to try and stop them rotating, didn't land. Devil Degree gets hooked.
And that's just death. That is all it is. Radar next on the chopping block. Hostile takeover. Might be able to draw, and they do. A nice little save there. Radar trying to run away. I don't think there are any flashes. Scout of the Week doesn't land. They're still chasing. Oh my lord. And it's because Dragon is up in 45. They feel like they can keep chasing. That should be the end of it. Well fought, though, from Fisher. You may have lost one on the top side, but you're still getting pressure everywhere else.
A lot of chip damage into that mid outer turret. A lot of chip damage into that bot side as well. But importantly, Orbital, it doesn't fall. So no gold from those turrets went over the way of Fisher. And while that was happening as well, Rockboom didn't rotate to the bot lane, was pushing into the mid lane as well. As you mentioned, Dragon coming up, Baron coming up as well right now in St. Clair. They're getting the vision down. It looks like they want to focus that Dragon first.
What's not so well is this hook. It is going to land. Rallick, who has been pinched the entire time by specifically Boschetti, is going to fall once again. Bakery Boy over the wall gets a nice little slow on Sword Blue, contesting this Drake. And keep in mind, St. Clair have had priority on this Dragon the entire time. 2 so far stacked, going for this Ocean Soul, which, if it is grabbed, is such a nice grab of a soul.
Look up top, Orbital. While all this is happening, Topo is still living up to his name. He's in that top lane, and look at him go. Bakery Boy can't hold this Trundle. Blitzcrank up as well. Does this 2v1 work?
I didn't even notice that Topo just snuck their way in, dodges out on the hook. Oh my gosh, I need to check my eyes, because Topo juking left, right, and center. Now Devil Gray and the rest of the team getting set up for this Baron, because look, Topo's still drawing aggro. Ricky LaFleur's even up here. Oh no, it's gonna start. I was wondering if they were gonna fight. Topo said, hey, rest of the team, come join me. I am strong. Arrow from downtown, able to slow him up because that's the knock of Delta Gray, grabbing 3 inside the Cataclysm, but not much damage behind. In goes the Magnus Sword. Topo trying to get some damage. It does! Resets HP! This Trundle cannot be stopped. We questioned it, RMC, but Fisher said, don't question us, just believe.
Down to the wire right there. Devil Degrade just diving in, trying to get the kills, getting the resets. And St. Clair, they opted for that fight. They thought they had the numbers advantage, and they did initially. But as the fight ballooned, the absence of Rockboom, their most fed member, came back to bite them. Topo really low on health, trying to do this Baron. I don't think Boschetti can stop it, but maybe Boschetti can try and find a kill. Rockboom's coming up as fast as he can.
I think it's just a little bit of a bait. I don't think they'll get anything because this Baron is already gone. I mean, they're going to try. I'm kind of surprised this factor. They invest a lot. TP as well as that call from Rockboom. And they're going to look for a simple one. However, everyone on Fisher scattered to the winds. You draw a TP, you get the Baron, you get 3 kills. That's just about everything. And you didn't even lose bot tower.
Watching this game right now, Orbital, reminds me of watching Italian football. One of the Italian football clubs. Fisher is just playing defense, and then the moment St. Clair make any sort of mistake, Topo's up there counter punching. Easy cleanse, you're out, you're safe, but Boschetti.
Yeah, that's going to be a pain. Out goes Rock Boom, though, exactly like we said. And all of a sudden, Fisher in a dangerous spot themselves. And Radar gets sniped. Magnustorm to draw in Sword Blue, and I don't think he got any way out. The chase is on as Rock Boom says, I want more. You don't have cleanse, though, so the slow goes into effect.
Sword Blue just barely survived, and I thought that last spear might have just about killed him. And great mechanics from Rock Boom. Rock Boom sidestepping the hostile tape. You can see how good he is. The problem is Rock Boom's just not been there at the last couple of team fights from St. Clair, and I'd love to see them play around the AD carry. I know he's strong enough to actually split push, but up against the burned up team, that's not really an option right now.
I mean, Topo's saying, yeah, you really can't deal with this one. Tower is down. Now do you pay with your life? In goes the pillar to try and slow them all down. But again, this speed up, the ability to get close and get everyone slowed. Yeah, that's just death in a bottle.
But he's so bad. He's drawing so many members away, and you can see Fisher just pushing up the mid lane. Okay, this time they don't get any more chip damage, but how many resources do you have to commit onto Topo? It's 4 members if you don't have Rock Boom. It's 3 if you have Rock Boom. But that's still an issue when you need that many people. And permanently, like we said, it's a defensive play from Fisher. They wait for you to make a mistake, and the entire time Topo is just split pushing and split pushing and split pushing. The saving grace for St. Clair, and I guess the one sort of marring effect on Fisher's play right now is that Topo doesn't have TP. If he had TP, Fisher would be in a much, much better position.
You get ease of access pretty much everywhere, but for the time, Fisher are allowed to simply walk up this mid lane. Another arrow goes out. Relic has been checking for these time and time again.
Okay.
And, hey, it's actually going to work this time. Good flash out of Boschetti, but it's a flash burn for a crystal arrow, which should be coming up in just a few seconds.
Now the question is, what can Fisher do with that? Because if St. Clair Saints actually group up and look and go fishing with a hook of their own, I still think they can potentially make a play. They are up kill still, they are down gold, but I don't know if the players are necessarily aware of that. There's a lot of turret gold, which is making the difference. Boschetti gets caught.
That was a bit over aggressive.
Okay.
SCC take one step forward, and Maddie tries with the Magnustorm, but it's not going to work because in goes this Olaf, who is stuck inside the Cataclysm. Death to the J4, but a slow on Rock Boom means they're not getting away. Yes, you have flash, but you can't get away from the slows, and it's 3 dead because you decided to step over the ward line.
Once again, St. Clair. Or I was just saying that, you keep fighting that Rock Boom. They brought Rock Boom this time, but it still wasn't a team fight. Ricky wasn't in position. Bakery Boy didn't have TP available. So when St. Clair started that fight, it was a 3v4, which rapidly snowballed into a 3v5. And I'm worried for them because now Fisher, they're starting to catch up in kills. They've got all that additional gold from earlier, and they are playing this really, really well. Eventually, I would expect St. Clair to outscale, but I don't know how much longer it's going to take and how many times they're going to get caught in the process like this. Boschetti, again, gets hit with that arrow. He's a magnet for them.
Quite literally just taking Rel's ult away. That's frustrating. I would feel the pain there. Right now, Ricky LaFleur, though, says, hey, they are looking for this dragon. And it's a force by the side of St. Clair, right? Fisher need this dragon. They have to fight for it. It would be soul if not. And you already burned that crystal arrow, meaning everyone gets to run free. Rock Boom does have cleanse up as well as flash. This is the opportune moment. If St. Clair want to pinch the likes of Fisher, this is a team fight that they may be hoping for. Hook lands onto Sword Blue and no chance to draw the ult. Cataclysm into the back line, maybe, but Devil DeGray says, oh crap, my team is dying. Look at the slaughter on the back end. Topo trying to do their best, and look at the shred. Relic untouched in this fight so far, and Devil DeGray forces away Rock Boom. That might be what they want. However, they have to run away. The double carry is coming out. Is going to burn everyone down. St. Clair saying we have a chance. In goes Cataclysm that I was hoping for before, but it's still a 3 for 3 from everyone in this game.
Devil DeGray might be up, Smite is available, but they have to be careful about the Callista.
Oh no, Scout of the Week can't stop the death as Topo says I reign supreme. 14-5-2.
Well, bro, we talked about the choice Devil DeGray had to make. Do you go in, do you go out? But with Topo being as fed as he is, job done. He forced Rock Boom out the fight early. Rock Boom wasn't able to get all that damage down. And look at Devil DeGray. He's surviving this. Or bro, if he can go in, keep Rock Boom off of you, and still provide the CC on the way out for Topo to clean up these fights, that's why I was getting worried for St. Clair. And now, if Fisher, you can do that at Dragon, you can look to do the same thing at Baron. St. Clair will come to you. And St. Clair, they're an aggressive team. They don't have a great way to play backwards.
And that's why they're hoping to find another pick, right? This is why maybe we're seeing the likes of Biscotti keep going forward, keep getting caught by the Crystal Arrow, but this time it's not, it's Maddie. Maddie getting chunked out, doesn't have flash, doesn't have anything hostile takeover just to keep him there. And that's so damaging. A 43-second death timer when Baron is just 20 seconds away.
Hook lands, but what are you fishing for right here? Even with Maddie, you're getting vision down. That's all you're doing. You're 2 tanks with no damage to your name. Bakery Boy and Rockboom were both dead at that point, so nobody's there to help you finish. And now that Maddie's dead, Smite's off the table. Baron spawn. Fisher, that's your call to go do Baron.
And they can do the same thing they've been doing all game. Topo sits in the bot lane, ready to pressure with this mallet in pocket. Hullbreaker says no worries, and no one can contest. Fisher pick up by far the easiest Baron of their lives.
Okay, St. Clair right now, they've got to kill Topo right at the start of this push. He's got Baron buff with that Hullbreaker you're talking about. With Divine Thunder, he's just going to rip right through turrets. The wrap around right now, but not everybody's here. I'm still waiting for Rockboom to get there.
Rockboom's trying, but again, the Subjugate does so much work. You're able to seal away so many stats. Now comes Rockboom. The knockups come through, and it looks like it's just that arrow from downtown, able to slow him, and then the chop. Are you kidding me? You still gain a kill, and because of that, now mid lane is under siege. Shockwave lands, and Bakery Boy has to run. The bakery's closed now as ice has formed around the oven. It is gone, and now they're chasing for the backside. Rockboom ready for round number 2. Tower in mid is about to fall. Relic trying to chase for the inhibitor. If you can sacrifice your life for an inhibitor, I think that is very much worth one more auto attack. Maybe able to take it. 1, 2, 3, 4. It lands. Relic says, hey, so worth. They are about to lose 2. Are you kidding me? St. Clair, they've lost so many. Sword Blue gets it with the last auto attack. 2 inhibitor towers, 2 inhibitors, and a whole bunch of kills in favor of just 4 kills for St. Clair. You might be sitting there saying, hey, it was ours, but it does not. St. Clair looking at rubble in their base.
And overall, sure, St. Clair just shut down the Baron push early, but Fisher got what they came for. Your base is in shambles. You don't have a single inhibitor turret standing. You've got a single inhibitor standing in that top lane. And Fisher right now, the shot calling, the knowledge of when to go in has been spot on for this team. Whereas St. Clair, they had great mechanics early. We saw on the bot side, especially, how good they were. But the macro play has been failing them. They've been going in piecemeal, and they've been cut apart, devoured by Fisher, and paying the price right now. St. Clair, they still have fight in them. I would love to see them set up a proper fight. We saw that the last time they got a proper 5v5. It ended up being a 3-for-3. And we've said it before, the skilling with the Olaf, with the Syndra, if they can trade a couple more times even as the game goes on, I do think St. Clair still have a very good chance of winning later team fights.
And that is honestly one of the scariest thoughts I've ever heard, right? That has to feel so bad that all the work Fisher has put into getting Topo head, into getting everyone into a good spot, it can all be demolished in a single moment. And I think it's going to come down to what ults are up, right? We've seen the arrow used as kind of that fishing moment, same with the Cataclysm, but you got to hang on to all those ults if you want to keep everyone safe, just like this. That's going to be Baker Boy jumped on, arrow lands as well, and hey, the pick comp works. Topo drawing 3 once again, and St. Clair, it feels like they're forced into a lose-lose situation. Topo says, I got Rockboom, push for all you're worth, even though Ren doesn't finish it out. Topo surviving for so dang long, and because of that, they lost their base. St. Clair realized that they have made a grave error as Rockboom is forced away from the base. Nexus tower falls, and Nexus is open. Hostile takeover just to keep him all the way. Shockwave flashed away from Rockboom, trying to kill everyone as fast as he can, but you can't. And it's Fisher to say Topo is the ultimate bait. GG to Fisher.
It would have taken one big moment for St. Clair to turn that around, but Fisher never gave it to them. And tonight, for revenge, we saw Maryville take out Ole Miss just before this, and now Fisher takes the first game off of St. Clair. Now the question is, where do we go from here? Because St. Clair, they're not going to be happy with what happened. But what sort of changes do you make? Because strategically, it was okay. Or at least draft-wise, it was okay. The early game went their way, and it felt like a couple of decisions really backfired on them in the mid-game. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see some of the most critical turning points because of the bug that had happened. And if you're Fisher, you're sat happy right now. Things played out exactly the way they wanted Topo got so far ahead. I got worried for the Trundle pick, but if that Trundle pick works into this Olaf matchup, it really does pinch a lot of the options for Ricky on that top side if he wants to dominate. We saw the Darius ban. Does he default back to his Aatrox, which is his other sort of comfort pick that he's relied on in the past?
So much to think about and so much to see as well. We could be very well looking down the barrel of a game 3 depending on what St. Clair decide to bring, but for them it is back to the drawing board. Same with Fisher, what else can you cook up for us? We'll have to wait and see. Please don't go anywhere. NECC League of Legends will continue in just a bit.
Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice. but you say you wanna dance. And you're worrying, oh, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
after that game, one that we blinked and missed about 6 minutes, and all of a sudden Topo was on a freaking rampage. We are into game number 2. Fisher on the cusp of righting a wrong in their past, and St. Clair Saints hunting for a game number 3. RMC, we also had some insider information, a little bit talking with some of the coaches there, and, you know, just for a little bit of heads up, I don't think that was as surprising for us as it was for Fisher to pick up that trundle.
No, I think Fisher was fully aware of Ricky's champion pool and prepared appropriately. That's why we saw the Darius ban. And I certainly had concerns when I saw the J4 being picked up there and then watching the Olaf kind of picked into that, but I thought it could overcome it. Unfortunately, the matchup in the top lane was prepared specifically to handle them. Now, Orbital, I still think red side is the stronger side for St. Clair, but I think you save counter pick this time for Ricky Lafleur. The Blitzcrank was great for Boschetti. Don't get me wrong, that bot lane did work, and the hooks coming up from Boschetti dominated a lot of the pressure, especially under turret. However, your bot side strong enough, I think Boschetti will be fine even with other support picks. But Ricky, you can't afford to let Ricky get run over like that. Or if you're gonna blind pick for Ricky, then you need to spend more attention up there. One failed gank, okay, then call up your support. Call up your mid laner if you have to.
And I think that leads us into that next point. We got to give props to Radar as well as Devil to Grey, and Devil to Grey specifically, because that top lane would not have gone the way that we thought if Devil to Grey did not sit on. And that's why we had to point it out, right? Topo had a great time. 14 kills, I think only like 4 or 5 deaths, which is crazy number considering how much pressure was there. But that all started from that first blind pick J4. If you're looking at St. Clair, that has to be something you're watching, because Maddie could not have a single inch in that game.
Matchups are one thing, but it's a team game. So you can tell Fisher had the instruction that ignore the bot lane. We don't care that Boschetti said that you have to path bot. We're not them. We will path top. We will camp Topo in the top lane. And unfortunately for St. Clair, I think they recognized that a little bit too late. I think there were 3 back-to-back ganks from Devil to Grey after the first one, or the second one where they almost killed Maddie as well. They just revisited the top lane over and over again. And I love that strategy. The bigger question for me, though, is can you repeat it? Now that St. Clair know there's an opportunity for that to happen, if they blind pick for Ricky, if Ricky gets put into a counter matchup again, I'm expecting to see better coverage onto that top side. I don't think we're going to get to see Fisher run over the top lane the same way. So if Fisher wants to go to top lane and still wants to get Topo snowballing, I'm wondering, how are they going to do it? What sort of pick do you have to give Topo? And will St. Clair give Devil to Grey J4 again?
And that, I think, is a big question. So let's go ahead and lay it on the line then, because we got a little bit of time while we wait for the players to get into draft. In your opinion, should you give the J4? Was it the J4, or was it just Devil to Grey having a fantastic game, and you're just like, well, it's going to happen again, might as well get it over with?
Well, there's a reason why J4 is so meta. It's so easy to execute with. And the early strength that he has, even at level 2, he can gank. Level 3 ganks are really, really strong. You've got the knock-up, you've got the armor shred. So I don't think any other champion would bring quite as much to the table for those early ganks as J4 would for Devil to Grey. But there are still other options. They're just harder to execute. And that's why I'm curious to see if St. Clair decide the J4 ban is worth it. It is a unique champion, but Devil to Grey style will not change even if he's off that champion.
Well, with that in mind, we'll see what they decide to do. And first spin is that, Darius, this is now a statement, I feel, from Fisher. Hey, we know what to play if you go ahead and grab that Olaf, and we are laying it in front of you. If you wish to try that Olaf once again, you are free to, but we are ready. On the same side, though, St. Clair, with how rough that game was, you still can't deny that Rowlet can also come out with a fantastic game. Got to keep that Seraphine away. Last time, it was a Seraphine as well as the Ziggs and Poppy. So if you're going to drop any of those, it could be there. Still, the Varus, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I think if anything, if you have to open up a ban from the side of St. Clair, you open up the Ziggs ban. Topo's Poppy is what made him famous. He used to be known as a bit of a one-trick. Obviously, he's expanded his pool since then, but you never quite lose the one-tricks, right? So Topo's Poppy would be absolutely monstrous. And even if you had the Olaf, I still think the Poppy can mess up an Olaf with the jungle attention that they were spending anyways. So the Ziggs comes through Orbital. If that's the case, I don't think we're going to see an J4 ban. Ooh. Fisher changed it up. I like it.
So That we do like it, but it's surprising, right? Again, they had the answer, so I'm assuming they also thought, hey, if what RMC said is true, then they're going to leave it for the last pick, and maybe we don't get that Trundle matchup that we wanted. For right now, though, it is actually all the same bans from the side of SCC saying we can't really do anything because they banned that Olaf. So that entire matchup is pretty much off the table. We're going to get, I feel, a brand new top lane. Now, here it comes. Get that J4. Now, did they hand the Orianna over? I'm curious about that factor.
Yeah, and actually, I kind of like the Olaf ban too, because as we said, there's a chance that they're going to hold counter pick for Ricky to the very end, and now they'll know if they have the good matchup. And by banning the Olaf, you almost force the Poppy ban, and that gives you that early J4 for Devil de Grey. St. Clair, though, you know what? We kind of discussed it a little bit in the last game. It wasn't the draft issue for the most part. It was really about that top lane matchup and how it panned out from the early jungle pressure. And we had said before, maybe Maddie goes up there, prevents that this time. And Rel is still that flex pick, Orbital. We see it now. We still can't call if it's jungle or support till later on in this draft.
I mean, the mid lane, Bakery Boy and Radar, we said, had probably the most stable matchup, right? This was a matchup that it kind of went the way that we expected, so don't change it. And maybe we get to see that mid lane dominance because of the ganks come through from Maddie, from that experience. Now, around here, I do believe we did see that, I think it was the Ashe, and so go ahead, keep that the same as well. 3 of the same. Let's see if they try and do it on the other side. This time, of course, it was the Olaf. In R3, you would have to either grab a Blitzcrank or a Kalista, which obviously I don't think is going to come through.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised actually we see the Kalista. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Why not? It was a good matchup. And like we said, even if the Blitzcrank gets banned, other engaged supports can do very, very similar things. Or heck, you can go with Kalista Renata, potentially if you want, depending on what Fisher draft for themselves. And for Fisher, they haven't tipped their hand with anything right now. They've got a really strong team fighting core. You've got great ganking from J4. You've got stable lane with Orianna. And Ashe is still that utility pickup. So their comp will flex depending on how this second phase of bans go. We're not going to see Renata Kalista. St. Clair just banned the Renata themselves. They just don't want to risk it.
I mean, at the same time, you take a look at the other side, a big shift as well. No ADC bans, the Kalista's there, so go ahead and ban that Blitzcrank. All of a sudden, start taking away a lot of those engaged champions that you were talking about right there. Same thing, still heavy focus on this bot lane. As much as Topo and Ricky LaFleur got attention in the top side, that is done. It feels like both teams that kind of set that to the side, said that was a game 1 mystery. Now let's get back to our bread and butter. Bot lane, gonna be that heavy-handed matchup that both Devil de Grey and Maddie are gonna be looking forward to.
Okay, if you still want a tanky engaged support, there is still Leona. The Braum would work as well, and Braum would also help a lot to tank up the Ashe and any initial engage that comes through. Glacial Fissure can knock up the J4, but they're holding the flex. Of course, they did this last time too. They're holding the flex for the very end, and they've gone with the Viego, which is not just a good pick for Maddie, but also a deny away. Well, I say a deny, but Devil already picked his J4. They just want damage. They just want resets this game.
It's throwing up a nice little flag there, and I think this does give a bit more agency to Maddie, who honestly in game number 1 had a fantastic set of ults. If you're talking about the Magnustorm being able to get into those fights, did have access, right? Was able to spot it. However, there is that Braum, like you were talking about, maybe not on the side that we thought, but paired with that Ashe is a beautiful denial tool, slows down Bakery Boy, or not Bakery Boy, Rock Boom, because again, everything's tied to move speed, everything's tied to the auto attack basing. Hey, you have a little bit of fun. This is what I was wondering, right? This Rumble has plagued the meta scene for so long, and the fact that it was left open from second round of ban phases, go ahead, grab it. It is that hot pot combo.
Yeah, the Rumble that got banned last game, but because of the support focus this time, it's beautiful. The hot pot combo, the ball delivery system, Orbital, it's a perfect AoE wombo combo storm for Fisher. The final pick for St. Clair is going to be that comfort pick for Ricky LaFleur. It is going to be that Aatrox, which, hey, laning wise, it gets a little bit iffy. Rumble is great into a lot of melee top laners in the laning phase and later on in team fights as well. Sure, Aatrox can hop out of the Cataclysm, but I'm just looking at how short range and how immobile a lot of these champions are for St. Clair when I'm looking at the carries, specifically Syndra, and to a lesser extent Viego, and I'm just worried for them. The Equalizer by itself is already going to cause a lot of problems for what St. Clair want to do.
Well, let's see if it all pans out. We can speculate all we want, but the players themselves want a piece of the action. We get into the game as, of course, the players are now frozen just because we got the failure coming out in the bot lane for Fisher, and they have spread the cold just about everywhere else. I mean, can't We're also in the middle of winter, by the way. Out where I'm at, we just got like 8 inches of snow, and I was like, okay, that's great. It's all gone, by the way. The weather around me is so bad that it's just like, no one really cares. So taking a look here, we are getting into the game. Fisher once again on the blue side and St. Clair on the red. This time a little bit more standard spread out. 5-point, hopefully from Fisher, but still a stack from St. Clair. This could be dangerous. Sword Blue and Ralik, I mean, you should spot it, but over the wall, in comes the Rel. Well spotted, knock up on Sword Blue, who is going to walk away. Only a little bit of damage, which you can recall and go ahead and heal up.
I like the idea there from St. Clair. Unfortunately, they are spotted on. This time Fisher will know where everybody is. Ball being dropped as well, just to give vision onto people exiting on that way. And for Fisher, okay, they're not hard committing to this top side. They're just going to drop some vision, track where Maddie is. And I'm actually very curious whether Fisher wants to match Maddie or whether they want to avoid Maddie. Because early levels, I do think the J4 is stronger, and if you do force a 2v2 or 3v3 situation with Maddie, we saw that last game, and it was Fisher who won that 2v2 in the top lane, got the kill, and pushed Maddie out, and I wonder if they want to replicate that.
I think they can. I think they could if they really, really wanted to, and I mean, it's such an interesting fact, right? The fact that we keep seeing Maddie kind of be that pinpoint area on this Viego this time around will be very fun to watch. Because if that early invade happens, right? If you're set behind, if you have a bad time, it's actually more impactful, right? You actually lose, I feel, a lot more ground than say the Rel. You know, if you fall behind, you don't have any damage. So if they get it to work, hey, bye goes Maddie, and all of a sudden you have free lanes everywhere else, or at least you hope so.
Yeah, and it'd be a nice payback for what Maddie did to them last game, right? Where Maddie was potentially on track to pull off a 3 buff if he didn't have to go and cover that top lane. We are now seeing opposite starts for both junglers, and with the warding positioning, both teams will be able to track where these junglers are. I love where Topo's positioned right now, though. Oh, yep. Bot lane? Okay, no, they're fine. Okay, Topo is sitting in a bush right now, trying to cut off Ricky from lane.
And actually, it looks like they did get the damage for, or not even real damage. It was like, what, 5%? Yeah. So slows a little bit, but still, the aggression, the idea is there. Eyes are now open in the rest of the lanes. As you said, bot lane, not as aggressive. Mid lane, still, this matchup, though, favoring the likes of Bakery Boy early on in his radar takes a massive chunk of damage.
Yeah, it's a very volatile matchup early on, and the fact that Bakery Boy's winning that means that he managed to sidestep a lot of those command moves initially and landed spheres of his own instead. Now I'm tracking the junglers a little bit because for Maddie, he might look to gank the mid lane with how volatile it's already been. And for St. Clair, they have to be aware. They know Devil de Grey is bot side.
It's
done.
It's a testy moment, and that's why they're trying to draw that 2v2, but the Ignite goes down, and look at the shred. You're giving so much time for Ralik to actually step up. In the mid lane, we saw a kill instead, and all of a sudden it's a trade. That's still a kill to Rockman with Ralik now running away. You do have flash, and you do flash away, but damage is done. We talked about this top lane matchup being a little bit different, and because of that, unleashing Maddie to join that mid lane.
And St. Clair won out on both mid and bot. We were just talking about the fact that, hey, Fisher have to watch out for Maddie. Maddie's in position to the gank. They might not know that. Their ward, unfortunately, didn't track which direction Maddie went. And bot side, we're talking about the fact that Boschetti and Rockboom have to be careful for the gank. Well, they got the vision down, and they knew that, hey, we can go in on this. So early game dominance from St. Clair, very much like what we saw at the start of last game.
And this continues. It's a very different story, right? The early game that we saw was a little bit more close and coordinated. We saw leads being given to each side. It felt more like just a slugfest instead of that, offense, defense. Well,
oh, jeez.
So I say that.
There we go.
It's still a trade. And Ricky LaFleur was like, haha, I got it again.
Well, so Ricky LaFleur gets a much better ward this time and sees this coming. But it kind of doesn't matter because Fisher doesn't care if it's a 1-for-1 or not. Ricky missed out an entire wave and a bit. I think he lost about 6 or 7 minions to the turret while he was dead or during the gank itself as well. So you're down gold, you're down experience, and for Topo, you just need a bit of a lead. If Topo gets an inch, he will take the whole foot.
I mean, you could already see it there, right? Still has Ignite, still has Flash Up, so if you did get the regular damage, you can go ahead and pull this off. If that Harpoon had landed, I wonder if Topo in the overheat. I mean, I don't think would have dove, but I mean, now Ricky LaFleur is in a really, really bad spot. You can see it there, trying to get the damage, trying to get the heal. Topo wants it. No Q up. Still though, wards going down. I mean, this is just rinse and repeat, and Ricky LaFleur knows it.
Yeah, and this time wisely backs off. But you saw Devil Degree was like, okay, he's low. I come back in. We do it. I have flash. You have flash. We get a kill. Failing that, we wait for the level 6 equalizer. But the problem is they're taking a long time, and Sinclair has responded top side, bot side. Sword Blue?
I mean, Sword Blue, I feel, is okay for right now. It's Rollick that I'm actually worried about. How much HP are you going to lose? Boschetti, you might want to help your ADC here. They're actually losing out on the wrong side of the field, and they have to tie back in. They're trying to trade it out. A little bit of a hawk shot to give vision, and because of that, Rollick gets the shield, goes up in time. Double kill off of an overextension from Rockboom and Boschetti.
And let's make that very, very clear. Rockboom and Boschetti did not have to go into that. They opted into that, and Rollick and Sword Blue played that immaculately, beautifully well. And hey, getting all those kills onto Rollick as well, bro, that's going to be an issue. This Ashe, it's not the same Ashe from last game. It's 3-0 right now. Ricky,
Oh no. Oh, I felt a dagger through my heart right there. Right, that felt painful, and Sword Blue now getting jumped out. I mean, I feel like this is just rewards. This will be death for Rollick as well as Sword Blue. Ignite goes down. It will be the finisher. So just as we were praising Fisher, kills go right back to Rockboom.
I feel like both top and bot overstayed their welcome, Orbital. Ricky was low, walks into a blind bush when you knew a fight had just broken up. Bot side, kind of similar thing. Rollick and Sword Blue a little bit overextended. So that kind of just answers equal. What's interesting is the fact that Maddie just went for the dragon with the help of Bakery Boy. St. Clair having a much better grasp this time of the macro. They're not kind of just getting sucked into the pace of kills left and right.
And I like that, right? I really, really do like that. I want to see St. Clair be able to pull out some of their awesome kind of stylistic situations. And even if that style is slow and steady, you go ahead, build your leads here and there. Maybe they're challenging a little bit more, but for right now, it feels more stable. Now, granted, this is about the time in game number 1 where we lost vision and we were like, what happened in 6 minutes? And all of a sudden we had 20 kills on the board. So maybe we get to see how Fisher decides to play this in-between state and if Topo's allowed to get an extended lead once again.
Okay, so this is how it's going to play, Orbital. It's going to be top side that just melts the game again. Topo is more than double Ricky's CS. And look at Ricky right now. Ricky can't even step up because Topo's level 6, equalizers up, Ignite is about to come up, and if you're Ricky, you're calling for jungles to help break this freeze. If you're Topo, you're calling Devil to go for the double kill.
I love it. They met each other. They saw each other. Like, all right. This is how it's gonna be, guys. This is our life for the next 5 minutes. Please stop. However, a Q came out from Sword Blue, and that almost felt like the initiation call. Both Rockboom and Boschetti were like, yeah, let's hard sprint it, and Rollick even burned that ghost. Summoner spell for a bit of a chance. I mean, I'm on my toes right now. This bot lane could explode and cause so much damage either way.
Yeah, because Rollick got all those early kills. Rollick is 6 and actually has the ult to facilitate the pick. So well played from Rockboom and Boschetti to not die and play very defensively. They were waiting for this push into turret. Now that they are 6, they're the ones who are, they're okay to try and fight this 2v2, maybe.
Maybe not now. Sword Blue really hoping for that Glacial Fissure, be able to slow down their targets as much as possible. On the top side, though, this is Ricky LaFleur starting to build up a CS wave, and I'm not sure that's really enjoyable. However, it is giving space for the rest of the team to go for that Herald first. It gives a global objective once again to St. Clair Saints.
I don't think Fisher actually have vision on the move, but I think they just assumed seeing Bakery Boy move out of lane, and now that Herald's been taken, they will be aware. So once again, St. Clair, great that they've got eyes on the objectives. They're making sure they're getting the macro plays. The laning, however, has not favored them quite as much this game overall. So it's a very different flavor from that first game. And Devil de Grey especially has been a little bit more stifled this game. Hasn't been able to cause quite as much chaos. You can see they still want to go for the top lane. But like we predicted, St. Clair, they took the break, they sorted their problems, and Maddie's making sure he covers this time.
All right, now on the bot side, no coverage from the junglers. Instead, it's chip over chip over chip over chip, and the call down here. But we're going to look at that top side, the one that we really watch for, as that is the melting pot that we said. The hot pot brings blood and food. Now on the bot side, we're seeing the trade out. Both ADCs take a kill apiece. And on top side, we're still seeing that death. The flash in from Devil de Grey gets that kill. It's deja vu, RMC. We wondered what happened in game number 1. This is what happened.
Yeah, like we said, it's about the top lane. That's where everything melts down. They win the 2v2. Both top laners are calling for their junglers to support them. But unfortunately, Maddie's the one who gets caught first. And the moment Ricky's on his own, that turret is not a safe place for you, Rockboom. Trying to go for revenge, but without that flash, I don't think he can quite catch up to Rollick.
Oh, that feels bad. You even burned the cleanse, and now if you get caught, you're kind of screwed. So I like this call down from Maddie. Maddie watching as the rest of the team jumps in. Flash over the wall between the two, and Radar is allowed to live. Great attempt to get a roam down on the spot side, though, trying to punish some of these movements.
I was just laughing at Orbital. You're talking about, oh, if you get caught, you're screwed for Rockboom, and I was just watching Radar almost get caught as well.
Right?
If
It's like,
anybody gets caught
whoa.
with these comps, yeah, they're kind of screwed. There's so much damage for everybody here. Maddie kind of just sniffing around this bot lane, but Rollick and Sword Blue are doing a great job playing defensively. And one of the reasons why I'm so much more focused on the top lane is because of what happened last game, Orbital. The fact that if Ashe falls behind, she's still got so much utility. If an Aatrox falls behind, he's just dead when a lot of these fights start. So St. Clair, the macro was good from them, but they do have to be a little bit careful about having a repeat of game one. You know, Rockboom is not as far ahead this time. Their mid game is a little bit concerning for me at this point. I'd like to see Maddie be able to get some ganks off, preferably maybe in the mid lane, if not the bot lane, because Bakery Boy and Maddie both have a lot of burst damage, and it's a good setup for this Viego to get his executes rolling.
I mean, not just that. You take a look at this arrow coming down the lane, and maybe you get that counter attack, but that's going to be the burn, and they're hoping to just burn through Bakery Boy, who flashed away, but a flash to follow from that Rumble, and now they get a fight ever further. Oh no, that's Biscotti. You Magnus Storm your way to death. And honestly, that's going to give Drake as well. Take a look at the vision. I didn't even get to point it out. All the vision from SCC now wasted for Fisher to grab this Drake.
Yeah, they wanted to make the move, but overall, it felt like Fisher had also read what Sinclair had wanted to do and just was a step faster. Hey, you want to gank mid? We'll send our top laner as well. We'll get that numbers advantage. And they just shut down the play from St. Clair before it can even start. Best part of that, Topo doesn't miss a beat rotating into that bot lane, into the mid lane, pardon me, because he was so far ahead. You can see he just goes right back up, waves clears that. Sword Blue, Ralph, they can come right back down and look for this pick.
The flash is up, good flash away, but the Cataclysm still comes down. It happens once again, and even poor Biscotti is like, bruh. Look at that, bruh, really? That just happened? Gosh dang it.
He just got back to lane, like, say hi, Carry. No, Maddie's
gonna try and even it. It is. Oh, Maddie, you are getting shredded. One more attack can take it, but the teleport in from Rickly Fleur might be able to trade it around. Take a look on the far side. We can see the roam in from Baker Boy as well. But everyone on the other side is running. But Ralik says, I'm actually strong. Guys, what are you doing? You're running into a dash. Now it's round number 3. Sword Blue about to go low. If one more Q lands, you are dead. But you dodge out of sight. Bakery Boy trying to do some work.
No shot.
What well done job by Fisher to bait the fishermen.
Yeah, St. Clair, unfortunately, they're all just roaming to the bot lane trying to dogpile in there. They don't find the kills, and Relic catches Biscotti. Basing, not paying attention. Great kill. Didn't even need a flash. Now top lane Topo versus Rockboom.
There's nothing. There's no flash. There's nothing. Even mid lane. There's just so many souls. What's going on, Maddie? Maddie, please. I'm begging you. Please do not die here. You just ate a chunk. Radar doesn't have his ult, and he doesn't have a way out. So at least you get one. But what is going on, RMC?
Orbital, the Saints are marching home. Straight into a funeral home, unfortunately. That was almost across the board. Just every single lane. Thankfully, Maddie finds one kill. It's not ideal, but it's what you got. It's what you take. And now look at the lane states across the board. Top side, Topo, one plate left on that top lane turret, and Rockboom lost that 1v1. Mid lane, Radar starting to build a bit of a lead over Bakery Boy. Bakery Boy wasted so much time moving between the lanes, and bot lane. The lane where Rockboom and Biscotti dominated last time, Rollick is up CS, up kills, up gold, up pressure as well. And Fisher, I guess this is what we missed game 1, Orbital. We're seeing it happen in game 2.
Topo's like, where's my fun? I want to get on this action. I'm only 3-0-4. Give me some of the kills more. And we're like, you got your kills before. Like, my guy, you were 14 through and like 7 at the end of the other game. Yeah. So this time, spread the love a little bit. Same for Devil to Gray. Remember, in game number 1 didn't have the most amazing scoreline, but we knew that they had the impact, right? This time around, it's 4-1-4 and looking for a 5th. You have no way out. Maybe you have the rest of the team. You're trying to hide in the wards, but this is still going to be the kill. You called out another teleport. That's Fisher say, all right, you want to rumble? Let's freaking rumble. Let's Let's bring it on in. A knockup once again as in goes the Rel. But it's not going to matter. There's no damage to follow up. Bakery Boy doesn't have the mythic, and you're trying to run away. But guess who's got the flash? Guess who's got the damage? Devil de Grey sends them to hell.
And on the side, Ricky was desperately trying to rotate into the top lane, ran face first into Rollick and Sword Blue, and Fisher dominated that fight. They are fueling themselves. The confidence is showing. Equalizer just came up for Topo. Maddie, no!
The turn and burn is what we call that one. That was the river just unexpectedly swatting Maddie into death. And Devil de Grey gets a free arrow. Like, what is going on here?
Oh, it feels like Fisher has just found their confidence. They know they're good. They got it from game 1. They're shown in game 2. Their micro has improved. Their mechanics have looked spot on. And for Sinclair, it's starting to feel like they're desperate. They are making questionable decisions on when to fight. The mechanics are starting to suffer a little bit as well. We saw that in that top lane. The fact that Devil de Grey danced around all the skill shots that Bakery Boy was putting down. That should not have been a favorable fight for Fisher, but they came out completely unscathed, didn't drop a soul up in that top side.
And now really it's that call down of, as long as Fisher don't make, I don't want to call an ego move, but just an overextension, right? They should be in prime position. They have the composition, they have the power. This dragon coming up doesn't have any vision from SEC, so if you're looking at Fisher, you can just waltz in and take a second. As long as you don't get caught. Rallick about to have that happen to them as they just get jumped. Man, I love caster cursing my games. Don't worry, guys. I'm an ace at that. I may be like gold in casting, but I am an absolute pro at calling down curses. This is looking like another stun out as Sword Blue tries to take out a ward. But of course, look at that dissonance. Rock Boom now on the wrong side of the wall. Only has cleanse, and cleanse ain't gonna get you out. Flag and drag to death as Devil de Grey says, give me that option. Look at the burn. Everyone melting away. Scatter of the Weak only slows down the damage as this is Topo's game to play. Another little burn comes out as the overheat slows them all down, but Bakery Boy is untouched because Boschetti is running for their life. The horse is chunked and dismantled as Bakery Boy is the only one alive.
You know what? You curse them once, you bless them again, Orbital, because you called for Topo to get more kills, and he did. 706 Bakery Boy about to die!
It physically hurts. It hurts, but for Fisher, they are loving it. 24 and 10, 35,000 gold, and towers to boot as well.
That was a 3v5 Orbital to start, Ricky. TPing into the back and still can't follow up, still can't find in. Radar might turn this.
There's nothing.
Yeah,
you're dead. You're slowed. You're gone. It's time and time again. These attempts, this frustration, these attempts at desperation are leading them to ruin and destruction.
And with this composition, with the slows from Braum, from Orianna, from Ashe, it feels like St. Clair gets one shot to get the engage right. And it hasn't panned out. Maddie now hunting to the back.
Oh my gosh.
Rockboom's dead.
Wait. I love the fact that I'm not even worried about the kills. That's expected at this point. I just love the fact that we saw Boschetti be like, I didn't want to be here. My ADC forced me to be here. Can I go home? And just peaced out to the top side.
Yeah, Boschetti made the right call.
True.
I feel bad for Matt, because Matty was just like, okay, you know what? We've got the burst. We're going to try and find somebody here. And he went in, and Boschetti was like, nah, peace. guys, Rockboom's dead. I have no support. I'm so dead. 27 to 10 now, Orbital, with an almost 10k gold lead. It's 9, but should be 10 soon once these turrets go down. And Baron hasn't even spawned. Fisher, at this point, I'm not even sure they can really overextend. It's just baiting at that point.
At this point, we're playing for the perfect game for Topo, right? 7-0-8. Just like, I don't want to die here, and I just want to see how many kills I can get. You already got the voice staff, right? Any sort of magic resist to come out from the side of SEC ain't gonna matter. Like, I'm so sorry, but it's not. Like, you're dead. On the other side, it's literally hunting, right? Take a look at the vision. There is a single ward from SEC in their own jungle side, and this can happen because of it. This is a jump in radar now finally going to pay for their transgressions, but they sold that Devil de Grey is so far in the enemy base that they don't even care. This tower is going to fall behind, and it's a small price to pay to get this tower.
And let's not forget, the last team fight, Orbital, started as a 3v5, which became a 4v5 because Raleigh got picked first. So even if you kill Radar, so what? That was when they were up, what, 7k? Now they're up 10k. you can't really fight into them. And even in that chokehold, when I saw them kind of trying to funnel around the side, try and rotate around, all I could think in my head was, that little funnel there, that little corridor is the perfect length for an equalizer. So even if they get the pick, if it's not a pick on Topo, well, even if it is the pick on Topo, I'm still a little bit worried for St. Clair. It still has to be a perfect engage from them.
The kill also needs to go to priority members. Like, at this point, I'm sorry, Ricky, I don't think a kill is going to be enough to get you back, right? Oh, no. I see the pings go down, and...
they knew?
Oh! I watched that, and it was so far away. Topo and Sword Blue were nowhere close. I was like, there's no way they chased that. Topo proto-belted just to try and get that equalizer down. I would like to point out, they are in full hunt mode.
Was there a ward in that? Like, how did they know that?
It was a random shot. It was just a random shot. I was watching it. There were no wards.
That's crazy. And now Baron's up. Normally, you see that equalizer go down, Orbital, and you're like, okay, there's a window. We can try and fight this. No, look at the cooldown. It's almost halfway up. And Fisher, if anything, I want to see them baiting at this Baron right now. Try and catch anybody who walks in there. Oh,
Topo
might have gone caught.
Oh, and actually get bounced over the wall, and that's the kill. Hey, that's an option. Hey, that's a jump back. It is a small one nonetheless, but I mean, Testing has to run away. Another jump forward. Rallic in full aggressive mode said, I am the Ash that will carry us all. Dancing, weaving, trying to orb walk. But look at the damage. Looks like SCCF also found their opportunity. Stepping out and away. A great arrow, though, slows everyone down. Over the wall goes the Heartbreaker. Maddie, realizing they're caught into a rough situation, but the Scatter of the Weak slows the fight just enough. However, caught on the Wolf. Down goes Biscotti. Bakery Boy running for their life as well. 0-4-4. Doesn't want to make it 0-5.
Things looked so good for St. Clair for a moment there, starting with the pick onto Topo. That's why I said Orbital. Even if they get the pick onto Topo, the subsequent engage, the subsequent 5v4 still has to be flawless. And Rowlick, unfortunately, for St. Clair, was the one who played that flawless. That sidestep onto just the very edge of the command dissonance to not get slowed, not get caught, made all the difference. Because when Rowlick wasn't touched, once you had used all your engage tools, Rowlick just turned right back around and chased you instead.
I love the fact that I'm keeping track of Rowlick's buys, and every time it's either a major component or just an item flat out. There is like, every time we're just watching this climb up, I'm like, I wish I had this Ash in all my solo key games. Like, what the heck? I want this. It's crazy, right? And we set it up at the beginning. SCC, I mean, Rapu and Biscotti, they tried their best to control this bot lane, and it's just not working out, and I think that gives so much to Fisher, this developing organization that is looking to cement themselves as a strong point. Baron taking quite low. Is this going to be a steal? It's going to be smited away by Topo, apparently. Now arrow goes out, doesn't land on anyone, and SCC, for this Baron, at least don't lose anyone, but they're going to call this fight. They're going to try and fight it out, but look at that hurt! That's going to be Rock Boom to be almost annihilated by a single QW, and now the fight engages. Cataclysm draws them all in. There is no burn, but it is enough. The flamethrower spits on everyone, and yes, they lose too, but Fisher still claim a majority share of the wave in mid. Testing taking quite low. Rock Boom having to run away as fast as possible. A flash forward. Another Q doesn't land. And Maddie says, hey, I'm going to turn it around. Grabs another soul. And hey, this is a dub right now for SCC. They've gotten kills that they sorely need.
Maddie's still hunting right now, but I don't think you kill these two. Sword Blue is inordinately tanky. He started everything, lost half his health, and is still in the fight. But SCC, they're able to find something overall. This is a win for them, make no mistake. They lost Baron, but they stripped Baron off majority of the members of Fisher. They got the kills, and they are the ones set up for this Drake right now.
I mean, this is I did say a mistake cannot happen for Fisher, right? There has to be something that just, you can't make a mistake. And at this point, with Rock Boom ready to go with those spears, I think you got it, right? Very nicely here on that end. That is the ability that you are afforded with the Kalista in your back pocket. However, that is not the end goal. This is just a minor stepping stone for SCC. They need that to happen at least 2 to 3 more times.
Yeah, it's a first step, but it's a journey of 1,000 steps right now for them. While this happening, Radar doing his best Topo impression, TP's into the top lane, just split pushing right now because they still have Baron buff on 2 members. Both Rowlick and Sword Blue still have that ability to pressure. And for St. Clair Saints right now, they're going.
I mean, that's oh no. Oh, that's just that feels bad. That's Mechanical Horse just burned to death. That is going to hurt. Now in a 1-4 position, Fisher are looking to break open this mid inhibitor, but not gonna be able to get too much. Great hold by SCC for the time being.
Very short-lived one. Rock Boom? Why
Yep.
are we... Okay, I don't know what happened to Rock Boom there. He put himself in a very awkward position. And for Fisher, like you said, they're just focusing the turrets right now. They weren't even hunting for kills. That was just served up on a silver platter.
And when you get a reward like that for doing almost nothing, you're going to take more from it. Very nicely done to capitalize on that mistake. We were saying, hey, SEC able to hold out? Not anymore. They lose 2 inhibitors for the next objectives, which again are about 3.5 minutes out, so quite a long time. It's still there for Fisher. They felt things getting a little bit out of control, I think, and now they should feel firmly back in position. Good flag and drag out, how a follow over the wall, and no one's there. So if Maddie decides to chase us a little bit further with Flash, okay, good out by the side of Devil to Gray. Still though, scary stuff. Maddie starting to become a problem. 10-5-1.
So we know, Orbital, that Maddie could have kept chasing. We know that Maddie could have killed Devil to Gray. St. Clair didn't know that. They didn't have vision. The reset had just come through from Fisher. And Maddie, perfect instincts to disengage when he did. And Enchanted Crystal Arrow actually came across the map as well to secure Devil to Gray. Sword Blue now stepping up deep is spotted, but let's see how little damage gets done.
That's 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, Sword Blue is gonna be fine. I think they're more than happy with the spears. They're just, this never hurt me. I don't know what you're talking about. I am that wall. This is just a hard push on the spot side. And right now, Rollick, by the way, 4 items deep. An item and a half over Rock Boom. This is disgusting.
I just want to see what happens when Rollick gets time to actually fire on these tanks, because they've been melting, but I've been tracking how quickly they are going to... I say tanks. I don't even think SEC actually have a tank right now. Like, Ricky is not really tanky. He's got a Hex Shrinker. And who's the other tank? I guess it's Boschetti, but Boschetti is a support. You don't have enough gold income. While all this happened, by the way, let's not forget, supers are pushing top and mid. So Fisher's taking this slow because they have other lanes pushing for them.
They don't need to force anything. If anything, I'm expecting them to just wait, right? They are just waiting for an opportunity for SEC to actually leave or make a mistake. And at this point, it seems the call is, let's just stay here. There's literally nothing else on the map, right? This is one of those rare moments in League where the objective is so clearly defined that nothing else is going to happen on the game, right? Like, they literally just sat outside of that wall and we're like, all right, next time is up. Double Gray now going to set right in center. Cataclysm comes in, but that's going to be the max sword right into the back line.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? What a wombo combo. Let's see if they have the damage. Yes, they do. Maddie gets one reset, looking for another. Great unleashed power. Are you kidding me? SCC say you have made a fatal mistake. 4 dead and then some. Double Gray running for their life as they are almost forced into heaven's gates. St. Clair Saints found a single monumental chance. Yes, they lose the Nexus Tower, but it is a chance. Devil to Gray, you're gonna fall, I think. I look at the dodges, look at the moves. Faker, you're not him.
Almost though. He bought a lot of time. So St. Clair won't be able to get any meaningful push off. And unfortunately for St. Clair, they've been turtling their base so long that they can't really step up and take anything. They're really just pushing these waves out. Rock Boom, you can see, is even hesitant to really go for this bot lane turret because of the death timers and because of the time that Devil to get a bot. But Orbital, important thing, that fight, St. Clair won it and how they won it as well. They pushed forward. If they had hesitated, if they had stepped back, they would have died. Top will drop the equalizer behind them to say, okay, we're cutting off your retreat. The problem was St. Clair had no plans of retreating. They know if they don't win that fight, they're dead. So they just all in and they got the engage they needed. They caught Rollick and Radar next to each other. And Topo, unfortunately, a little bit too far out. Once the Orianna was dead, once Ashe was dead, and once Equalizer was down, St. Clair were able to follow up. Arrow goes through the uprights, but it's got a short cooldown. It will be back up shortly.
I also do not expect Fisher to be in that situation again, right? That was a single moment's notice. It was, okay, they made a mistake, and at this point, it's just looking for those chances, right? In goes that Rel, but this time you don't get that 4-man Magnus Storm, and Rock Boom is so low. What did I just say? You made a mistake. Maddie in the backline trying to do work, but instead you're the one that shredded that CC, that stunned. As soon as we saw that ace on St. Clair, Fisher paid back, and then some. They take a little bit of interest on the top, as this is an ace for 1 for Fisher.
A little bit of interest. I'd call Nexus the whole darn bank account. They're just taking everything away from St. Clair. And what a series as well. Fisher They came in swinging. We knew they were good, but it felt like they had really prepared. They had taken that loss to heart, and this time they recognized that, hey, we know Topo is good. We lost out mid last time. That's fine. We won't cover our weaknesses. We're going to play to our strengths instead. And you can't argue with that clean 2-0.
It honestly, we said it, right? Playoffs is a different beast. No matter how you cut it, the playoffs is where things matter. And especially in the lower bracket, you're not sure what comes out. And honestly, that game 1 felt like it caused some pain to St. Clair. At the current moment, St. Clair do fall out of this race, and I gotta ask you, RMC, between games 1 and 2, both Rollick and Topo put up such an amazing series. If you had to choose one player, even Devil to Gray, let's throw that name in there because we have to.
Yes.
Who would you say is the MVP of this series?
Oh man, I'd have to give it to Topo because really everything came out of the top lane there. But props to Devil to Gray and props to the drafting and the overall team as well, right? The fact that the team knew what you could tell this is all pre-planned, right? How smooth they ran it, and they knew where they could afford to lose things. That's not something they were just coming on the fly of. That's obviously prepared. So yeah, in general, like you got to give it to the linchpin, to the crowning piece, which was Topo, but this is Fisher running on all cylinders.
And I love it. For today, Fisher come out on top. They will face Winthrop in the lower semifinals to see who continues on into the lower finals for a chance at the grand finals. That'll be it for the series. However, there's one more to come. We are moving into the Champions Division after this with SFU Black versus TAMU Maroon for a face-off in their playoff division. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more NECC League of Legends action.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay, to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Oh. Things have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm, oh, I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarette's trying to
It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
when I'm with you. I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for a day. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reap me for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. she likes the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different room. We getting crazy in a different room. Getting crazy in a different room. We getting crazy in a different room.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I left that you were fine. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they set for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. it's meant to be that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Can't be for too long. I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it. Oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look.
And we are back ready to go with an amazing third series. At least we hope so, because we have had a day of upsets where anything can go here in the playoffs. I am excited to see what else brings about some craziness here in the Champions Division. Once again, my name is Orbital. With me is, of course, the best minion to ever wander off the rift. It is Random Minion Caster, and we will be your casters for this last series between TAMU as well as SFU Esports. RMC, are you ready?
I am sat, ready and waiting, Orbital, for the 3-for-3 revenge tour tonight. We've already seen two teams get their revenge for the regular season. Now let's talk about our last match, because once again, we're in playoffs. Technically, different divisions are facing off. But once again, both these teams are from the same division, Champions West. And first, we've got SFU Black, the top seed coming out. They had 5 wins, 0 losses, and they have not lost in the playoffs thus far. So that's what, 7 wins, 0 losses series-wise?
Well, yeah.
On the other hand, Texas A&M Maroon, they were struggling a little bit at the start of the season, but they got their act together when it mattered, Orbital, and they qualified as 3rd seed from Champions West. But the last time these two teams faced off, SFU Black took it 2-0. Smooth as butter. And we've seen what happens to the other teams who have been winning their games tonight. Overall, can Texas A&M complete the three-peat?
And there have been some shakeups as well, right? Here in this matchup, we have been, teams have to adjust to certain scenarios, unfortunate circumstances occurring, and both teams are under that influence right now. Will that actually affect the series? We're not too sure. Only time will tell. But right now, SFU Black as well as TAMU, Texas A&M Maroon, are both running subs. Both teams running top lane subs, but I believe SFU are running subs in that bot lane, and then, of course, Texas A&M are running a sub in the jungle.
Yep, I believe specifically their support for SFU Black, their coach is actually subbing in the support role, so maybe that will help a little bit with your comms and with your macro strategy. One thing to note about SFU Black as well is that the substitution situation for them is not new. They've been struggling with scheduling throughout this entire split, so they've been subbing people in and out. Now, this specific 5 members, this specific configuration, from what I've heard, they don't have a ton of experience with it, so we'll see how that rolls tonight. But as you mentioned, Texas A&M as well. Jungle top substitutions coming in for them. And in fact, since the last time we saw them, they've changed up their support as well. Previously, it was Eric Xander. Now we've got December 3rd coming in as their support. And from what I've heard, December 3rd has been great for the team, synced very, very well. And tonight, I think December 3rd is going to have to shine, because it's more about this bot lane with the subs on the top side.
And that, again, I do have some preconceived notions here, because I, very fortunately, back in my heyday, which was well over a decade ago, I should say, which is depressing to even say right now, there was a time where I was on a team, and I said, hey, maybe you have to have roster substitutions and everything. A well put together team is great. However, a team that excels specifically in the face of adversity of having a constant roster shuffle, and yet still able to pull out not just victories, but 2-0 victories, is a team you do not want to face. It means that there are specific players, not just in that bot lane maybe, but individually, every single player is a threat on their own.
Sounds like you're supporting SFU Black already, Orbital.
It scares me.
You know what? I'll raise the case for Texas, because they struggled a little bit in the early season. They started with a string of losses, but they managed to qualify for playoffs. And that tells me this is a team that scales. This is a team that knows how to learn. And when I asked them how they felt about going up against the monsters from their division the regular season, well, they told me, yeah, they recognize they lost. They've learned from their losses, though, and they're going to come back prepared. So my question for them tonight is, are they prepared enough to revenge themselves upon SFU Black?
Maybe they can, maybe they can't. For you, though, you had pointed out that in that bot side is one to watch, as we do get the rosters once again. We get Espe in the top lane for SFU Black, Sharabi in that jungle role, can't stop, and of course won't stop in the mid lane, September 30th, as we said, in that ADC role, or APC, and then Crimsonating in that support role.
Okay, so we have to double check that, because I think I was told Sharabi is actually going to be in the support role, so we'll see. But on the other side, for Texas A&M Maroon, we've got Tip in the top lane substituting in, Bluesy stepping in as well in the jungle tonight. In the mid lane, Senator Kova, who we've seen before, Coat as their AD carry, and Adi or December 3rd as their support.
There are just, it's very entertaining. I will always say this, because even in playoffs, we've already said previous season doesn't hold much weight, right? In this instance, though, there is some weight behind it. I mean, how much do you want to put stock that this cannot, this will also go kind of, upside down on its head or anything like that? Like, are we banking on that, or are we sitting there, SFU, just like, yeah, we're gonna pull out the dub and everything like that?
Well, SFU certainly feeling confident in themselves, and rightfully so. I mean, they have not lost a series just yet, Orbital, and sure, upsets happen, but that's very good basis to be confident of. I think this particular series is just going to come down to who can adapt faster to the changes that are coming through with their rosters. Because if you look at their ranks, there's not a large disparity. They are actually fairly even, fairly comparable. And because of all these substitutions, it's hard to look at their regular season results and take away from that and say that, okay, one team's better than the other from there. So it's about learning. And how well have these teams scouted out each other? SFU Black might be the better team, but did they really put in that much effort to scout Texas A&M Maroon? Maybe they didn't, maybe they didn't, but I can tell you Texas A&M Maroon definitely did their homework.
That should show here in the draft as we get underway for game number 1. I'm very, very curious to see what happens. TAMU are on that blue side, SFU on the red. And last time in the previous series, we did see teams really adhere to their own sides, right? Hey, if we get red side, we really do like red side. If we like blue, we like blue. At the current moment, though, September 30th, not getting that Callisto, which we have seen be that harbinger of death or glory in previous series. Band out number 1, Blitzcrank on the other side, though. Adi not getting that one.
And we know Colt, the AD carry for TAMU, has been really, really strong in the team fighting. But you have to get out the lane first in order to team fight. And that's why I'm not surprised we're seeing Callista taken away. Maybe not something Sep 30 has been playing a ton of, but very lane dominant. Rel, a flex pick we've seen taken away as well. I'm curious if they continue banning the bot lane or if we see something targeted a little bit more at the jungle, because I think jungles can really affect that bot lane as we saw last series.
And I mean, you called it, right? Taking a look, Texas A&M looking like that Kane. That is a Blue G special, so don't want to give that one over. The Rel still banned. Again, just these targeted picks here, there, and everywhere. The Ashe following up behind. We are seeing now meta bans stand out in our eyes, so still leaving out that J4 Ori combo or anything else of the like.
And for SFU Black right here, do you ban the J4, who's such a potent ganker, or do you take away the Kindred to continue pinching? Neither. They've gone for an Orianna ban. Oh, bro, and I'm looking at Sernakova, yeah, the Orianna is part of his toolkit, but I feel like it's a safe pick. But he's got other champions he plays more of, and I still think the J4 is a really strong prio if BlueG feels comfortable playing it. That's the big question, because remember, BlueG subbing in and might not actually be a jungle main to start off with.
I feel, if anything, I feel J4 should be in the wheelhouse, right? It's a very straightforward champion, and there it is. As you said, J4 is available. I do agree with that one. But the answer has to be a little bit different, right? That mid lane, we will see a little bit of a shift. Obviously, Orianna, but there's so much more you can pair with that J4. The response, though, Poppy is on the table if you wish to try it. Maokai, another great style of maybe not full denial, but enough to go ahead and counterbalance against the engage.
It surprises me a little bit because when I look at Can't Stop's champion pool, he's got a lot of aggressive picks like Lee Sin, Kha'Zix. He plays Kane himself as well, Viego. Champions who I expect to kind of go in and be aggressive. With the Maokai, a little bit less so, but you can already see why they're doing that. They're setting up a poke comp already. Maokai Jace, really, really strong basis. We used to see a lot of Kai'Sa paired with that, but Kai'Sa now having been nerfed, probably not as strong. There are other AD carries we want like Ezreal that can still make a very potent poke composition.
I mean, you're taking a look now, and that Syndra's feeling good right now for Senator Kova. Knew that pinch might come further through, and of course, with the Jace already identified, you can get away from it. The Karma now for extra shielding, a little bit of versatility in that bot lane, if you so wish. I really, really do like that one. Trying to speed up, get the shields away from those roots. What do you pick up on the other side, though? SFU do have their pick of the litter. You see what else is available, and hey, immobile is the name of the game. You go ahead, lock in that Camille, lock down one player. Hey, someone on TMU is going to die.
Wow, and Spoy, blind picking this a little bit early. I expect to see top lane focus as well now from the side of SFU Black to make sure you don't get bad matchups coming your way. I really like the Karma takeaway, though, from Texas A&M. Not only is it a champion that Adi's very comfortable on, but it's also a good takeaway from a potential poke composition. Karma really good not just at poking herself, but at disengaging with your team. Karma, though, can still be punished in lane, especially if you're going to aggressively gank that lane, but you do need sort of a kill-oriented bot lane to go with it, and SFU Black right now, they still haven't shown their hand. Will they go for that skilling? Are they going to double down on that poke, or are they going to try and shut down the bot lane early?
It looks like they, at least for the time being, are saying, we really want this Camille to have a good matchup. Baiting away the Jack, saying, nope, no advancement for you, no shutdown and no denial tools there. Now the focus on the bot lane. For TMU, as you were progressing, the Aphelios spanned away, and that brings about a very different idea, I think. Aatrox locked behind the ban wall. Major power picks that TIP will not have.
Yeah, I mean, Nico Soccer still has his favorite champion of Fiora available if you want to go dueling with that Camille and go for that split push threat. For the side of Texas A&M, they are banning out massive teamfight champions. So that's Aphelios, Xayah, two really great skilling picks taken away from the side of Sept 30th there. Now, if you've got Ezreal, I think you can go on Ezreal here if you want and kind of pair it really well with the Jace, with the Maokai as well, and then save support counter pick. There's also a chance that the Maokai is the support and that they haven't picked their jungler just yet. Because again, keep in mind, Can't Stop, that's an aggressive jungler. Maokai wasn't what I thought would necessarily be his pick of champions.
Literally anything can be aggressive if you fight hard enough for it. Like true, that's what I feel like. Really well. Yeah, and it looks like that is not going to be the case. The Maokai is going to be locked in, and again, very nice fielding for a composition that wants to lock one person down. You need follow-up behind the Camille, so it makes sense. However, the ADC pool is going to be very fun to watch. This is where it shakes up for the side of TMU. They get their choice. What do they want to go for? There aren't too many pieces in the bucket, right? As you said, the Ezreal is still available. We also have Varus, which is an ADC that a lot of people do like. I'm not sure it would float very well here, but we'll see what they do. Instead, it is going to be that Renekton first, still deciding on that ADC.
Yeah, Renekton, great pickup into the Camille, especially early on. You can pop her shield, you can stun her if she tries to trade and disengage if you want, or keep chasing. Now, the AD carry, though, I'm thinking actually Misfortune might not be a bad pickup here if you've already got so much team fighting, but they've gone with Kai'Sa instead. I guess you have some dive buddies to go with the Renekton, with the Jarvan, and you've also got Poke to pair with that Karma to try and answer that Jace. It's an interesting choice. Oh, speaking of interesting, okay, that's an interesting choice. Samira, that changes things a lot for SFU Black.
If there was ever a time to do or die, this is that motif, right? Like, quite literally, if SFU get a lead, you're not going to be seeing the end of the game for TMU, or you might, and it's just much quicker than you thought. On the flip side, though, this is, I mean, you got good dive buddies as well. Like, both these teams want to clash so heavily.
Yeah, and this bot lane is going to just be the focus of attention for me now. The top lane is going to be volatile because Renekton can actually kill the Camille in a 1v1, especially earlier on. But bot side, when you pick a Samira, you know that SFU Black want action to happen in that bot lane. And even scarier is what happens if Samira actually gets fed. If she can start killing your front line, then suddenly that dive that Texas A&M wanted to set up, that they picked the J4, the Renekton for, that's going to fall apart. The Samira is way too fed. So SFU Black, they started a nice poke comp, but they've kind of diversified a little bit with what they've gone with. And I'm going to be honest, it's a risky strategy. If it works, they're going to snowball incredibly quickly. If it doesn't, Texas A&M have a chance where they can just brute force teamfight after teamfight if they can shut down Samira.
If there was ever a time to sit there and say, I am done with tonight, I want it over quickly one way or another, that is what SFU are running. Here tonight, they are looking to continue their run in the playoffs of the Champions Division. If they can, it will be done. For TMU, they are looking to do the same with a little bit more standard, a little bit more dive, but of course, the early game will tell their story. A simple 5-point setup on all ends is going to be the call. No early invades like we saw in the previous series.
Okay, so SFU Black, we need to talk about that roster because we weren't quite sure how it was going to shake out. So they do have a top sub, but Shirabi, their coach, is actually in the jungle now, and Crimsonating is their starting support. So their bot lane are both their starters. That is a strong lane for them. Can't Stop was actually their jungler, who has now flexed into the mid lane a little bit. So now suddenly this mid jungle top, this top half of the map for SFU Black, to me at least, is the side that needs to prove themselves. Well, September 30th and Crimsonating, I expect to feel very comfortable as a duo.
so many different things that we were literally just like, we can talk about this, and then it gets flipped on our head, and we're just like, all right, all our notes out the window. Let's just Hail Mary it across the field, and we'll see what happens from there. And for right now, though, NECC in the top side dueling out with Spay, and this is again highlighting this lane. It will be fun to watch. At least this is something that I haven't seen in a long time. I at least really love Camille's. I love seeing those dances at least, and to be able to watch Camille once again, if it pops off, it's so much fun.
Yeah, because you haven't seen a Camille for a while, Orbital. Let's just remind everybody quickly, Camille doesn't always run flash because she has that hook shot. She's very mobile. Taking the ignite gives her the better 1v1 trading, and also does a lot to stop the regeneration that a lot of Nexans will run, not just from his kit, but also from a potential gore drinker that he might pick up. So Spay really paying attention to the matchup, wants to be able to win this out. The other thing that might affect that top lane matchup, junglers. I don't know if BlueG is potentially looking for a cheese gank in the top level 2. It doesn't look like it. He started popping bot side, but Shirabi could very well just pop up there and throw a quick gank in after he clears Krugs.
Especially considering NECC is already trying to get aggressive, hit that level 2 early and try to push, and now on the other side of that map, and I think might have spotted out Shirabi as well. So I mean, all this information playing into TAMU's favor. Rest of the lanes branching out somewhat what we expected, right? Can't stop having a little bit of trouble in that mid lane, but should be perfectly fine. First strike Jace is more than willing to take these longer waiting trades like this one right here. Good curve to the top side. Shirabi going to flash underneath the Scout of the Week, and that should be the kill. Simple as simple does. Auto attack to finish it. First blood for the Jace.
That was textbook from SFU back from Shirabi and Can't Stop as well. They even get the first blood onto Can't Stop. They burn the flash off of Senator Kova. Just beautifully timed to stop everything. And unfortunately for Texas A&M, they've got the J4. They're the ones who are supposed to gank first. They've fallen behind. And with the ward situation as well, because SFU Black were aware of the potential and knew that BlueG didn't gank top, look at the ward. They are perfectly safe pushing up in this bot lane.
It's so nice. So nice, and we're seeing why SFU are such a strong team, right? The early groundwork, I know it may look easy or it may look simple, but having these fundamentals down is important to having a good concrete foundation to the game. These are mistakes that can cost you later on. So seeing this foundation laid out, it feels great for SFU. On this top side, Spay, after the early trades, at this level 4, this is what we were talking about, right? The Camille has a lot of agency in this top lane, especially if you know where BlueG is.
Yeah, and unfortunately on the bot side, BlueG was looking for the gank, was thinking about doing a lane gank, but the wave pressure, Colt and Adi just weren't able to push the wave out fast enough, so just kind of got called off, and because of that, BlueG's also losing out on that bot side scuttle. Shirabi going to be able to pick that one up for free. BlueG though, going to answer the top lane instead, and hey, if Spay continues to push out in that top lane, maybe there's a potential gank angle up there.
I mean, you can already see it, right? BlueG's like, gimme, maybe. Gets the ward down, not the more so. Bot side, we can already see Crimsonating also hunting, which we didn't even get to talk too much, right? We mentioned that Shirabi is coming in here. Crimsonating setting up on this Nautilus is put on a little bit of a spotlight. If you can land the hooks, you look great, but it is 1/2 of that pressure. You want to have a really good game to kick things off. For right now, though, pretty dang quiet considering what could come out. As we hit the 5-minute mark, nothing too crazy, and Ocean Dragon crying out.
Yeah, pretty clean strategic play so far from both these teams. A lot of map rotations and map movements, and as we speak of that, Crimsonating moving up from this ball, and keep in mind Senator Kova blue flash already earlier.
Another textbook piece. Focus a lane that is in the back foot, and even though you dodge out on the hook and you don't eat that much damage, the pressure is granted to Can't Stop. CS lead for Senator, but I mean, you're not going to enjoy trying to sit up here and try and farm 1v2, which is why Adi has now roamed up as well. Junglers, though, are behind, but spotted out on a couple wards. I mean, Senator ain't going to do anything too crazy.
And these roams are not the same orbital. Oh, Adi kind of gets caught out. Do they have enough damage to actually find the kill?
It doesn't really look like it. Stun doesn't land either. I didn't think they were actually going to chance, but with that root, it's actually going to turn it around, and Senator Kova granting kill. Shirabi stepped up just a bit too far.
Yeah, and unfortunately the flash was burnt earlier in the first gank into the mid lane, so that's going to answer back, and Senator Kova picking up that one as well. So Texas A&M going to be really happy with that, especially when it was mid lane. Senator Kova counterpick this Jace with this Syndra, and getting ahead makes it much more comfortable for him to play out this lane.
That also opens up Dragon, but let's go back, right? These roams from the supports are going to be very impactful, but sometimes they just don't hold the same weight.
Yeah, originally I was going to say that like a Nautilus roam has a lot more threat, a lot more kill threat than a Karma roam. But if you're willing to overchase that Karma, well, she can and did in this case run you down. And with that pressure, Texas A&M picking up the first objective of the game in fairly timely fashion. The Ocean Drake you mentioned earlier, Orbital, it's going to be great for laning for this team as well. You're going to be able to poke and kind of sustain back up. SFU Black, if they don't all in, aren't going to really be quite as effective for the lane poke side of things.
Until we see, I think, a roam down. I mean, Set 30 is looking to try and get a recall off as well. So, as you said, until we see that all in, until we see that willingness to dive, we're not going to have a big change up. And the fact that Coat already hit level 6, has that killer instinct to reposition in case things get a little bit messy. A lot of favor lands into TAMU to space out, get that little adjustment. Topside still landing into very neutral territory. Nico has not had a significant lead, and Spey has played extremely well paced. And in this current instance, who actually favors this? Because I feel like SFU, with the team comp like they have, the stale early game is not exactly benefiting them.
Depends on which lane we're looking at. I didn't expect Spey to actually win out top lane as it stands, so I think the fact that, you know, it's kind of balanced between Nico and Spey, that's fine for both of these teams. If anything, SFU Black are probably actually a little bit happier with that. Where I did expect action for SFU Black, especially in the early game, was this bot lane. And now that September 30th is level 6 and has Inferno Trigger, you mentioned Code has his ult. Well, if the two ults go head to head, Samira's actually wins out in the all in. So SFU Black want to be making action happen down bot, and if it's quiet down bot, that favors Texas A&M.
What's not favoring them is this top side, but mid lane we're also watching once again Adi actually reaching in. I think was on a warning mission and got run out on the opposing side, so now flush towards that top side river. Because of that, we're seeing a dance. This could be a fight, maybe wanted or not. Spade maybe trying to get over the wall. Great hook shot to try and get away, but I mean the flash to follow easily secures the kill. And TAMU grab a second.
And great play from BlueG as well, using the Cataclysm to actually stop the escape. We mentioned Camille often doesn't take flash, takes the ignite for kill threat instead. Well, that backfired because he couldn't get over the wall coat. Kind of going in on September 30th a little bit, but a good TP from Nico will cover the bot lane, and that is allowed because Bay was dead from that topside play.
And the wave is also in a very neutral spot, but this is going to be the difference, right? Can Set 30 keep Nico in the spot side? Because look, the TP is already on the top side. So right now, Spey is trying to burn time. Sept is trying to burn time on this Renekton, which I think has worked. Take a look at the information and where the wave is crashing. You're forcing BlueG to now rotate over, so playing a very delicate game of push and pull, tug and war. That's going to be a knockup. BlueG trying to stave off, but I mean, Spey isn't looking to duel, just get another plate for themselves. Yeah,
Spey doesn't care. As long as you're not going to die to BlueG, it's fine. Oh. Bot lane. There we go. The Inferno Trigger gets pulled, and you can see what I was talking about. When Samira all-ins, she does a lot of damage. Unfortunately for the Kaisa, you can't quite match. Crimsonating still level 5, but this time it's Shirabi coming down.
And this seems like a done deal as well. Double roots here. Well done from Shirabi. You will pay the price with a 2 trade. And I think that actually turns back to TAMU. Double kill for Coat.
Yeah, and unfortunately Shirabi picked up one of those kills on the dive. So if you're Coat, you're happy with how that panned out. You're the one who gets both those kills. They've come down on Senator Kova though.
Oh, we just said this was a dub, and now it's not so much. A knockback before and no ult from Senator Kova. It will be a 1-for-0 in the resounding fight afterwards.
The lack of vision, Orbital. That bot side, that river is completely dark. So, first of all, SFU Black didn't really see the roam down from Senator Kova, but Texas A&M didn't see the roam down from Can't Stop and Shirabi either, and numbers advantage playing out. Well, I had some questions about how this mid-jungle would go since there was a role swap and a substitution, but that mid-jungle duo for SFU Black has been spot on so far.
It's been so good, and I've enjoyed it a lot. Now taking a look at this dragon, just under a minute ready to go. So a battle for vision has occurred, and with ult a little bit behind timer, the tree roots from Shirabi are not available just yet. This dragon will be very fun to play for. Both teams more than willing to fight. You can see where they have allocated their players, right? Senator Kova in that bot side, but because of that, a collapse coming in from the mid, and they're going to use that depth charge trying to get away. No real follow-up, so Death Charge down.
But SFU Black did manage to push back Texas A&M a little bit. That's important because Texas A&M have Herald that they can use in the mid lane as well. That's a tool that you often see teams use to force teams off of Dragon or make them have a hard choice. Do you go for Dragon or do you lose multiple plates in that mid lane?
Right now, it just seems to be even coat saying you're not going to have that either. And remember, Senator Kova has been pushing on the spot side for so long, had about a 2.5 wave timer. And now because of the call down, Spade doesn't have TP. Now more plays go the side of Nico. So all of a sudden, SFU are on the back foot and they're forced to start Dragon early. They will be granted it. Don't get me wrong, no one else on that side but Spade now going to pay for that transgression. Not even allowed to go back to lane. So TAMU, very nice adjustment.
You're talking about the fact that Senator Kova got a lot of alone time down bot orbital, but Nico Tip answering on that top side with even more alone time. And suddenly this Renekton that wasn't having the impact he wanted initially does find himself a bit of a lead. Keep in mind, he hasn't spent the gold just yet, so Spade will be fine here. But once Tip actually goes back and buys items, that's when the pressure on the rest of the map might start becoming an issue for SFU Black.
Would you say it would tip the scales in the favor of TMU?
I wouldn't orbital, but you would, and you wouldn't be wrong.
I get one per night, I think, before RMC tries to beat me over the head with a baseball bat. It's I try my best. Taking a look here, though, with Dragon down, everyone goes back to kind of this, it feels like stalemate, right? Considering what we had in the previous games, very aggro, you know, very aggressive, proactive moves. This is a stark difference, but I'm not hating it. Shirabi now chasing to try and get information as they're also behind a few camps for the amount of ganks 2, 1, and 2. They're just hoping to keep pace and make sure that they get their smite up just in time.
Yeah, we're not seeing the sort of flourishes of a very well-oiled team who have set up all their ganks and their early game plan necessarily, but it's very good fundamentals we're seeing from both these teams, recognizing what they can't and can take and how they want to apply the pressure and sort of the give and takes of these objectives. Now with the top lane kind of opened up a little bit and with both top laners kind of still sitting on that top side, I expect to see them try and punish Spade if Spade pushes out any further, because that is a very, very extended lane. And because of that, the teams are kind of congregating around the mid lane a little bit right now because they're thinking of hovering top. And it's kind of split the map a little bit too, because now SFU Black, they have to play a little bit more defensively on the top side, and their bot side, they can afford to allocate resources if Spade doesn't push out, but if Spade pushes out, then suddenly SFU Black have to play top instead, whereas Texas, well, you have all your turrets, so you go where you want.
I mean, you're not only that, you see the amount of wards that have been given on either side, right? Top side completely warded out by TMU, and then SFU warding out the spot side. So Senator Kova, it's really, will Spade die or will Senator Kova? Which one will eat the brunt of the damage? And Senator Kova playing with fire. Very nice scout of the week, but you're still losing out on that tower. First tower for the side of SFU. They will open up the spot side. And Sep30 and Coat still given time in this mid lane, both evenly matched with their first items on board.
Yeah, I'm more watching the top side, where Zbe has seeded a couple of waves actually to the side of Tip in order to get SFU Black that pressure in the bot lane, and that's a give and take we were talking about. Zbe giving so that Can't Stop can take, but now that we've kind of answered one turret apiece, we kind of go back to that neutral state, and Zbe actually going in hard onto Tip here.
I mean, you just saw Tip use an entire rotation of spells, so hey, might as well, right? Go ahead and get a little bit of a piece. You get the chunk, and now this Herald is on board with the wards. TMU feel a little bit better, and I think they are also feeling a bit of fight coming out here. SFU now rotating all 5 members down to this mid-top side and trying to fight for this objective, and I'm kind of scared. We haven't had a full stat check in quite some time, and that always worries me because different teams had different thoughts about it.
I'm excited overall because, like I said, it's been a fairly low-kill game, so I want to see that 5v5. So let's talk a little bit about how these teams are going to operate in this mid-game in terms of finding their picks or their damage. SFU Black have good poke with Jace, and Colt is not online for poke. Adi, you're kind of in that awkward position where you do have some damage, but maybe not enough to match the Jace. And with Demonic Embrace for Shirabi as well, SFU Black want to play this slow till they're low enough for September 30th to just clean house with a single engage. Texas A&M, you can't sit back and let that happen to you. So you kind of need to be a bit more proactive, looking for the engage. I'm looking for BlueG to do that.
Well, the fact remains that Spey has showed on the bot side does have TP, but proactive move to TMU. Crimsonating,
Okay, the
waiting
TP's
for that
been called.
hook. TP being called. Shirabi ready to walk forward and does throw the ult. No hook lands, and because of that, it's only one CC chain. Great scout of the week to slow everyone down, but Death Charge is going to go out, Spay into the back line. Gets a good chunk of Blue G, who has to get out, and it's actually a run back. TMU not on the good side, but TIP sets him over, trying to fight it out on dual sides, but that is going to be a cut down. The Renekton shuts down the Samira, and just like that, SFU not liking what's happening. Audi and Coat still very much alive, and the chase can be real, but a huge empowered shot glass. Keats can't stop in everyone's eyes. Oh, the burn. Is the Demoggy Brace going to take it? They do. What a turnaround. Kill for kill, tat for tat, TP for TP as Senator Kova comes in as well. Slow roots, a shield goes up. Another shot glass as Audi is going to get the hammer. Tries to jump away and is safe, but Senator Kova trying to make it. Oh! Face first into a power blast into a Q for Senator Kova. The support and mid making it work as TMU come out of that bloody fight.
Are you not entertained? A slow early game, and then we got, what, 8 kills in that last fight there? Now, let's not forget what they were fighting over. They were fighting over Herald, and Shirabi did manage to secure that one. So SFU Black, despite losing the fight, are not in a terrible position by any means, but it does show you that if they don't soften up that front line first, they will have problems in the team fight. That Renekton with the Dominus tip is causing so much problems for September 30th right now.
And you have to be aware of that, right? You don't have cleanse anymore. You do have the flash, but a nice flay away as that's TIP trying to set it up. A very nice collection as Cataclysm does work. Into the backline goes Coat, and they still live. The burn is not going to be enough as you do get some health back. What a chance. SFU stepped up just too far for this dragon and pay the price.
Yeah. Unfortunately, SFU Black weren't ready for the full commit, where Texas A&M were Senator Kova getting caught out.
And Spade just wants a little bit of retribution, but it's not going to happen as Senator Kova lives. But you walk into the plants, down they go, Maokai with 2, and that might be the turnaround though. The one Dragon has been stopped. SFU get a freebie because again, the Maokai pick, the saplings do damage.
We just went from full macro to full micro over 2 back-to-back just straight team fights, trying to hands check each other, see who can find what. And SFU Black this time come out a little bit ahead. Herald dropped to the mid lane, unfortunately not going to be able to find any plates, or well, I guess we're past plates, not going to find the charge, but it will buy the space SFU needs to secure themselves their second drink of the game.
RMC, we came out here saying that things were looking interesting, right? Our first 2 matches didn't match up with exactly what we thought was going to go down. And so far, this one is gently leaning into that pocket as well. TMU, yes, they did not get that 3rd Drake, but it's better than we expected. Sitting at a slight gold lead, they're carrying the top side. TIP, Tip, Nico looking strong at 4-1-3, and their ADC, this Kaisa that maybe didn't give as much leniency, 4-3-3, not a terrible score.
It's a great score if you're the Kaisa. You're ahead right now, up against the Samira who is supposed to dominate the lane. You're very, very comfortable. And you look over at SFU, and where did their kills go? To Shirabi, to their coach. I mean, player-wise, sure, good. Champion-wise, not ideal. This Maokai is not likely to continue building AP. You've already got the Leandries, you've got the Demonic Embrace. From here on out, it's usually more utility or more defense-oriented. So the goal, better allocation for Texas A&M. Let's see if they're able to continue winning these fights the way they have. Because I still feel like SFU Black have their way back in, and that way is poke. I still don't think Texas A&M have a great answer to the poke just yet.
Well, that's, I would agree. Because of that, they're just like, don't allow them to poke, right? Get that kill, get away as quickly as possible. And down goes Shirabi, who maybe a bit of revenge for killing both Senator Kova and Coat in the previous fight. But needless to say, because of that, you now have priority on Baron. However, you're on a ward, Adi is low, Coat is about 50 HP. And this is dangerous, right? If you get poked out, you are dead. So TP coming in, TMU wondering what's exactly going to occur. And now you're diving a little bit too far. Depth Charge goes out, and it's a 2v4. I'm not sure this is what you want. Scatter the Weak keeps them all away. And TIP gets access to the back line. That's going to be a little bit of Hextech danger as you are destroyed where you stand. Can't stop Knoxback Blue G, who won't stop the chase. Damn, you shut that down. The Baron bait works to success.
And you can't run from Karma. She's just going to speed up the rest of the team, and she will eventually find you. Texas A&M play that Baron beautifully. I was a little bit worried. The debuff stacking from Baron can hurt a lot, especially into a poke composition. But the turnaround, Orbital, the turnaround was picture perfect. They knew exactly when to go. And you saw the flank setup from Can't Stop. It didn't matter. They collapsed on September 30th immediately, and Can't Stop was just left all on his own.
It's a painful reminder of how important sometimes a single kill can be. It was such a quiet early game, and now that we're in this almost frenzied pace, Shirabi isn't allowed to make those kinds of mistakes. You are not allowed to lose your life in situations like that, and you have to be aware of it. This time around, it's another Baron setup. Again, saplings were out, so gonna do a slight bit of damage, but the shielding is enough from the Karma. Round number 2, ding, ding, ding. Who's ready for it and who's not?
Well, I don't think either team really wants to hard commit to this one. It's a little bit risky, and this time Texas A&M don't have necessarily full vision of the approach and of where everybody is. Spay in that bot side, accompanying Tip. That's where I'm kind of looking at, because if Tip can find a little bit of space, he's got TP. Spay doesn't. Not that Texas A&M need that pressure right now. They're pushing mid perfectly fine.
We say that as they have to back away, but yeah, they're safe, right? No worries along the end, and we're back into this lull. These teams are very willing to play around these global objectives over and over and over again. Maybe Baron's not on the table, but a minute and a half down the road, you got Dragon, right? And if SFU are able to gather it, that's great. You're then on Soul Point. It's also Mountains, so or not Mountains, Chemtech, I do apologize. A little bit extra in the tank for those very deep fights, the fights where everyone gets just a little bit low. So FSU on a little bit of a warding journey for that one. You can see Shirabi trying to lay down that vision with the saplings as well as those control wards.
Yeah, and the control wards are really key for SFU Black right now. They have to make sure there's no ward behind them to allow Tip to flank them with the Renekton, because as we mentioned, TP is not available for Spay right now. If Renekton finds his way into the fight, that is a guaranteed Baron for Texas A&M as well. Spay, though, doing a great job locking down Tip, and is actually winning the 1v1 right now.
It's this is what we were worried about as well, right? Camille is one of those champions that if you don't play against it enough, it's like the Fiora we saw in Series 1 of the day, right? It will get out of control. It will be very, very annoying. Granted, CIP can control it, but it's not enough. Spay is about to have Ignite, and all of a sudden that 1v1 that was looking a little bit in favor of Spay is going to turn into a monstrous difference. Everyone getting around this Dragon, 14 seconds till it's up.
And Dragons are very different. Dragons are much more explosive, so I do expect to see a fight break out here. Spay into the back line.
I did not think it was going to break out in this way. Spay making sure Senekova is dead, and that's killed to Sep 30. You do have the ult ready to go if you wish, but the chase is on two fronts, as that's going to be a shutdown for Crimson Nading as SFU break the fight into pieces. TIP made into a freaking bag as down they go. SFU take the fight.
And now their Baron's open. Orbital, SFU, forget the Dragon. Just go for Baron at this point. They're getting a little bit greedy there. Spay wanted the Dragon. The call is for Baron, and they're leaving Can't Stop in the mid lane to take that turret as well. But it will still pay off. And Orbital, it's how they kick that off. They found the backline immediately. And this fight, Tip was not able to go after September 30th. September 30th got time to go back in undeterred by the melee front laners.
This entire situation is just so much fun to me as Coat is realizing they're in a bad spot. No, you don't get this. No, you don't win it. The exhaust Coat. Hang him up on a rack.
They knew it. Coat knew exactly what he was doing. Dragon is still up as well. So suddenly what should have been a complete overwhelming dominance from SFU with Baron, turret, and Dragon just becomes Baron. Blue G does have to be a little bit careful though. SFU Black is coming in and you might get Dragon, but you need to get Dragon and get out.
I think they got it. More than enough. SFU a little bit late to the party, but the resounding kills at the end might be what they want to play for. Shirabi's like, maybe, nope, I lied. I don't want any part of this. Coat goes over the wall just for a little bit of support.
Yeah, I think that's a huge support though, because then you have all 5 members. Crimson Nading, where's your team?
Crimson Nading, I don't think this is where you want to be. You do flash away, but you've drawn yourself into a dangerous spot, and now you got your ADC caught. Step 30 gets caught on the other edge. Spay in the back line is able to find the kill, but is not going to be traded out. Blue G couldn't finish the fight. What a split. Are you kidding me? Crimson Nading knew what they were doing. They're out. Spay is safe. Can't stop. Gets a knockback. Crimson Nading ready to go with another hook and another hold. CIP out of the ult charge. The dominance is gone. Are you kidding me? Crimson Nading allowed to live.
I'm sorry, Crimson Nading. I did not know your game. That was beautiful bait to come through. The comms as well to call Can't Stop's TP was spot on, and because of that, they find the pick onto Code, and they're getting a good push with this Baron. I was getting a little bit concerned. They got Baron, but they weren't able to find anything else because of the kills and the fighting. But now they're actually properly set up for Siege. They do have to be a little bit careful. The respawn timers, the resets are starting to come through from Texas A&M.
And that bot wave seems to be pinged out by TMU. Gonna try and push it out and have a little bit better time, but this mid tower should fall. TIP, I'm not sure you want to stay here right now. Blue G just trying to lay down some pressure, but as you said, everyone kind of getting their way in this game, starting to lay down the foundation once again. It's been bloody, by the way. We had an 8-kill early game for about 14 minutes. Yep. We are now over a kill a minute. We are sitting at 32. And it's 33, and we're only going to continue further on.
Yeah, and the swings back and forth as well. The fact that Texas A&M found those leads, but SFU very quickly took it back after a couple of small skirmishes. The push continues. There's still 30 seconds left on this Baron buff. That's one more wave in this top lane. You can see SFU Black, they are fully committed with all 5 kind of hovering around the area.
I'm not sure if this is actually what they want to do, because now they're caught on the top side. Hextech ultimating goes down, Tip goes ahead and throws down that dominance. Needless to say, though, the damage has been done, and the main objective is gone. Tower falls, the first of the inners for SFU to grab.
And with that Baron power play over, Orbital, SFU Black, they're up about 3,500 gold. Mirror Mana is completed for Can't Stop as well, so you can see that that poke is going to start hurting quite a bit more. And then you look over to Coat with the Kraken Slayer with the Rage Blade. This is not the Poke Kaisa composition. So Texas A&M, they have to hard commit for a lot of these fights, and they have to be careful with how they do it. Coat can't go in until September 30th is either forced out or is flat out dead, because September 30th has a Collector and an IE. And again, we said this before, 1-on-1 all-ins, Samira should win those.
I think the only tipping point for me, if we're talking about the ADCs dueling, is the fact that Coat did decide to run that exhaust. If you're waiting for that cleanse to come down, if you can wait it out, hey, that may be a dub as well. We saw Coat do it against the like a Spey, who in all theory should not die to a Kaisa, right? Or I think it was Can't Stop, I do apologize. Either way, these thoughts are kind of leaning on everyone's minds, and they're on edge, right? Crimsonating once again, wandering into enemy territory and just dropping a ward in the face of an opponent. That is like chest out, I own this spot kind of vibe.
Yeah, hey, he did the last time, right? And it's coming in the back of Texas A&M's mind that if we go on Crimsonating, can we kill him before the rest of the team arrives? Do we know where the rest of the team is? This time, they do now.
They might, and Crimsonating is going to fall, but Senator Kova is on a really rough spot here. Goes into the zombies, rest of the team comes in, and look at the burn! Again, that is the trade. However, Shirabi now in a danger slot, Cataclysm coming in, TP being brought in, and oh no, Can't Stop, set them a little bit too far. Does have that shield, and is able to stay alive because of that. Set 30 comes in and wallops everyone. The Inferno Trigger is alive. You don't really pick up more kills than that, but a double kill is more than enough. SFU take 3 for 1.
And Seth made a beeline flashing over that wall, getting into the back line and shredding them, because Tip was hunting Can't Stop, but no Tip, no way to stop Samira. And you can see SFU Black just rolling right on in right now. Heck, Can't Stop still splitting in the mid lane as they once again try and maximize the games from a one-team fight.
I think they can do it, right? Those 3 kills were so impactful. You get bottom side inhibitor just in time for this upcoming Drake and Baron. So much is on the table for you to play with if you're able to get back and spend that gold and get back out on the map.
Heck, even if you don't spend that gold over, they still had, what, a 4K gold lead coming into this fight. So they're fine if they actually just want to face off around this objective. And for Texas A&M, how did everything go so wrong so fast, bro? They were in such a great position heading into the mid game, and now it's getting into a bit of a Hail Mary time. They've got to find the perfect engage, and for me, that perfect engage looks like a Tip flank into the back line, Blue G being able to stop Sep 30 long enough for Tip to create utter chaos.
Keep in mind, Crimsonating, Can't Stop, and Shirabi were not able to go back and buy. Set 30 and Spey were. So these two are the main power points. Spey stepping up a little bit further, though, and just baiting everyone out. Because of that, it's free reign. TMU now cannot step up for the Dragon. Well taken. Soul point to SFU.
Yep, and Baron on the table as well, Orbital. So I'd love to see Texas A&M try and set up a little bit of vision around Baron, just to make sure they can look to contest. But Yeah, you can see they're struggling to even get in there right now. Senator Cobra had to go bot to fend off that wave because supers are pushing in, and without the numbers advantage, Texas A&M didn't even feel comfortable enough to walk into River.
I mean, that also leans into the fact that, I mean, Spey is allowed to do this, right? You're more than happy to take these fights. Hextech Ultimatum gonna get you to the edge, but you're still CC'd up, and you draw in your support in top. Down goes the Karma. The Croc will fall as well. You do have Flash, but I don't think you're getting out. It is death beyond death. SFU don't even need the Baron as they're looking to actually go for Baron. Okay, I thought they were gonna push. No waves. I lied. No waves. Can't happen.
You know what? I'm with you. I actually think they could just have Dove. The depth charge is still up and available, so you can just point and click on the Sindra or the Kaisa, and Inferno Trigger was good to go. Without a frontline Sep 30th, we've seen what he can do to those squishy carries. But SFU Black, they're just playing it by the book overall. They don't want to throw by accident in the enemy base. They don't want to feed over a whole bunch of bounties. So they're going to take Baron, reset, push in. There is nothing but turret standing. No dragon to distract them for the next 3.5 minutes.
I think I got you baited because even you were like, let's have some blood in the early game, right? Like we were like, let's have a little bit of blood. And these teams are wanting to ensure their spot in the playoffs. And you know what? Looking at it, I can't even disagree with it. Play it smart, play it slow. Make sure that 70-30 option is more like a 90-10. Right now, items are bought, 3.5 items on Can't Stop. But the main ones that have so much in the hand, Shirabi, the tank that cannot be cut through right now. Sep 30, IE in pocket, 4.5 with a stopwatch in pocket. Spey with 3.5. Like, all of these guys are loaded.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem right now for Texas A&M is Bay in that top lane. That Camille, they just don't have anybody who can match them. Tip is trying, but even without the Baron buff, it was already really hard. With the Baron buff, Tip can't actually clear those siege minions. If you step up, you're taking losing trades. So Texas A&M, everything's kind of stacked on them, against them, pardon me, on this particular push. They have to force some sort of engage somewhere, but they're going to sacrifice something for it. If you waffle and don't make a choice, you're going to just slowly lose on both ends.
Oh, well, I did say a tank was there, but Shirabi realizing that they really are just a tree. Maybe not a hollow one, but it's enough. Shock Blast back to answer, though, as two members, one on either side, have to step away for a bit.
Still, those siege minions, they're just doing a ton of damage with the Baron buff right now, Orbital. That mid lane siege minion, as long as it stands, it's chipping away. Topside already has 2 stacked up.
That's going to be a flag and
okay,
drag
right?
back out. Blue G stays alive, but that's going to be the die. Take a look at this move. I don't think Spey actually want to be here, but they will do the work. In goes Sep 30, but the Scout of the Week inside of the Inferno Trigger. You do not get that. You are dead. What a happening. Senator Kova, the one to save this team fight, and now it's all hands on deck. TMU wants to follow up. TIP gets a major heal out of that dice, but Shirabi will cut them down. Empowered Shock Blast from Can't Stop saves this fight, and now out go the Roots. The tank Shirabi coming back with most HP will ensure this inhibitor goes down. What a messy fight, but SFU gold slinging this game to victory. They want it to be over. In goes a hammer. It's up with that TP. Secures their HP, secures the damage, secures those kills. Ace for SFU Black as they will take game number 1.
Can't stop, won't stop, will win. SFU Black, the role swap jungler into mid lane, forces an end to this. And Orbital, SFU Black, they were in a sticky situation, but this is why I guess they haven't lost the series just yet. When their backs were up against the wall, they were able to punch back.
And we really have to dive because you and I were sitting there like, what went wrong? What piece of the puzzle actually fell apart? And for me, I'm sitting there, I can't even identify a specific moment. It felt like pebbles were rolling away under their rock, and all of a sudden it all cascaded down. What was that moment? Where was that one crack in the armor for TMU that realized they're in trouble?
I think the moment where SFU Black really took advantage was Baron, and also second item power spikes at that time. And the moment they hit that power spike, the moment they got that Baron, that's when things started to go really, really wrong for Texas A&M. Because SFU Black, they were right back on track with their game plan. Texas A&M, I want to laud them because their early game was really well executed. They said they had learned from their losses, and I think it showed in the early laning phase. They had the lead, they had the advantage, and when they kept SFU on the back foot, then things were good. Texas A&M was fine. But the moment they kind of let up any sort of pressure, the moment SFU Black found any sort of chink in their armor, well, they were just right back on plan. And once they were back on plan, they're a good team. They know what to do.
Right now, TMU, they had a glimpse of glory, but they need to find it and then some. You see the light, now you need to reach it. Right now, we're going into game number 2 with SFU hoping to avoid a game number 3. For right now, NECC League of Legends will be back in just a bit.
Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna
A much slower early game, but a very quick mid to late. Action rolled down like crazy. SFU and Texas A&M brought the heat, and not in any orderly way. Those fights were so chaotic, but SFU coming out with the dub on top. Very, very fun, but TMU may or may not have an opportunity. They saw a little bit of the light.
And my question for them, Maryville, at this point is, are we going to see more of the latter half of the game or more of the early half of the game? Because I'm going to be honest, the chaos didn't seem to favor Texas A&M. It felt like they had a really strong game plan coming into the game, but when the pace started picking up, things fell apart, and then SFU Black just kind of came to their own element. They felt a bit more comfortable, and they're able to just kind of out-hands Texas A&M a little bit more in the latter half. So I almost feel like I want Texas A&M to slow things down a little bit, and the way they were setting up at the beginning or the early half of the game, that's what I want to see more of from them.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, we can talk about it all we want, but I mean, SFU came out with some heat in that mid to late after about that mid-game Baron fight. It was a good call, I think, for the time by Texas A&M, but then SFU just came in and like, hey, no, we are getting revenge. It was so well done, and the fact that they're able to pull that off, if they clean up the early game, there won't be an option for Texas A&M.
Now, for Texas A&M, they did lose last game, so they do have side selection for game 2, and I'm very curious to see whether they opt to swap sides, because I almost feel like they don't need to. There was some questionable or issues, I think, which got exposed during the game about their draft, but I think the idea in general was really solid. I liked the first 3 picks. I liked the J4. I thought, Kova on Syndra was really, really solid. I liked the Karma pick. My questions are more about the last 2 picks they had, the Renekton and the Kai'Sa. I like the Renekton as a counter to Camille. I understand it. You're trying to win the lane. You're trying to dominate the Camille early. It didn't happen. Sbei was really, really good in the laning phase and outskilled and became a monster. So I think the top lane does need to change if they want that blue side. But if Sbei's going to blind pick it, then I think Texas A&M are fine to be on blue side.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I think we're getting word that it is true. And I mean, let's talk about that a little bit. Both these top laners coming in as subs, right? This is not the standard for either team. And the fact that we're basically seeing an individual hands check, it did actually lean in the favor of TIP for a little bit, right? Tip was up quite a few kills, but as you said, it was Sbei later on, and that's what they have to deal with. Taking a look at Coat as well, Coat had an opportunity, but the Kai'Sa pick, it was a little bit weird. You and I were talking about that misfortune to come out here, and maybe that would have been a little bit of a better option. Considering how many ADC bans they threw in, though, that's the big question, of course.
Yeah, it was actually really surprising to me that Texas A&M committed so many AD carry bans and then didn't pick their AD carry early, so it kind of put them down, I think, into it pigeonholed their picks a little bit for Coat. And I mean, Coat has a lot of other champions he can pull out, so I guess, that really wasn't the issue. I think the bigger issue was more SFU Black's last pick was that Samira. That caught all of us off guard. We weren't expecting that to come through. I think that was a really good pick in terms of being able to deny Coat away from what they wanted to do. Texas A&M did a good job shutting it down early, but once the chaos started to kick in, then you could see where the Samira started to shine. And if Texas A&M are going to struggle to have to be that clinically precise all the way from laning to end of game, then maybe you don't want to let that Samira through, or you need something that can actually deal with the Samira in that more 1v1, 2v2 sort of basis.
We'll see what they can do, as we have gotten the exact same side selection. So from what you said, hey, yeah. Texas A&M, stay on the blue side. You still have an opportunity. SFU going to be happy about this choice as well. So far, though, the big question is, where do the bans come through, right? What do we see banned away? What do teams prioritize? And at the current moment, it's still that Kalista still giving a lot of respect over to Sep 30. Same respect coming out of SFU. Blitzcrank banned away.
And if there is any change in bans, the only one I'm really thinking of right now would be Texas A&M banning Camille. And that's if you don't think you have an answer for it. If you do think you have a better answer than the Renekton, then by all means give over that Camille, pick your answer, and keep the bans the same. Because I liked their bans the first time around, the Kalista, the Rel, the Ashe. You could see what the idea was for them, especially if they wanted to pick that Kai'Sa.
Right now, still sticking with the same. I mean, let's see that Ashe, number one answer, ding, 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 maybe. Is it going to come out? I don't know. Right now, on the other side, the Orianna as well should be that third ban if they are keeping things the same, and it is so far. Yep. Big question for Texas, of course. Are you going to pick up that ADC earlier on, or are you going to leave it hanging once again? I'm just I don't know if the Orianna ban is that big a priority, but if they do it again, that Syndra should be well aware, and it is Orianna.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking if they actually want to replace the Orianna ban with potentially a Karma ban, because I did think that Adi actually did a lot of work with that Karma, even though it wasn't flashy, but the shields were pretty clutch and the speed ups were pretty handy for Texas A&M multiple times throughout that game. But instead, yeah, we're just running it back. I think the J4 pick for BlueG was perfectly fine. We saw some nice plays. The Cataclysm especially comes to mind in that Herald pit, which caught out Sve. The engage from the J4 was really, really solid. But no, they're trying to deny away the Maokai right now from Shirabi. I didn't think that was the biggest problem, but it does bring a lot of utility to the table, to be fair. And maybe they're trying to put the coach on a bit of a different role, try and force him to something a bit more uncomfortable.
Okay, so there's a reason for this.
Okay.
If you take a look at the nameplates down before, I believe Can't Stop is going back in the jungle. So Shirabi is now in mid lane, so this does make sense. But that is a little bit of too much chaos here. This is a hard shift from what we saw before. The Aphelios that we saw hovered last time is no longer in play. Or it is going to be played. Sorry, it is there.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know how I feel about this Orbital. I like the concept of going back to the jungle. I kind of like the idea of Xinjiao for him specifically. It is that aggressive early jungler. I just don't know if I like it against the Maokai specifically. I think Maokai can kind of disengage, offers a lot of ways to kind of mess up what Xinjiao wants to bring to the table. Texas A&M, though, they go back with the Syndra for Kova. I respect that. It was a solid pickup. And an early Nautilus pick for themselves. So it's a good pick into Aphelios, point and click. Aphelios can't dodge out on that. But I do feel like they're going to need some sort of damage to follow up, and the Syndra alone might not be enough.
I just love the fact that Tam, you are literally grabbing pieces of SFU's draft from last game, and then SFU are like, hey, we know the counters. This is going to be the Silas to kick out here. It is going to be such a different mid lane matchup. Please keep that one in mind, right? We saw mid lane before. It was very interesting. It was quite fun, but this is a lot more aggression. Shirabi is looking to take over that lane. Interestingly enough, the Kaisa banned away Coat will have to find a new ADC.
Yep, and as we mentioned before, Coates got a lot of different champions that he could afford to play, especially into something like an Aphelios. If you think you can outrange, or if you have a strong enough front line, you could go something like a Jinx or an Ezreal to just simply outrange the Aphelios and not play his style of team fight, especially something like a Syndra, who can knock people back as well. Interestingly, Texas A&M actually banning out the support role and a Thresh ban as well. Generally, not actually considered a counter to Thresh. Most Hook champions are considered a counter to Thresh, but they're trying to isolate the Aphelios here. So if you're going to do that, then you probably want to ban a Braum or a Tahm Kench as well. Probably the Braum.
Well, it's instead the booster that is banned away. Lulu no longer able to have that battery connection to the Aphelios, still leaving up, like you said, those safety options. However, on the other side, a ban away of the Aatrox does signal, and of course, there it is, as you said, the Braum. The top side will be called into question. Spay and Tip will have a very interesting matchup now that TIP has to blind pick.
Yeah, and I love that actually for SFU Black, that they've given Spay that sort of blind pick option, because now you can pick a diver. Camille's still on the board, so if you want to pick something like a Jinx, it's not safe for you to do so as Coat. Nautilus is not going to appeal for you, and if Spay finds a way into the backline, you're dead to rights. This is actually a really tough position for Coat as well. Not just tipping the top lane trying to find an answer, but more specifically your AD carry trying to match this Aphelios.
I have dread of Yone's right now, like even from Worlds and then further on. Oh my gosh, let's freaking go. Listen, if you're gonna send it, you send it. This is the way to send it. Okay, Spay, let's see what you got. Spay, what you got? Are you gonna go fighter as well? Yes, bring out the Jax. Let's go him. Blood for everyone.
No, but who's going to the bot lane? Is it a Syndra bot or is it a Yone
all
bot?
right, hey, plan your guess. You gotta choose, RMC. Which one is going bot? Say it right here. Say it right now. Let's go.
You know what? This is so weird. Like, Cole doesn't play any of these champions. Like,
pick it. Listen, not off that. You gotta pick. Let's go.
Syndra bot. You know what? I'm gonna call a Syndra bot. I'm gonna call a Fiora for Tip in the top lane. I'm gonna call a Yone for Senadakova in the mid lane. And I kind of like it. And the reason why I'm calling it that way, the Fiora is top. I think that's pretty straightforward. But the Silas into Syndra matchup. It favors Syndra in lane a little bit earlier because she is ranged into melee. But as Silas scales up, he starts getting tanky enough, you can't burst him down, and he can start engaging onto you. It's hard to knock him back and keep him off. But Yone can happily go toe-to-toe with that Silas. So Texas A&M, I love their adaptive draft, but it does leave them without a marksman, which means sieging later on will be very, very tough for them.
Listen, you're a psychic, number one, with that one. Maybe you're a psychic with how hard it's going to siege, or we see the likes of TMU come out with some spicy action. Maybe just a siege. Yeah. You just don't have anyone to defend against it. You just kill everyone before you get there. There is such a stark difference between these two drafts that I applaud both teams. This is something that I always like to talk about, right? Versatility with teams. There are some times where teams are very hard locked into their favorite positions or into their favorite styles. Like me, myself, I am a straight up mage player mid. I can't play assassin to save my life. The fact that we're seeing this versatility means that these players are very comfortable in adjusting to the opponent. Now, whether that brings out a win or not is a whole different story. But right now, I love the fact that they're showing so much diversity.
Now, we talk a lot about Texas A&M. I love, we both love the creativity, the adaptation they've shown in draft. But SFU Black aren't completely out of it yet. Yes, the Xin Zhao is going to be somewhat less effective, but don't forget, he's still got the knockback, and you still have to deal with Aphelios. Aphelios can and will rip all these melees apart if you can't kill him. And it's going to be hard because of the Braum. Braum is great into melee champions. If you're trying to play into him, that Glacial Fissure is going to knock up many, many, many people. Not to mention the constant tags that Frostbite or Winter's Bite that he applies, with the stacking stuns. That's going to be really, really hard for Texas A&M to get in there. And Jax as well, Counter-Strike into 3-4 melees running into you. There is a way for SFU Black to play this, but they have to play around September 30th specifically. You are playing defensive, you're playing to create space, for this Aphelios.
So much thought heading down into this bot lane. Not only that, you are relying on a spell reeler, right? Code is going to have a difficult time if you don't have your spells up. But TMU, they're making a gamble. This is going to be very, very bloody as well, I'm feeling. Like, Crimsonating is alone and wanting to dance with death. The fact that we have such a difference, like, these are very close-range duelists, I do not expect to have another, 10-minute quiet early game with only 8 kills. I expect this to be a little bit more damaging, a little bit more chaotic if teams decide to get a little bit crazy.
To be honest, Robert, I thought that last game we saw J4.
True.
Fingers crossed. I'm still hoping. I see a Xin Zhao. I'm expecting early action, early forces into either duels or just flat out ganks. And hey, they had their warm-up game last game, right? They were a little bit cautious early. They got really active late. So hopefully that continues to be the case.
Oh, level 2s on both ends. So HP awarded to Crimsonating, but good rebuttal coming out here. And you can see how close it is, right? Between these two bottom lanes, it's all about that single moment of action. If you find that right little target, you're going to have a dub. For the time though, it's going to go back to the same as junglers are also clearing out their sides.
The bot dynamics are really different once you have a mage in there compared to the traditional marksman, especially with the ability for Syndra to pull so much. And Kova trading heavily into Shirabi. Shirabi's having a real rough time of this one.
And can't stop waiting off on the wings, but Shirabi just now hitting level 3 and realizes can't stop, is ready to fight. Good damage though. Again, with this red buff, Senator Kova can't actually walk away. Look at, I love the stutter. Just like, really? We're going to play this game today? All right, I see how it is.
And because Kova won out the previous fight so heavily, Shirabi can't actually reinforce can't stop. So instead of the 2v1 it should have been, it was a 1v1. Can't stop though, like we said, can't stop won't stop. It's actually just continuing the path downwards, maybe looking for a gank in the bot lane. I don't know if they can pull it up. I don't think the wave is stacked sufficiently. And Code and Adi are just stuck in the turret anyways, so you don't want to be diving that without a massive 3-wave stack.
It looked like they were using the sweeper to actually just check the pathing, right? You haven't seen Blue G this entire time, so trying to accurately predict where this Maokai is going to appear is very important. The fact that topside is still sitting at pretty happy HP levels between the two means that this mid lane is on spotlight. Blue G now roaming around the edge here, waiting for an opportunity as Shirabi decides to go in, and that's going to be the call. Now Senator Kova looking for a dash, but not going to have it. And Blue G, first gank, not really successful.
Yep, not willing to be as aggressive as Constop was the last game with the Maokai flashing in right away. And you know what? Probably the safer call. You're going to hold that for now. Espe not having a good time up top. Tip is dominating the trade, even though, as I say that, I'm looking at the CS, and Tim's actually down CS, so kind of interesting up top. I'm gonna guess Bay took maybe 1 or 2 bad trades just at the end of that.
It's the all right, trade HP for CS and see if it comes out to your win. Now, of course, that is a situation where you have to wait till much later in the game for it to actually have effect, I think, unless we start seeing kills be counted as well. But I mean, this is a very nice pace. I think both teams, they're on edge. Don't get me wrong, they are on edge, but it's not the calm farming scenarios that we saw in previous games, because this can happen. An immediate scatter of the week to try and get away, but Audi about to get rooted, and that's a final concussive blow. It is just death for Sep 30.
Flash blown as well for Audi. What happened, mid? Hello?
What?
Okay. Well, flashes were burnt for both of them. They just went hard.
I don't even blame our observer for that. That is just a Silas and Yone, I think.
Yeah. Shirabi actually dove the turret. His corpse was deep under turret there. And this is pre-6 overall. I didn't think we were going to see blood in the mid lane until they hit 6s. Once they hit 6s, then things get spicy because they would like to position very heavily at that point. So yeah, it looks like they're hands checking each other, which is interesting because both their compositions actually scale really, really well. So they don't need to fight early. They're wanting to fight early.
And they both hit level 6 off their wave, and they're like, let's fight, let's have another duel. Top side, though, we're seeing a little bit of a difference, right? Tip earlier on was down a little bit CS, but winning into HP trades, and now is granted that benefit because you won out into HP, you are on an HP lead. You also hit level 6 first. If you get a moment, you can dive, and because of that, Can't Stop has to help Spay out on this top side.
And that was an interesting choice by Spay to not base. When we last looked top, he was actually recalling, and he cancelled it, and he's stuck in lane. And now that CS, as you said, has equalized, and now Can't Stop goes up to the top lane, can't look for a gank, walks to the 3.
Oh no. No vision, no idea. You flash, but you ain't getting away. That is your fate sealed beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Man, if I'm Can't Stop right now, I am so annoyed that all my laners are always so low on health. They're really in trouble.
Oh my gosh, so close, but a rebuttal! The stolen ult brings it right back. Yes, he's still gonna kill behind, but Shirabi makes it work. Sep 30 comes in for a little bit of help. Flash forward with the chakrams, gets more, and a few more auto attacks should do it. A good hook to stay under tower, but the blood flows freely.
That was huge from September 30th to be able to roam it. I thought they were dead to rights, but the trust, Shirabi just turning in, recognizing, if I die, that's okay. I'm getting my Aphelios fed, and we said, Orbital, if it goes later, this game for SFU Black is all about that Aphelios.
Just one more kill, and all of a sudden it's that 200 years all over again. And we can even see here, Coat is now back in almost mid lane duty. You're like, ah, crap, now I gotta go against the Silas, which we also posited Shirabi actually has a bit of a better scenario. Also, the fact is there are no kills right now on the bot side. Top side, though, Spay gets annihilated by TIP.
Okay, that's actually a huge problem, by the way, because Fiora Jax, they're both split pushers. They both want a duel. It's already slightly Fiora favored with her ability to kind of time the riposte around the Counter-Strike, because you have to start charging up the Counter-Strike first. So it's already slightly Fiora favored, but if she actually gets a gold lead and gets a hit, it's really tough for the Jax to try and play this 1v1 out. And at that point, Spay then has to look for team fights instead. Bot lane, Shirabi, like you mentioned, the 1v1 is very favorable to him because Colt wasn't even level 6 and has only just picked up his ultimate.
It's such a painful moment. You're like, this is annoying. And again, the laners are coming back with different kills each time. SFU now 2-1-0, or 2-0-1 with Sep 30, which gives a breath over this dragon. You can see here wards going down. It has not been touched on for 3 minutes, by the way. And finally, SFU Black are looking at it to start stacking. Of course, Chemtech on its own is not great, but it might be enough. That's going to be a dive in the mid lane a little bit as a duel breaks out. And Audi with a Hextech flash over the wall gives over a depth charge. I don't think that's what you want to do.
No, Adi doesn't have depth charge either. Adi's only level 5. If he had, maybe they actually hard commit for that, and maybe they have enough CC to lock down Shirabi. And now they've got to be careful for this next fight because that's a massive team ultimate given over. Herald was started up, but now Uji kind of has to walk away because of these rotations.
And the rotations are causing more complications for everyone, right? Dragon now taken by Can't Stop. We were wondering if that was going to be finished, and it is Solo Dragon, by the way. But Tim, you are now a beat behind, right? You wanted that objective, you wanted to be able to match, and you can't send it to Kova, now stuck in his mid lane, and all of a sudden, Adi in a rough spot. You do not have flash, you do not have anything. You can't get out.
That's a dragon into a pick, and Herald's on the board. If SFU Black want to go there, they have the numbers advantage. They've got the pressure advantage. They've got the health advantage from that mid lane trade. But SFU Black, instead, it looks like they're setting up for the bot lane. They're willing to surrender this Herald if they can get September 30th more kills down bot.
This feels almost a deja vu moment from game number 1, right? We said SFU like to kind of press the pace once they know they have a lead, once they feel like they have the ability to do so. Right now, Coat under the tower, getting rooted up, getting attacked, getting gravidumped again, and then that Moonlight Vigil snaps their corpse away. Coat cannot stay any longer and has to go out the door.
I'm actually getting worried for Adi right now under this turret. Adi's still not level 6. Wave gets cleared and Can't Stop is sitting behind, ready to go.
Guess who else is here? Flash over the wall. No! You're not getting away. Adi, from death to life to death again, still only level 5.
So, fun fact about Adi. Adi's name was actually December 3rd because that's his birthday. Happy birthday. Happy early birthday, Adi.
That's one of those unfortunate moments. What's also unfortunate is this topside death, as TMU are able to take advantage, but it's only in response to the spot lane.
Herald being dropped down as well gets the charge, and Tip is picking up so much gold up there. You get the CS advantage, you get the plates, you get the kill. And remember what I was saying about that Fiora Jax matchup. Spay, well, this is not going to go the same way as last game.
It is not, but we're seeing those stark differences once again, right? Lead for September 30th in the bot lane, lead for Tip in the top lane. These two are going to match at some point, and at that point, I'm honestly not sure who I'm going to bet on. At the current moment, though, it is September 30th. If they get this tower down, if they're allowed out of the lane as soon as possible. Waiting off in the wings, Coat was ready for it, but again, you're only level 7 to a level 8, 3-0, full item completed. Adi there, ready to back up, though.
On the bright side, the Syndra still has higher burst than the Aphelios. So if Brom's not there to stop the unleashed power, they can still kill September 30th, especially if Adi is able to land the engage. And you can see right now, Crimson Nading is not down bot. They're actually covering top and trying to slow this Fiora down instead.
Oh, and not just slow, it might be to kill. Very nice riposte to stop that can cause the blows, but you're still getting caught up. You block one, the second comes down, and Shirabi gets the kill.
And you can see Code and Adi are trying to pressure bot. They're actually diving the bot lane turret right now.
If we can get over there, we can see, and it is going to be the kill. September 30th was able to... September gets a double kill! Oh my god, we can't show you that level of death! That was September 30th rebuking everything TMU had!
Oh my goodness, that is... Well, we were just talking about, hey, Tip facing off against September 30th. I'm going to call this a September 30th win. He survived a 1v2 dive. Not survived, pardon me. Won the 1v2 dive under turret.
Gosh.
Tip, meanwhile, got picked off, and it feels a lot like last game. Orbital, Texas A&M were doing a great job, and out of seemingly nowhere, SFU Black are turning the tides.
And it's not going to stop, right? It's a difference on the top side. That's Space's third death, but the Retribution might come in, TP towards that top, and Shirabi is hoping to have an angle, does find it instead. And it's a trade back, honestly, favorable to Shirabi, I think.
I'm still trying to figure out like how I want to cut that one because Spay died as well, right? So,
how much gold is Spay worth? Come on, let's be honest here. 03 Jax, only 67 CS. I mean,
true. He had 2 assists. You know what? Yeah, I'll give it to you. I think probably Shirabi gonna be happy with that. He's 5-2-1 right now. Hexet Alternator picked up Everfrost in pocket as well. Probably can't handle Tip in the 1v1, maybe, but will be very, very comfortable split pushing against anyone else. And more importantly, these team fights. Although Dragon's coming up in 40 seconds, and I don't know if Texas A&M want to even fight this.
I think it also depends on what guns Sep 30 is running right now. You can see him farming up, got a little bit more CS, 5-on-1, has a BF sword in pocket, has the Calibrum as well as the Gravitum ready to go, so can root a single player. That's going to be a catch.
Wow.
Look at that raw damage. Coat cannot compete because of that. They are seeding Dragon, looking for a mid push, especially since Dragon's not up. And they're hoping to get a bit more. Sep 30, though, walking a very dangerous route. Flashes back over and away, but still hit by the scout of the week. The tether comes out. The roots are going to work, and you are decimated. You do not get the extra kill, and Coat will find the shutdown. Out comes Shirabi, though, ready for round number 2. In goes the Faith Seal to stay away from the stolen ult, but Luigi might be that compensation. You are very, very low. You're just a tree trunk to be uprooted. A trade for a jungle was ADC.
Okay, that means no smite on the side of Texas A&M, but if they're looking for a fight, nah, they don't have the ultimates ready and available, Orbital, but really well played on them to actually pinch off September 30th there. And especially after September 30th, got that crit onto Colt. I was just thinking, oh, that crit was so unlucky. But Texas A&M just used it as bait instead.
It's one of those moments that it really makes you think, I cannot, even if I'm in the lead, right? And granted, September 30th was 5-0-2. You cannot take a dangerous route. That is just not possible in these scenarios. And because of that, we do see the Dragon take and Shirabi also getting a dance off. But Shirabi, as you said, 5-2-2 in their own right, does have that Everfrost, a little extra HP, looking like a monster in themselves. And with that Dragon taken, you now open up the ocean map, that most dangerous because so many more bushes are available.
I'm scared right now for Texas A&M mid. I'm scared for Colt specifically. Constop and Shirabi are behind enemy lines, and Texas A&M, they don't know. They're trying to set up a flank of their own in this mid lane.
I mean, they might get it. Crimsonating, getting drawn in, does have the flash to get out.
He can hop over.
That's going to be the Glacial Fissure, and now the hop over the wall. You are safe. September 30th said, give me that kill. Infernum not going to do enough damage. That's enough to force them away. Crimsonating allowed to live.
Barely. The burn is almost taking him down, but this is good for Texas A&M. While all this is happening, Tip was just pressuring up top. That Fiora that we were focused on so early, that got so many leads, is starting to exert that split push pressure that SMU Black were worried about. Now, as the map opens up though, it's mixed blessings. Because on one hand, you can gank the Fiora a little bit better, but it also makes it more dangerous to leave that Fiora alone.
Let's see what they buy up as well. I'm kind of curious if we see that Hole Breaker, see that full split push. The Divine Thunder is nice, but had to go ahead and grab boots. Shirabi, though, saying, hey, let's 1v1 again. Let's see what happened last time. And so many missed abilities. Shirabi not able to win it. Fate Seal to go forward, but the knock up instead. As Senator Kova says they're the Senator. They will pay with their life, but it will not be enough. Can't Stop barely gets away. I feel a few more spell rotations would have been a 1-for-2.
But Kova getting the kill and drawing multiple members down into the bot lane as well. Gonna give that free Herald the way of Texas A&M. And not only did he find the solo kill, Can't Stop was pretty low on health as well. This Yone is starting to skill up and become a threat. The fear we had for SFU, where no Aphelios, no win on the team fight, is starting to become a bit of a reality right now.
I'm not going to paint a picture, because last time I did that, I ate my words pretty hard. I think I was calling for TMU in game number 1. I was like, man, maybe they can make an upset, and then it snowballed out of control. We have to look at reality. As long as Sep 30 is around, they still have a major chance, and at that current moment, we also haven't seen a full team fight out of TMU, so we're waiting on the call. For right now, it's gather that long-standing goal. TMU are going to break open this mid lane. Bot side might be next, so a little bit of breathing room and allowability for TMU to start pressing into enemy territory for Vision as well.
Echo Bro, they've basically just equalized their gold with that turn take in the mid lane, so that's massive for them. Now, we mentioned before, their comp does struggle with actually pushing in, and you gave us a solution, Orbital. There's no problem sieging if there's no one left alive to protect against the siege. So Texas A&M, they are looking actively now for picks and for fights, whether it be skirmishes or big team fights. If it's a big team fight, look at Bluji and Kova to be critical. If it's picks, look at Colt, because Colt is starting to hurt the squishies right now.
It took some time, but 1 and 2 out of that laning phase, considering your lane opponent is 5-1 and 2. Big dubs all the way around. Shirabi giving a lot of respect over to Tip in this 1v1, knows that they're not going to get any help, so you can't stand too close, and everyone just kind of on the edge of their seat wondering what can happen and how bad things can be. Senator Kova says, I want a chance, wants to chase forward, get some good chunk, but again, it's just kind of poking the bear a little bit.
Yeah, that was getting a little bit spicy there. Now, I do want to highlight that September 30th and Crimsonating alone, 2 members are holding or are forcing 4 members to respond to them to stop them pushing in and sieging. So you can tell where the strong point is for SFU Black.
Can't stop. Can you go back and pick the... Oh. Alright, that was just sad on my part, sorry.
Wait, but what did he miss?
He missed the red buff. It's still down.
Oh.
Sep 30 has it, but Can't Stop doesn't. They're not giving it to anyone. I'm a sad boy. Take the buff. Go back for the buff.
No, man. Can't Stop is establishing dominance. He doesn't need the red buff.
Fair enough. I mean, listen, if I see that, I'd also be like, bruh, that is a man right there.
Yeah, the one thing is just get on Sep 30th, right? This is the Sep 30th show? That's the agreement here?
Oh, yes, it is. And same with Senator Kova. Senator Kova brought out and trying to dance forward, waiting for the rest of the team. Scout of the week might land, and does. Good cleanse out by step 30, but in goes the wall. Good block by the Braum, but they still dance to the back line. Can't stop. Able to spread out everyone and gets time for step 30 to do damage. In with the TP. SFU watch that fight.
And unfortunately, Tip is late to TP into it, so he's just watching as the team goes down, can't stop the rest of the push in, and Orbital, this is what we're talking about with the Braum, with the Jax, when you're all hopping onto the same target, they do so much AoE, they stop the rest of the damage from coming through, and more importantly, September 30th had already done most of the job. This is just the cleanup crew. They get the turret, Dragon is on the table, and they should be able to pick that up neatly as well.
I am just wholly impressed, by the way. I was watching that fight, watching everything that went down, and can't stop. With that Crescent Guard knocking just about everyone away from set 30. Set 30 should have died way earlier, right? Like, that should have been a death outright, and was able to stay alive, get some extra damage down. Like, this team is working very well, and I say that while Tip on the top side is ready to 1v2 on their own. May get the last proc, but no, one more bop of the head should take it. I mean, got the last proc off, but Spade's like, I got a buddy. Dragon taken down, another grab of an ult with the Nautilus depth charge, and they're going to try and fight this, but I'm not sure they can 2v3. Oh, no, they say we have the TP, can't stop, wants to go back in, and set 30 is in the back line. Welcome to round number 2. You're not going to enjoy what happens. The Infernum, the Gravitum burns away at Blue G. Blue G may not survive a final snap with the blade as Can't Stop pierces the tree.
Kova now on the side. Okay, you know what? Kova's fine. I don't think Shirabi wins this 1v1, but yeah, Sep 30th is definitely starting to become an issue. That should be Baron for them as well. Right in the bot side.
Yeah, and this is Senator Kova saying, I'm still very much in the lead. Not a kill, but close enough. No flash available. It's also because you went the Iceborne Gauntlets. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's a build that we kind of saw popping up a little bit before Worlds. I think 2 patches before Worlds. It's kind of tanky, but you do a lot of damage as well, so you can survive and continue outputting damage. And you're able to run people down. You saw as well how close Shirabi was to actually die.
I'm so done with this. I'm so done with it. Like, I can't even call it. It's just like, hey, we want to fight. We want to kill. Great. We got it. We're done. Like, we don't even get to see it half the time. These players are so gamble heavy.
Wait, but for Texas A&M right now, that's how you get back into the game. You're not winning the straight up fight, so you kind of got to coin flip a little bit and or find those picks, find those skirmishes. Because I still do think that their split push is still strong. Tip is still winning out against Bay, and is probably still winning out slightly against Shirabi. And we've seen Kova. Kova is winning these 1v1s against either Spay or Shirabi. So Texas they're not really coin flipping that much. They're just not winning on these trades they're trying to get because they're not tracking where everybody is for SFU Black, and SFU Black just keeps showing up with either bigger numbers or with set in their back pocket.
Gotta keep track of them as much as possible and make sure you are safe. This is why the wards are going out in favor of SFU, because they think the same. They're saying we want to play smart as well. We don't want to give an advantage over. Let's go ahead and populate this bottom side jungle, give Spay a lot of room to breathe. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we're seeing Shirabi push, not Shirabi, Set 30 push that one out. Man, those icons look a lot the same. That is terrible on my eyesight. Right now, Coat in the mid lane having some trouble against Baron empowered minions as this inner tower will fall as well.
And I love Crimsonating just standing there. The the Unbreakable is doing such a good job stopping a lot of these engages, the stuns especially from Coat to come through.
All right, Can't Stop said we want to fight this, and unfortunately anyone else is really ready to go. Meanwhile, on the top side, we see another duel.
What?
Shirabi is starting to become a monster. 10, 3, and 5 with the Shadow Flame in pocket takes away Tip's life.
Okay, maybe Texas A&M don't have the side lane pressure that I thought they should. Tip going down is actually pretty critical, because now that means only Senator Kova is going to be able to 1v1 comfortably on the side lanes, and that takes yet another opportunity away from Texas A&M. So now you're looking for Senator Kova to 1v1 somebody, or you're looking for picks, because your other split push option kind of isn't there. And SFU Black, they can just deathball you against a comp that originally wanted to team fight. They can't team fight, and it's fallen back to just split push and pray.
And at that moment, that means every option is available to SFU, right? Dragon up in a minute 30, you can already see Vision kind of getting laid out once again. And Tim, you know this. They are, as you said, waiting for an optimal time, but when does that happen? Because Shirabi is playing in the dark right now. By the way, Shirabi, no one sees him. No one sees him because of this. Tip is relying solely on their own pressure. Shirabi should be able to fight this, I think, and might be willing to if they hit level 60. Like, I'm just watching that top side map.
There we go.
There they go. They're going to fight again. I'm watching the HP bars, but Tip is taking quite low. They are dancing. They are dueling, and it's just not working. But Tip, allowed to stay alive. Shirabi, more focused on staying alive.
Yeah, and Shirabi just forcing the back is good enough for now. There's no need to all in and hard commit and have things backfire. In fact, Shirabi is probably better off holding his ultimate for the team fight that's going to happen in 40 seconds. That's Ocean's Soul. And as if SFU Black weren't far ahead enough, if they get Soul, I don't know when we're going to see a kill come through on them, because Texas A&M are already struggling to pump out enough damage to kill the front line of SFU Black, which is everybody except for September 30th. And even September 30th, they can't reach him, much less actually try and kill him.
Yeah, even with the Bloodthirster in the back pocket, like, bruh is stacked with safety right now. There is not a moment where Sept is just like, yeah, I'm in danger. Dragon now up in about 9 seconds, but they really want these outer towers down. So SFU gonna try and lock this second to last outer inner tower, if you will. Senator Kova dancing for a little bit more. Wave is currently pressured out. And it seems like Death is standing in front. TAMU conceding yet another tower.
This is so hard for Texas. They don't have any vision. They are walking into fog of war. And any sort of pick, especially if it lands onto Blue G, is critical, right? No smite means no chance at this steal. Dragon going down so incredibly quickly. Texas A&M have just decided now, we are not even going to attempt this.
And it sucks, because that's Soul. SFU have just given themselves probably the biggest tool that they want against a team that has burst, right? If you survive the burst coming out of Coat, Senator Kova, and Tip, you're good. You will regen up with this Ocean Soul. You have just been granted one of the best abilities to take fights on your own dime, even if it might have some mistakes in the back. A little bit of a tether means this mid lane will now be forced into a fight. 4 currently sitting here with split pushes on either side. TMU still banking on Tip, who is still deciding to push forward. Right now, Senator Kova waiting for a chance, and you can't go much further than that.
Yeah, just a defense that they're putting down for September 30th is so critical. Senator Kova's trying to do the right thing, which is get onto that backline, get onto that affiliate. That's the only chance you have to win the fight. But with the Braum, there's just way too much to cut him off.
Oh, Can't Stop saw that, and honestly, I respect it, right? Very low on Senator Kova, could have gotten the kill, could have been a game-breaking moment. But inhibitor towers do fall in mid and on bot side, which means that this battle could be their last. Remember, teleport on Shirabi, we'll keep that one in mind, but the inhibitors might fall just as quickly. Spay holding him off, Crimsonating, stepping up and being that frontline bully. Meanwhile, they are calling in the TP. They're saying this is game over. Spay wants to get the counter-strike off. Not going to have it, but look at that massive ult. And Senator Kova gets baited in, able to snap back inside of that spirit form. But this is the danger. Crimsonating puts up the wall and Can't Stop, has a Crimson Guard. In goes a stun. They might have found it. Death to Shirabi. And now they might have to run. The inhibitors are down, so the Mingle is done. But how many will they lose? Spay goes right back in. Huge counter-strike lands, and in goes September 30th. He says, all mine. Has the guns available, has the cleanse, has the damage, but might not have the moves. You are going to survive. You kite out Bloodthirster, keeping you alive, and it looks like it has been done. Senator Kova and Coat regenning forever inside of the fountain, but Death Bloom for TAMU. They don't really have an option back. Teleport coming back in. Spay says, we want this to be done. You catch September 30th, but the burst is not there. Spay knocks him away, and September 30th is ready and raring. Senator Kova just trying their hardest. Can't Stop under the tower, finishes it off, and now there is the stun. The heals on the back, and September 30th wins that 1v1, and there it is, the finish. The death is glorious. Can't Stop on a killing spree, and SFU on a game spree. It is possibly going to be GG unless they want to pad their stats more. I mean, I think Spay's done. Spay is done. It will be SFU with the dub 2-0.
What a way to go out, Orbital. SFU, they just had blood on their minds for Daniel's base. Like, no, enough. I've had a bad game with this Jackson. Get me out of here. Orbital, after watching that, the biggest question on my mind is, why did Shirabi go to the jungle? His mid-lane silence was so good.
It was so much fun to watch, and honestly, we didn't get to see most of them because it was just too bloody. Like, that's way too high rated for it. Like, we can't show that on screen sometimes. But at the same time, September 30th had an amazing game as well. Like literally everyone on the side of SFU. This is a squad that I think we were seeing in the regular season, right? A team that is stellar individually as well as in a team aspect. Every single angle of that game, TMU tried. And I mean, Senator Kova put up one hell of a battle, but every time it felt after that 14 minutes was SFU favored.
Yeah, and you know what, SFU, their experience with swapping players in and out with constant substitutions really shone in this series. We saw it even between game 1 and game 2, where they put their subs, how they played in their roles, that swapped around. And I feel really bad for Texas A&M because they did their homework. You saw that, especially in game 1, you know, when they had a good early game plan, and then going to game 2, it's like, oh, another role swap. Well, the lessons we learned might not apply in this particular game. it kind of became rough. Even then, they were still willing to scrap. And there were moments, you know, there were individual plays from Texas A&M which looked really, really good. It just felt like they were caught off guard, and SFU Black were just a better team at keeping their opponents on the back foot.
It happens sometimes, and honestly, playoffs is where anything can happen, and sometimes the standard is there. It's the Occam's razor theory. Congratulations to the side of SFU Black. They take the dub 2-0 and beat out TMU, who are going to try and fight back in the spring. At this time, though, we are done for the night for League of Legends here with NECC, but more action is to come tomorrow. Overwatch 2 will be starting off at 6 p.m. EST at that time with some more playoffs, and then on Friday, of course, Rocket League will populate the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. With me has a random Caster and our production, Shira, as well as Unaimed and PETA earlier. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a great night.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro Series. Shall we get started then? The speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. With the in-house controller, the per watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but it